parts of this.
While plan to file new legislation restricting abortion access in what may be a symbolic move, Mecklenburg County Democratic Representative Natasha Marcus has filed the RBG Act, which aims to repeal abortion legislation.
They're making women second-class citizens, forcing them to remain pregnant against their will in the name of moral superiority.
Two men are facing misdemeanor charges in connection to North Carolina State Auditor Beth Wood's December car crash. Jonah Mendez and Ryan McGirt are both charged. Wood will be in Wake County Court today. A shelter-in-place order was lifted in Park County, Colorado yesterday after police found a body near a car belonging to the suspect who shot two East High School teens on Wednesday morning. Park County Sheriff Tom McGraw.
Our coroner will go up there and process the scene, and then later on, once he identifies the body properly, then he will be in contact with the next of kin.
An Iredell County Superior Court judge has dismissed a lawsuit brought by 36 United Methodist churches seeking to separate themselves from the Western North Carolina Conference of the United Methodist Church. Minister Tina Lang told WGHB.
It was disappointing, I think, for everyone who has been part of the Methodist movement over generations and generations.
Tens of thousands of storm-weary Californians are dealing with power outages. Terror snows one of them.
Trees falling like this, especially redwoods. Typically, there's other firs or things falling too.
You're listening to NCN News.
Small business owners are a cornerstone of our state's economy and are essential to the fabric of our rural, urban, and suburban communities. At the NC Rural Center, we believe that our state's economic future depends on the vibrancy of the small businesses lining main streets from Murphy to Manteo and everywhere in between. That's why we've assembled hundreds of entrepreneurs, advocates, and community leaders from across.
Not a fun way to wake up. A screeching noise, and then just the most sickening crunch. I got my kids to get the shoes and coats on and get out of the house and get the dog.
There was a gentleman that was sitting outside, kind of by the trunk of his car. He was all tied up with rope, and he was screaming, help me, I've just been kidnapped, call 911.
And it's often hard to know where to turn for answers. Listen to the AARP Without Limits podcast to get the best information to navigate the challenges of aging in North Carolina. Learn how to live your best life after 50. You can find the latest episodes of AARP Without Limits wherever you listen to your podcasts.
Congress will hear today from the CEO of TikTok and a closely...
I'm 25 and I'm from California.
You cannot be 25.
I have 3 kids, so that's like...
Get away from here. Okay, Katie?
Nope. If Katie lays on the table, I think I'm going to pass out.
Honey, you've been laying on the table too much.
No.
You know.
That wasn't super kind to have that on TV, and it was hurtful. I think that women supporting and uplifting other women is so cool, and I think that mom shaming is super lame, and I think that it's hard enough to be a mom, and it's hard enough to be a woman. Keep loving your babies. Nobody deserves to feel crappy about that.
The 18-year-old charged in the shooting that killed 2 16-year-old students, injured another, will appear before a judge on Thursday in Durham. Wednesday night, police said Benitez Mendoza was charged. Families across North Carolina are being impacted by the cost of child care, and Governor Roy Cooper is hoping his proposed budget can offer some relief. Don Ward owns a child care center in Greenville.
We always try to make sure if they need shoes, we get them. If they need clothes, we get them. They eat great meals 3 times a day because we know sometimes when they go home, that's all they've had for today. So this funding is very, very, very important.
Personal effects from a privileged family.
Furniture, dishes, art.
I've photographed about 200 weddings. I think I've only seen about 3 instances of having the groom smash cake in the bride's space. And the very first one that I saw that, the bride got cake all in her eye, basically ruined her makeup. She ran off crying. I didn't see her for like 45 minutes, and they are now divorced. So yeah, I think
The items are from a, quote, prominent estate in Colleton County, South Carolina, where the family lived. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Mike Rayleigh, NCN News.
We'll see some clouds during the morning, but overall lots of sunshine on the way for us today. It is going to be breezy with winds gusting about 20 to 25 miles an hour. That's going to help to bring in some warmer weather this afternoon. Temperatures will be near 80 today. Then into tonight, mostly clear and mild with overnight temperatures near 60. For our Friday, near record territory with high temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
Right now here in the Sand Hills area, we got foggy conditions, 55 degrees, humidity 99%, 2.54. Winds are east of 1, gusting to 2, and pressure is 30.26. It is 7:14. Let's take a look at your Sand Hills news for this Thursday morning. Ahead of the busy summer travel season, the TSA is ramping up recruitment. They are hiring at RDU International Airport. Interested candidates can learn more at the application assistance event today. It'll be held from 9:30 a.m. until 1:30 p.m. at the NC Works Center, Career Center in Durham. RDU has openings for both full and part-time positions. Moore County Airport Director Ron Manus has been awarded the Willard G. Plantel Jr. Award as Airport Professional of the Year for 2023, embodying both the spirit and industry of aviation, for which the award is given by the North Carolina Airports Authority. The award was announced at the association's annual conference banquet dinner on March 20th at the Carolina Hotel in Pinehurst. And the Federal Reserve extended its year-long fight against inflation by raising interest rates again by 1/4 point. The decision comes after the aftermath of 2 regional bank failures and the takeover of Credit Suisse and the chaotic couple of weeks on Wall Street. The rate hike is the 9th straight in the year. Following the announcement, the Duke Professor of Finance, Dr. Campbell Harvey, called the move a mistake. Harvey says, "I believe that the last time was a mistake too. So I was on record saying that the Fed should pause, and they should have paused today also for a very simple reason. I want to know how many banks are at risk right now." Harvey warned that consumers can expect banks to scrutinize loan applications more closely following the rate hike. That's your WEEB local news this morning from the Sand Hill Sentinel. And, of course, you can go to sandhillsentinel.com for more information. It is 7:17. Sports is next, right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB.
Your morning sports report is brought to you by Hughes Supply of Pinehurst. With over 50 years' experience, Hughes Supply can handle all your plumbing project needs from start to finish. Call 910-295-5541 or visit them online at HughesSupplyPinehurst.com.
Everybody just came out of the stores and we were all trying to herd it into a corner. But she was feisty. She put up a fight. We didn't want her to get hit by a car and we didn't want anybody to get hurt.
In order to compete with Dunkin's new breakfast tacos, Taco Bell is now serving up spicy Mexican donuts. Forget your boring donuts filled with fruit jellies or custard. Taco Bell donuts are filled with your choice of hot sauce, creamy jalapeno, zesty guacamole, or even chipotle ranch. And coming soon, try an old-fashioned glazed dipped in white spicy queso. Taco Bell donuts. For those times when X-Lax just isn't strong enough for your morning toilet time.
NBA champion is in negotiations to sell at least a portion of the franchise to a group that includes Hornets minority owner Gabe Plotkin. No deal is imminent. In 2019, Jordan sold a portion of the Hornets to Plotkin, a founder of Melvin Capital, and Daniel Sundheim of DI Capital, but Jordan still controlled the majority of the team's equity. It's unclear at this point if Jordan is looking to sell his entire majority stake in the team or just a portion of it. Jordan is the NBA's only black owner. He purchased the expansion team from Bob Johnson for $180 million in 2010. The team had a net worth of $1.7 billion after the 2022 season. You're listening to NCN Sports.
Sports expert here, and I'm here to remind you, we're back. That's right.
At 92 years old, Rupert Murdoch has wasted no time getting engaged again.
Hey, everybody, yes.
Get wiped out.
Sporting events are great because they're filled with fans screaming, laughing, sometimes crying all together.
Talk to your doctor, pharmacist, or healthcare provider about getting up to date today.
Visit myspot.nc.gov.
Hi, Darcy the cow here for Black.
Oh, you know what would be awesome right now?
A puppy party!
You know what would be even more awesome?
A puppy that stays a puppy forever.
Prepare new plant beds with a 1.5-inch layer of black cow in the area and then mix it in with the soil 6 inches deep. Black cow is organic. Pick up the bright yellow bag and get growing.
Black cow, the mature manure, black cow.
Bidders trying to buy Manchester United have been given more time to submit second offers for the iconic soccer team. Sheikh Jassim bin Hamad Al Thani has outlined his intention to make his second offer for United, and British billionaire Jim Ratcliffe is also expected to bid, although neither met Wednesday's 7 p.m. deadline. Both submitted indicative offers last month. Sheikh Jassim, the chairman of Qatar Islamic Bank, said he wants to return the club to the summit of the sport if he's successful in buying out the current owners, the Glazer family. United is expected to become the most expensive sports team in
Amazon,
history.
hard at work in the midst of a standoff. He's going to deliver his package. Oh my God. Give us the package, bro.
And March Madness is back with the Sweet 16. 8 teams play tonight beginning at 6:30. You're listening to NCN Sports.
We're proud to be working with our local businesses for the greatest comeback of all time.
Come together.
With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning customers include the military, federal, state, and local governments, hospitals, and school systems, as well as many independent businesses. We stand by our services and products, and as a result, we are proud that our business comes from repeat business and customer referrals. Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning also serves many residents in Moore and surrounding counties, and we have been in business for 70 years. Call 910-949-3232. 910-949-3232.
Jared Kirk and Amy McBride of the First Casualty Insurance Group in Southern Pines talk about the benefits of being an FCIG customer.
Our agency has been in business since 1984. We are an independent agency, which means that we have numerous carriers. Having multiple carriers benefits our customers because it offers them more options for their coverage and price.
One of the most asked questions we get from our clients is how much do they need to insure their home for? Many clients think they should insure their home based on tax value or what they could sell their home for. Neither is correct.
Insurance carriers want to insure your home for the replacement value. Replacement value is what it would take to rebuild your home back to its current state in the event of a complete loss.
First Casualty Insurance Group of Southern Pines. Call them today at 910-692-8303 or find them on the web at fcignc.com.
Lee Christian School is now enrolling for preschool through 12th grade, an alternative to public schools. Lee Christian takes great pride in teaching quality academics while instilling biblical principles in students' lives. With a 16-to-1 student-teacher ratio and a 95% college acceptance rate, Lee Christian School is committed to your child's future. Tuition assistance is available, and for more information on enrollment, visit leechristian.org or call 919-708-5115 today. Did you know 80% of Americans think pre-planned funeral arrangements are a good idea? At Pines Funerals, we encourage our community to have a plan in place to take care of those you love so that your final wishes are observed. Call 910-947-2224 or visit us at pinesfunerals.com today to request free planning information and see why more families prefer Pines. Pines Funerals, in association with Fry and Prickett, Kennedy, and Powell Funeral Homes, serving Carthage, Robbins, Southern Pines, and surrounding communities.
As seen on the Tar Heel Traveler, J.R. Moore & Son is an original country store with something for everyone. Locally owned since 1935, J.R. Moore & Son has general hardware, plumbing, and gardening supplies. They also offer a large selection of clothing and footwear from brands like Arat, Carhartt, Wolverine, Wrangler, and more. Open Monday through Saturday. You can visit J.R. Moore & Son at 865 Thrift Road in Gulf and enjoy what this local historic business has to offer today.
At Heavenly Pies Jewelry, we are 3 generations of women that can customize the ring of your dreams or redesign family jewelry to fit your style while keeping the integrity of your loved one's piece. We also do in-house repairs, pearl restringing, appraisals, watch batteries, and free jewelry cleaning. Visit Heavenly Pies Jewelry located at 45 Dowd Circle in Pinehurst, across the street from the main post office. Or call us today at 910-235-9086 for all your jewelry needs. Want to add a little luxury to your kitchen and feel more like a chef? Right now, Monogram Appliances has a 1 for you, 1 for free rebate offer where you can receive up to 3 free eligible Monogram appliances. There are lots of eligible models to choose from, so head on down to your local appliance experts at Keys Appliance Center in downtown Aberdeen. Visit with any Keys sales associate for complete rebate details and a list of eligible models. Keys Appliance Center, located at 104 East Main Street in downtown Aberdeen.
You've invested a lot in your firearm. Why not protect the investment from the elements and corrosion with a custom Cerakote finish from Rogue Custom Coat, the Sandhills' premier firearms Cerakote applicator and firearms dealer. They offer a wide selection of guns, optics, ammo, accessories, and cleaning services. Visit Rogue Custom Coat at 1614 Hawkins Avenue in Sanford or online at roguecustomcoat.com. And check out their Facebook page for more information.
Moore County, the heart of the Sandhills, your home and mine. I'm Richard Hudson, Moore County's congressman. There's nothing more important to me than delivering results for you, your family, and our region. That's why I've opened my main office right here in Southern Pines. We are ready to help you with the VA, Social Security, passports, or any other federal agency problem.
Congressman Richard
Tell me just what.
Congressman Hudson's office is open 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through Friday.
Make an appointment, visit hudson.house.gov, or dial 910-910-1924. It's an honor to serve you in Congress.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives. From the WEEB Community Calendar.
Hot dogs, and more hot dogs. Hello, Moore County supporters. My name is William Lozer, president of the Moore County Shrine Club. Thanks to the courtesy of radio stations WEEB 990 AM and FM stations 104.1 and 97.3, helping the Moore County Shrine Club with our fundraising efforts for the hospitals. We will kick off a new season to raise money beginning on Friday, April the 7th, and each Friday thereafter, cooking our Shriner hot dogs from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. The hot dogs are $3 each, and customers will be able to drive by our fish fry trailer located on Highway 15501 at Roman Eagle Masonic Lodge in Aberdeen near Bernie's Hardware. The Shriners ask for community support with our Shriner hot dog program. Look for our giant waving hot dog directing you to our serving window for takeaway orders only. I think you will be surprised just how good these special hot dogs taste supporting a great cause. Just remember, we have hot dogs, and more hot dogs just for you.
As our economy gradually reopens, remember to support local.
Know you're doing the right thing and stay proud.
Be a part of the greatest comeback of all time with Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
The Zumwalt Zone is brought to you by Quality Sheds. Get a quality shed with 1 month down payment, no credit check, monthly payments, free delivery, and deals if you want to pay cash. Visit Quality Sheds at 5200 U.S. Highway 1 in Vass or call 910-638-8907.
Hello, I'm John Zumwalt, and you're in the Zumwalt Zone. You know what? Judges have a lot of power, and I mean a lot of power. When they're in court, they are in charge. Some of them forget how to treat people sometimes. They can talk to a person any way they want, and there's nothing you can do about it. Name another public official who can do that. I know what you're thinking, a police officer. Okay, maybe you have a rude cop who pulls you over, but believe it or not, that cop answers to a boss, and that boss ain't gonna put up with it very long. Our highest trial court in Moore County is Superior Court. The judge of Superior Court is a man named James Webb. He obviously knows the law. If he didn't, he couldn't do what he does. Let me give you an idea of the type of power that he has. I have a stack of documented cases in which he talked to people who have been given probation. Judge Webb made part of the condition of their probation contingent on them getting the COVID vaccine. Let me rephrase that. He had people in his courtroom, people who had not gotten the vaccine for their own personal reasons, and he made the terms of their probation more costly, unless they got the vaccine. Is that legal, you ask? Well, the answer is, it must be, or Judge Webb wouldn't do it. Sure seems wrong, though, doesn't it? No matter how you feel about the vaccine. What's next? Requiring them to date your son? I hope all of you have a wonderful day and a very safe one from the Zoom Walk Zone.
Over the next couple of days, we are definitely going to be seeing some warm weather with some spots tomorrow even challenging records. Today, not quite record territory, but still near 80 with lots of sunshine by the afternoon. It'll be warm and breezy. We drop into the upper 50s and low 60s tonight, so actually a pretty mild night heading into our Friday morning as well. Mostly sunny and breezy tomorrow with high temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
All right, you know what day it is? It is National Puppy Day.
Puppies!
Hi, puppy.
Puppies are cute. It is National Puppy Day. Studies show that puppies help reduce stress.
There are puppies.
They are puppies. Happy National Puppy Day. Adopt, don't shop. It's showtime.
Tell me just what you want me to be. One kiss, and boom, you're the only one for me. So please tell me why don't you come around no more? 'Cause right now I'm crying outside the door of the candy store. Just takes a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Started with a kiss, now we're up to that. A little bit of laughs, a little bit of pain. Turn my back, it's all in the game of love is whatever you make it to be. Sunshine instead of this cold, lonely sea. So please, baby, try and use me for what I'm good for. It ain't saying goodbye. It's knocking down the door of the candy store. Just takes a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Started with a kiss, now we're up to that. A little bit of laughs, a little bit of pain. Turn my back, it's all in the game of love.
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams. Along with me this morning, the Colonel. Retired Marine Colonel Jeff Drummond. Good morning, Colonel.
Morning, Moore County. A little hazy out there this morning, but the temperature's right. So, yeah, get out there, enjoy your day. Get the kids to school if they aren't there already. And grab the dog, grab the baby, whatever else. I guess a bag of golf clubs. And head out the door and enjoy your day.
All right. Don't forget, of course, we're being heard and seen around the world on a live video stream, which is coming at you this morning. All you got to do to get to it is go to our website at talk973.com or talk1041.com or WEEB990.com. Top middle of the homepage is where the link's located. If you're on a mobile device, you can get to it the same way. Just get a browser up there and go straight to it. But when you get there, you get to our video feed by going to the top middle of the page. The audio feed by itself is in the upper right-hand corner of every page where it says on the air, listen live. Just click that once. You're listening that quick. Weather for us today here in the Sandhills area, it's going to be partly cloudy today with a high of 79. Then tonight, mostly clear, a low of 60. Tomorrow, more sunshine and 85. That's going to be your warmest day this week. Friday night, partly cloudy, 62. Saturday, partly cloudy, maybe small chance for a scattered shower, high of 79. Clear Saturday night, 58. Sunday, mostly sunny, 78. Monday, mostly cloudy with scattered showers, high of 69. Right now, around, come here, you song. Right now, around the Sandhills, let's see, we have, come on, Windows. All right, around the Sandhills right now, we're looking at winds northeast of 1, pressure 3026, 2.54. Humidity just about maxed out at 99%. It is still some patches of fog and 55 degrees currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right, it is 7:35, 35 past the hour. On this Thursday morning, what's happened? Well, of course, the so-called indictment from Alex Webb from the New York DA's office is still alive but not kicking much, in that enough evidence has come to light recently to the grand jurors are going, wait a minute here. Maybe we don't want to indict a ham sandwich. Because the witness, Michael Cohen, the main witness, has said, well, he's lied. And Michael Cohen's lawyer has cleared it up by saying, hey, here's an agreement from Michael Cohen saying that any information that the new lawyer for Trump has, well, he can repeat anything he wants that he knows. So he went into the grand jury yesterday and did. He told them that they had a stack of 320 emails there that they thought should be read by every juror. But the DA whittled it down to 6. And I guarantee you those are all biased up. But I think he's having a lot of second thoughts about doing this for fear, well, not for fear, because it's going to make him look stupid. It's going to make him look vindictive. It's going to make him look out to get you at any cost. It's going to make him look, it's going to weaponize the DA's office, which it shouldn't be that way. Whatever happened to getting to the truth? Well, the truth bears out that no crime was committed here, so let it go. What say you, Colonel?
I don't say anything about it. It's there. It isn't over, so, we'll figure it out here in the next couple of days, I guess.
Well, he's even getting, Alex, draw the blank now, Steve. The DA, Alex Braggs, Alec Braggs. He's starting to feel the pressure from within his own office. There's several of his team that talking about walking out if he doesn't straighten up. They don't want to be a part of this state-sponsored prosecution when it's not legitimate. So we'll see what Bragg does and whether he pulls out or not. I don't know, but he just went in hating Trump. He went in with a campaign promise, I'm going to get him. And now we're at the pinnacle of that story. So we'll see how it bears today, and hopefully this mess can go away, because one thing I guarantee you, if he gets indicted, it'll be wall to wall on the other networks, nothing but Trump's indictment from now until the day that thing goes to court. You won't hear about anybody campaigning. You won't hear about anybody trying to put forth issues, you won't hear about anything except that.
No, because I won't be listening to any of it. So I'm out. Whatever happens here in the next couple of days happens. I'll wait. Got nothing more. Our justice system isn't. That's all I got to say. Just done.
Well, we see the justice system in New York where a lot of felonies have been downgraded to misdemeanors, so that the perps can just walk. You see people getting beat up, kicked in the middle of the street for what? A phone or a purse? And really brought to the edge of life by the injuries, only to have the perps walk on the charge because they don't want to prosecute them anymore. They think it's racist and unfair. Well, we'll find out pretty quick how it all comes out because Bragg's got to get reelected and his poll numbers are tanking right now, and any smart politician would pay attention. We'll see if he's got any smart in him. I doubt it, but we'll see. All right, the late night unit boys standing by to see if they can slap a laugh on the colonel's face. As soon as I clear Napster off. Shut up, Napster. Now, we have the late night unit boys for the colonel. Here we go.
TikTok sent around 20 influencers to Washington, D.C. to protest a potential ban of the app. Of course, since it was a TikTok protest, it lasted about 3 seconds before everyone moved on to something else. And finally, 6 years after shutting down, a reimagined Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey circus is going on tour without animals. But don't worry, they'll still pipe in that old elephant smell.
Okay.
Well, the TikTok thing is, that's bad news. I mean, if you're using TikTok, I don't know what to tell you. You're putting yourself at risk for a variety of things. And they should, in my opinion, they should ban it. All the other people who would poo-poo that, too bad. That's the way I think. TikTok is not there to. It isn't there to help you or entertain you or anything else. It's there solely to collect information on you, and it's just bad news. So if you got your kids, or if your kids are doing TikTok, you should do what you can to turn that thing off. Just not good.
Well, you can always go and watch, if you're into that kind of stuff, it's go and watch YouTube Shorts. That's on their home page. You click on Shorts and short little videos, just like TikTok has. So,
well, YouTube's got its own problems, but the TikTok thing, Chinese-owned, Chinese information gathering system. So whatever you put out there, if it can be used to harm you or put you in a position to do the bidding of someone else, specifically a Chinese communist, then that's what it'll be used for. It's just embarrassing, this stuff that they're foisting off on the American people, and we just continue to stumble into it and buy into it, and you're going to get abused. So, and even when you just consider some of the things that these people are putting out there, it just in and of themselves, some of these TikTok videos, every now and then one of these things flashes by in the news, so I see it. I mean, how incredibly moronic do you have to be to say and do some of these things that are that you see on TikTok? It's just amazingly stupid.
Meanwhile, for wedding couples, it's a good idea to smash cake in the face during the cake cutting. A wedding photographer was asked about it on TikTok. Here's her cake take that she gave us.
I've photographed about 200 weddings. I think I've only seen about 3 instances of having the groom smash cake in the bride's face. And the very first one that I saw the bride got cake all in her eye, basically ruined her makeup. She ran off crying. I didn't see her for like 45 minutes, and they are now divorced. So yeah, I think it's probably not the best idea to shove cake in each other's faces unless you agree upon that beforehand. How dare you?
So she ran out crying and went straight to a divorce lawyer? Is that it? Oh, man.
Pretty much.
Oh, boy. Well, you know.
Well, earlier this month on American Idol, Katy Perry joked about a mom that was auditioning, and now that mom, Sarah Beth Leby, has posted a new video to comment on how it made her feel. Oh, no. How it made her feel. She obviously said,
How dare you?
yeah, so torn up. Here's a clip from the show and Sarah Beth's reply to social media asking her about it.
I'm 25 and I'm from California.
Cannot be 25.
I have 3 kids, so that's like...
Get away from here. Okay, Katie?
Nope. If Katie lays on the table, I think I'm gonna pass out.
Honey, you've been laying on the table too much.
No.
You know... That wasn't super kind to have that on TV, and it was hurtful. I think that women supporting and uplifting other women is so cool, and I think that mom shaming is super lame, and I think that it's hard enough to be a mom, and it's hard enough to be a woman. Keep loving your babies. Nobody deserves to feel crappy about that. How dare you?
Let's see, we did that. 63-year-old kidnapping victim in Seattle was able to escape out of the trunk of a car when it crashed into a home. Here are witnesses and neighbors breaking down the crazy story for us.
Not a fun way to wake up. A screeching noise, and then just the most sickening crunch. I got my kids to get shoes and coats on and get out of the house and get the dog.
There was a gentleman that was sitting outside, kind of by the trunk of his car. He was all tied up with rope, and he was screaming, help me, I've just been kidnapped, call 911.
The victim was released from the hospital with minor injuries. He said he was assaulted by several suspects, bound and placed in the trunk. The suspects, of course, have not been found.
So they crashed the car, ran off, and
left him in the trunk.
And this guy doesn't know who they were that was kidnapped.
Yeah.
So it's just sounds like a random kidnapping. Then, no good reason for it.
At least right now. Well, Dunkin' is adding breakfast tacos to their menu this week. If Dunkin' can serve tacos, imagine what else is possible.
In order to compete with Dunkin's new breakfast tacos, Taco Bell is now serving up spicy Mexican donuts. Forget your boring donuts filled with fruit jellies or custard. Taco Bell donuts are filled with your choice of hot sauce, creamy jalapeno, zesty guacamole, or even chipotle ranch. And coming soon, try an old-fashioned glazed dipped in white spicy queso. Taco Bell donuts. For those times when X-Lax just isn't strong enough for your morning toilet time.
Have a big apple fritter.
Yep. Well, we covered the headline news, but what about the not headline news?
This is not headline news. Today is National Puppy Day, a day set aside to honor Kate Upton. Oh, sorry, that's Sweater Puppy Day. My bad. An armed man wearing a devil mask was tackled by strip club bouncers. It happened in, well, I'll give you one guess what state it happened in. You're right. A judge ordered Nick Lachey to attend Alcoholics Anonymous. Fortunately, he's Nick Lachey, so he already has Anonymous covered. And Jules says her mother stole $100 million from her. When he heard the news, Britney Spears' dad was like, amateur. This is not headline news.
Yeah, I think I saw that one security guard or whoever he was, a bouncer, fighting with this individual that, he had a gun, and the bouncer, was able to knock the gun out of his hand or something, and push the guy out of the frame, out of the camera frame. So the bouncer picks up the pistol and he's pointing it at this guy who's still off screen, but he's pointing the pistol, and then this big, huge guy that, comes running back
Came in late to the story, did he?
Yeah, well, this big, huge guy that he's been tussling with, he comes running back into the scene and grabs and starts wrestling with the security guard again, who, he just brushes the pistol aside. If you're not going to use the pistol, just kick the pistol under the car or something and fight with the guy. But, yeah, you don't want to take the chance of this guy grabbing the pistol back and shooting people. That's what I saw, if it's the same instance. But
well, you could jam it up under his chin and say, let's see how good you are loading a gun.
Well, except this guy looked like he was about 350 pounds, and like I said, if you're not going to use it, this guy was not going to stand there. This guy was getting ready to throw this security guard through a wall. So you either shoot the guy, you feel like your life's in danger, or you fight the guy, hand to hand, whatever it is. But yeah, waving the pistol around didn't do anything for this guy, for the security guard who disarms the guy.
To have a fifth wedding. Yeah, you heard me right. A fifth wedding. Believe it or not. Wedding bells will soon be ringing for billionaire Rupert Murdoch. He's going to get married for the fifth time. He's a young 92. She's 66. And almost as soon as he divorced his last wife, model actress Jerry Hall, he's already tried to get married. He's ready to try to get married one last time. He should, Walker, pun intended, down the aisle this summer. There you go.
So who's that, Rupert Murdoch?
Yeah.
Well, hey, billionaire, you get married as many times as you want. If it doesn't work out, you get married again.
Yeah. But we also have an appropriate other song from, who's providing this? Anyway, check it out.
92 years old, Rupert Murdoch has wasted no time getting engaged again.
Hey everybody, she said yes.
The billionaire has proposed to a former police chaplain.
She won't have to wear a white wedding dress.
You can't tie Rupert Murdoch down.
She's been wanting my body for so long. She waited till I dumped Jerry Hall. I hope she has some money, cause I lost it all. It's a nice day for a fifth wedding.
They'll be making a fifth trip down the aisle.
I ate a whole bottle of Prevagen.
Maybe it's his elixir of youth.
Oh my, don't forget to wear my Depends.
If these guys can't make it work, what chance is there for the rest of us?
Alrighty. Let's see here. Don't care about that. We've done that. All right. 24-hour standoff with an armed suspect in North Carolina. An Amazon driver was caught on camera making sure he delivered a package. In the video that has now had millions of views, he's seen handing it to one of the SWAT officers. Here's commentary from a neighbor recording the interaction.
Amazon, hard at work in the midst of a standoff. He's going to deliver his package. Oh my God. Give us the package, bro.
I just wonder what the clip was. To dodge bullets to get it there. A German brewery invented a powdered beer that allows you to make a drink in the same way a person would make instant coffee or a protein shake.
Yeah, right.
Here is Stefan Fritschit from, German place, brewing, explaining and showing off the process.
Then I use a little bit of the beer powder. I do a little bit more because probably you need a little bit more stronger beer. In the starting, we're using a mixer, but later on, when we develop the full project, we don't need a mixer anymore. So let's see. Now I'm just stirring a little bit around. Now it's a fully tasted, a full flavored beer.
Yeah. Okay. Good for you, buddy. That's yeah. All right. Yeah.
Okay. Did that. We don't care about that. The mother of 3 out of Ohio is keeping a promise to her husband, who died serving in the Iraq War, by getting her college degree. Tiffany Eckhart and her daughter will be attending Bowling Green State University together, all with 0 debt, thanks to Folds of Honor. Here is Tiffany talking about fulfilling her husband's wish.
You have to get a degree. You have to get an education. It's very important to me, and I want you and our children to be educated. I found my strength in my children. I carried on, and I loved their father. I have continued for the last 17 years to love Andy every day of my life.
Well, good way to honor him. A young calf that escaped a slaughterhouse in New York City has officially gotten a new home at a New Jersey sanctuary. The calf escaped out of the vehicle in front of the slaughterhouse house in Brooklyn and got corralled by people living and working in the neighborhood. Here are witnesses talking about what happened from there.
Everybody just came out of the stores and we were all trying to herd it into a corner. But she was feisty. She put up a fight. We didn't want her to get hit by a car, and we didn't want anybody to get hurt.
So anyway, she's off to a sanctuary that will take care of her. Well, the Sweet 16 is there. Here is his own unique song.
Blue Jays, Bulldogs, Bruins, and Razorbacks, Hurricanes, Huskies, Owls, Cougars, Wildcats, Aztecs, Spartans, Musketeers, Crimson Tide, Longhorns, Volunteers, 15-seater Tigers ruined your hoop dreams. You got killed, your bracket looks like a crime scene. The Sweet 16.
There you go. One more time. All right, Nathan McIntosh, stand-up comedian, has a little bit about no pet policies.
When you get a dog, there's so many places you can't live anymore, right? Because so many apartments say no pets. And you want to get mad at the landlord, like they're just making up these crazy rules, but people ruined the pets rule. Because most people, when they hear pets, are like, oh yeah, pet, like a cat or a dog. But some people hear pets, and they go, oh, python. And then one day there's a 40-foot snake roaming the halls, trying to eat your neighbors because somebody doesn't know what a pet is. A pet is something that you can pet. You put your hand on its head and you pet it. It's not a creature you fight with a stick back into a cage. It's not something you kick off a riverboat. It's not something a wizard puts on a staff. It's a cute animal with fur, not something Samuel Jackson fought on a plane.
That tends to be true. There's people got to have some really weird things hanging around in their house.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I like the part about, Jackson, had to fight him on planes. It's one thing he hates is snakes. Has that in common with Indiana Jones, who always says, why does it have to be snakes? Well, sometimes they are. All right, coming up next hour, we're going to hear from some Twitter folks like Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee, and Rand Paul, talking about a lot of different things. And we'll get you all informed on that. That's coming up next hour. Right now, it's time for your latest news, sports, and weather. Here in the Sand Hills, currently 55 degrees.
Over the next couple of days, we are definitely going to be seeing some warm weather with some spots tomorrow even challenging records. Today, not quite record territory, but still near 80 with lots of sunshine by the afternoon. It'll be warm and breezy. We drop into the upper 50s and low 60s tonight, so actually a pretty mild night heading into our Friday morning as well. Mostly sunny and breezy tomorrow with high temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm Jeremy House. The next grand jury session in the investigation into former President Donald Trump over hush money payments during his 2016 presidential campaign is on tap for later today. The Manhattan District Attorney's Office unexpectedly called off yesterday's session. The Federal Reserve extended its year-long fight against high inflation by raising its key interest rate by a quarter point. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell says the bank collapses will impact the economy and essentially offset the need to boost interest rates more sharply.
Such a tightening in financial conditions would work in the same direction as rate tightening. In principle, as a matter of fact, you can think of it as being the equivalent of a rate hike or perhaps more than that. Of course, it's not possible to make that assessment today with any precision whatsoever.
The rate hike comes despite concerns that higher borrowing rates could worsen the turmoil that's gripped the banking system. A new poll finds President Biden's approval rating dipping slightly.
A new poll by the Associated Press and the Nork Center for Public Affairs Research finds Biden's approval rating at 38% this month, as the president and his administration confront two bank failures and inflation that remains stubbornly high. Just 31% approve of Biden's handling of the national economy, about where it's been over the course of the last year. The difference between Biden's approval overall and his approval on the economy is driven largely by Democrats. 76% say they approve of how Biden is handling his job as president, while 63% approve of his handling of the economy. Donna Warder, Washington.
The CEO of TikTok will make a high-profile appearance today before a U.S. congressional committee. On Wall Street, Dow futures are up 70 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 118. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
My name is Jason Hansen. I'm a former CIA officer and New York Times bestselling author. You can protect your hard-earned retirement assets with a tax-free loophole that allows you to convert your retirement into physical gold and silver. Advantage Gold is the nation's highest-rated gold company. They have the best process, pricing, and service. If you want to get your free gold and silver investment kit, please contact Advantage Gold right now. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Call 800-900-8000.
6. Prosecutors have revealed that a planned Proud Boys witness was an informant.
A lawyer for one of the former Proud Boys leaders charged with seditious conspiracy says federal prosecutors have revealed that a defense witness was secretly acting as a government informant for nearly 2 years after the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol. Defense attorney Carmen Hernandez asked a judge to schedule an emergency hearing so the defense can learn more about the prosecutor's use of the informant. The judge ordered prosecutors to file a response to the defense filing by Thursday afternoon and scheduled a hearing as well, putting testimony in the case on hold until Friday. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
A shortage of fresh vegetables last month may force the Bank of England to approve an 11th consecutive interest rate increase. The scramble for peppers, cucumbers, and spinach helped push inflation to 10.4% in February. News and analysis at townhall.com. A strong late-season Pacific storm that brought damaging winds and more rain and snow to saturated California is blamed for 2 deaths. Santa Cruz County spokesman Jason Hoppins says the combination of high winds
and soaked grounds adds up to danger and power outages.
We have saturated ground throughout the county, and so when we see these winds pick up, it knocks over trees. That takes out roads, and when the trees come down, that takes out wires.
Hoppin's comments were aired on KGO. Russia has issued a full-throated warning that the West risks future escalation in Ukraine after the British government announced it's providing depleted uranium munitions to Ukraine. Moscow falsely claims the munitions have nuclear components. While depleted uranium is a byproduct of the uranium enrichment process needed to create nuclear weapons, it cannot generate a nuclear reaction. More on these stories at townhall.com.
The greatest comeback of all time is underway. Remember to shop local businesses. A reminder from Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
It's no surprise. Pinehurst Toyota has done it again. A third award. And this one is the Golden Carfax top-rated dealer, based on Toyota and Hyundai ability to consistently provide the best pre-owned vehicles and service. Pinehurst Toyota also has the Pilot Best of the Pines Service Department and the Sandhills Magazine Best Dealership in Moore County. The Pinehurst Toyota Advantage Plan is our goal to make you 100% satisfied with your visit to Pinehurst Toyota. The first 2 years or 25,000 miles are covered by the Toyota Care Program, and you get 5 years of roadside assistance regardless of miles. That's why with a major service at Pinehurst Toyota, you will receive a complimentary loaner for all qualified warranty repairs. Call Pinehurst Toyota at 910-692-2424. That's 910-692-2424.
I'm Ella.
And I'm Eva. We and everyone in our family are patients at Sandhills Weekend Dental. We love going to the dentist, especially to get our teeth cleaned. Katie, the hygienist, told our brother Ashton he needs to brush his teeth really well every day to get rid of the poop that the sugar bugs leave behind, or else he will get cavities, and he doesn't want that. We feel everyone should go to Sandhills Weekend Dental and eat, kiss, and smile better, except we don't kiss.
Make your appointment today. Call Sandhills Weekend Dental at 687-4423.
This is the perfect time of the year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the storms, my new Echo chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So men, get out there and enjoy your Echo Power equipment from Beaver Equipment, Highway 211 in Aberdeen, 910-944-0402.
Do you have aches and pains, or do you just need to calm your mind? Then come to Flowland in Aberdeen and get your CBD MD products from the most trusted retailer in the area. All CBD MD products are THC-free, and you can get yours at Flowland 7 days a week. With over 20 years of experience, Flowland can help you with which product is best suited to your needs. Visit Flowland at 1200 North Sandhills Boulevard in Aberdeen today, or on the web at shopflowland.com.
The all-new Appliances and More is located at the old Sears location in Aberdeen. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps. Joe and I made the decision to invest in our community as an independent appliance store, where we pride ourselves in creating relationships and help our customers make an informed buying decision. We have a lot of new changes coming and invite you all to visit our new Appliances and More in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
Moore County, the heart of the Sandhills, your home and mine. I'm Richard Hudson, Moore County's congressman. There's nothing more important to me than delivering results for you, your family, and our region. That's why I've opened my main office right here in Southern Pines. We are ready to help you with the VA, Social Security, passports, or any other federal agency problem.
Congressman Richard Hudson wants to hear from you at his new office located at 340 Commerce Avenue, Suite 16 in Southern Pines. Congressman Hudson's office is open 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Make an appointment, visit hudson.house.gov or dial 910-910-1924. It's an honor to serve you in Congress.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
And
NCN News, I'm Mike Riley. If you want to place a sure thing bet on the sports gambling bill that has begun its journey through the North Carolina House, put down some money. Sports betting expert Chess McDonald tells WGHB.
If all we do is talk about the actual tax on sports betting, I think we're missing a lot of the point. One thing, though, it's impossible to calculate are the income taxes. There's a significant amount of folks that are going to win.
A key ally of Vladimir Putin is lashing out in the West after an arrest warrant was issued for the Russian president. CBS's Cami McCormick reports.
In an interview with Russian journalist Dmitry Medvedev said any attempt to arrest Putin would amount to a declaration of war. The former president and now member of Putin's Security Council said that could lead to a nuclear conflict. And he said relations between Moscow and the West are probably at their worst point ever.
Involuntary manslaughter, that's the new charge for Landon Glass, the driver whose truck lost control and struck and killed 11-year-old Haley Brooks in Raleigh Christmas parade last year.
The decision was made on Wednesday night by Wake County District Attorney Lauren Freeman. Glass has already been charged with misdemeanor death by motor vehicle, improper brakes, reckless driving, and possession of a weapon in a parade. I'm John Champion.
Detectives with the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department are conducting a homicide investigation in Northeast Charlotte. Neighbor Nikki Baldwin told WBTV.
I don't understand how people can just break into somebody's house and kill them. That's terrible. And it's scary. It's very scary.
Tens of thousands of storm-weary Californians are dealing with power outages under evacuation warnings as the latest storm-packing wind, rain, and snow threaten more flooding. Dan Saputo is working to get his house up and running.
My house is the one down at the end with the tree in the middle of the bedroom, so yeah, try to get access so we can hopefully clean up a little bit.
You're listening to NCN News.
This is the season to start getting out fall sweaters. The season to dust off your holiday decorations. The season where we all gather together. And the season to get your annual flu shot. It's the best way to prevent serious illness, especially if you're 49 and older or have pre-existing conditions. This is the season to stay protected with a flu shot. Learn more at myspot.nc.gov/flu.
Getting older and wiser is a part of life. But like all things, aging has its challenges, and it's often hard to know where to turn for answers. Listen to the AARP Without Limits podcast to get the best information to navigate the challenges of aging in North Carolina. Learn how to live your best life after 50. You can find the latest episodes of AARP Without Limits wherever you listen to your podcasts.
Two men are facing misdemeanor charges in connection to North Carolina State Auditor Beth Wood's December car crash. Jonah Mendez and Ryan McGirt are both charged. Wood is in court today in Wake County. We're waiting to see if a Manhattan grand jury will decide to indict former President Donald Trump. CBS News' Jared Hill has more.
Sources close to Trump say he's been huddling at Mar-a-Lago and that he's even considered holding a news conference here at the courthouse if he's indicted. House Republicans have bashed the Manhattan investigation as political. They're now expanding their own probe into it. Republican senators are also weighing in.
I do think that there are questions that are being asked by a lot of our members, and for that matter, people all across the country, about the prioritization of this DA, of this issue.
Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg and his office have repeatedly said they will not be intimidated.
This morning, TikTok CEO will make his first ever appearance on Capitol Hill. Today's House hearing comes as a video sharing app faces intense scrutiny.
Shozi Chu tells the House Energy and Commerce Committee its parent company ByteDance, which is based in Beijing, is not owned or controlled by the Chinese government. And he outlines a plan to set up a new firewall to seal off protected U.S. user data from unauthorized foreign access.
We don't want this data in the hands of the Chinese Communist Party, period.
Chu's testimony comes amid bipartisan calls to restrict the video sharing platform or ban it altogether.
Western North Carolina economic development leaders join North Carolina Secretary of Commerce Michelle Baker Saunders at the GE Aerospace facility in Asheville, where some of the latest component aviation technology is being built. Mark Duncan of the Asheville Area Chamber of Commerce told WLOS.
I think it's exciting to focus on the diversity of products that we make here in Asheville that are sold around the world.
Mike Rayleigh, NCN News.
We'll see some clouds during the morning, but overall lots of sunshine on the way for us today. It is going to be breezy with winds gusting about 20 to 25 miles an hour. That's going to help to bring in some warmer weather this afternoon. Temperatures will be near 80 today. Then into tonight, mostly clear and mild with overnight temperatures near 60. For our Friday, near record territory with high temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
Right now here in the Sand Hills area, we're looking at foggy conditions and 55 degrees, humidity 99%, 2.54, winds are northeast at 2, and pressure is 3027. It's 8:15. Let's take a look at your Sand Hills news. For this Thursday morning, a Fort Bragg soldier is facing numerous charges involving North Carolina's secret peeping law. According to the Cumberland County Sheriff's Office officer, 25-year-old Andrew Nathaniel Gomez of Spring Lake was arrested for recording himself having sex with a woman without their knowledge or consent. Deputies with Gomez said Gomez posted these videos to the website onlyfans.com. Detectives are asking for help with investigation as they could not identify some of the women in the videos. After his arrest, Gomez was booked into the Cumberland County Detention Center under a $10,000 secured bond. If you have any information regarding this investigation or other women's identities, please contact Cumberland County Sheriff's Office for Major Crimes Detective Kay Hamlet. Ahead of a busy summer travel season, the TSA is ramping up recruitment. They are hiring at RDU International Airport. Interested candidates can learn more at the application assistance event today, as being held from 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. at the North Carolina Works Career Center in Durham. RDU is opening for both full and part-time positions. And Moore County Airport Director Ron Manus has been awarded the Willard G. Patel Jr. Award as Airport Professional of the Year for 2023, embodying both the spirit and industry of aviation, for which the award is given by the North Carolina Airport Association. The award was announced at the association's annual conference banquet and dinner on March 20th at the Carolina Hotel in Pinehurst. That's your WEEB local news this morning from the Sand Hill Sentinel, and of course you can go online to sandhillsentinel.com for more information. It is 8:17. Sports is next, right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB.
Your morning sports report is brought to you by Hughes Supply of Pinehurst. With over 50 years' experience, Hughes Supply can handle all your plumbing project needs from start to finish. Call 910-295-5541 or visit them online at HughesSupplyPinehurst.com.
NCN Sports, I'm Nate Saunders. North Carolina forward Armando Bacot is returning to play a fifth season for the Tar Heels. Bacot announced his decision on Wednesday, giving North Carolina fans a bit of good news after the Tar Heels failed to reach the NCAA tournament. The 6'11" Bacot is North Carolina's career leader in rebounds, double-doubles, and double-figure rebounding games. Bacot led North Carolina to a runner-up finish in last year's NCAA tournament, and his decision to return was a major reason the Tar Heels were ranked number 1 in the preseason AP Top 25. The Tar Heels didn't come close to meeting those expectations, and they went 20-13 and opted against playing in the NIT. He has a 5th year of eligibility because of the waiver the NCAA granted due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The Charlotte Hornets signed center Nick Richards to a multi-year contract extension on Wednesday. Richards, a second-round pick in 2020, has appeared in 58 games with 5 starts this season. He's averaging career highs with 7.9 points, 6.1 rebounds, and 1.1 blocks in 18.2 minutes per game for the Hornets, forging a role as a backup center behind rookie Mark Williams. Michael Jordan is considering selling the Charlotte Hornets. The six-time NBA champion is in negotiations to sell at least a portion of the franchise to a group that includes Hornets minority owner Gabe Plotkin. No deal is imminent. In 2019, Jordan sold a portion of the Hornets to Plotkin, a founder of Melvin Capital, and Daniel Sundheim of DI Capital, but Jordan still controlled the majority of the team's equity. It's unclear at this point if Jordan is looking to sell his entire majority stake in the team or just a portion of it. Jordan is the NBA's only black owner. He purchased the expansion team from Bob Johnson for $180 million in 2010. The team had a net worth of $1.7 billion after the 2022 season. You're listening to NCN Sports.
Healthcare.gov is here for you when life happens. If you lost your health coverage because of turning 26, going off Medicaid, leaving your job, or moving, you could be eligible to enroll in new coverage now. And if you need to update your coverage because of marriage or having a baby, you could also be eligible. But don't wait. There's a limited time to enroll. Check your eligibility at healthcare.gov today. Life happens. Get covered. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, Darcy the cow here for Black Cow, the mature manure. It's time to start getting your flower and vegetable gardens off to a great start with Black Cow. Prepare new plant beds with a 1.5-inch layer of Black Cow in the area and then mix it in with the soil 6 inches deep. Black Cow is organic. Pick up the bright yellow bag and get growing.
Black Cow, the mature manure. Black Cow.
Bidders trying to buy Manchester United have been given more time to submit second offers for the iconic soccer team. Sheikh Jassim bin Hamad Al Thani has outlined his intention to make his second offer for United, and British billionaire Jim Ratcliffe is also expected to bid, although neither met Wednesday's 7 p.m. deadline. Both submitted indicative offers last month. Sheikh Jassim, the chairman of Qatar Islamic Bank, said he wants to return the club to the summit of the sport if he's successful in buying out the current owners, the Glazer family. United is expected to become the most expensive sports team in history, with the price estimated to reach $6 billion. Tonight in the NHL, the New York Rangers come to Carolina. They'll begin at 7 p.m. and March Madness is back with the Sweet 16. 8 teams play tonight beginning at 6:30. You're listening to NCN Sports.
Thanks for help bringing the economy back. One local purchase at a time.
Kind of uplifts you and you feel better.
It's the greatest comeback of all time. With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years, and they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back and picked it up and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
Ember's Smokehouse is now open in downtown Southern Pines. Looking to satisfy your barbecue craving? Well, step up to the counter and order classic barbecue like pulled pork, ribs, briskets, or chicken. Ordered by the platter with classic sides or by the pound. Your barbecue craving will be satisfied. Check out their menu and other delicious items. They're open Monday through Friday, 11 to 7, Saturday, 10 to 7, and Sunday, 10 to 3. That's Ember's Smokehouse, 130 Southwest Broad Street in Southern Pines.
Jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza in the Cole Shopping Center and enjoy your famous wood fire pizzas and the Brick's Wood Fire wings in several flavors. New menu items and fresh food is made daily. A fun place for family and friends. Dine in or sit on the outdoor patio. So jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza, Coles and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center in Southern Pines. Brick's Wood Fire Pizza is open every day at 11 a.m.
You can jump into the fire.
I'm Ella.
And I'm Eva.
We and everyone in our family are patients at Sandhills Weekend Dental. We love going to the dentist, especially to get our teeth cleaned. Katie, the hygienist, told our brother Ashton he needs to brush his teeth really well every day to get rid of the poop that the sugar bugs leave behind, or else he will get cavities, and he doesn't want that. We feel everyone should go to Sandhills Weekend Dental and eat, kiss, and smile better, except we don't kiss.
Make your appointment today. Call Sandhills Weekend Dental at 687-4423.
Hey, this is Steve Leader Adams. You know, for many years, I've had arthritis in my right shoulder. I was at the point that surgery was the only option. Then I discovered pressure wave therapy, available at Wright Chiropractic in Seven Lakes. Pressure wave therapy is a machine that concentrates pulses of pressure waves into your joint at a rate of 2,000 pulses per minute. The treatment is non-invasive and there is no downtime. Pressure waves help your body restore blood flow to your damaged joints and can even remove bone spurs and works on almost any joint in the body, including knees, hips, feet, and elbows. I've gone to only being able to raise my arms from 90 degrees to a full 360-degree motion. You can live pain-free too, without going under a surgeon's knife. Give Dr. Sharon Wright a call at Wright Chiropractic in Seven Lakes. 910-673-2225. That's 910-673-2225.
Is it finally time to upgrade that aging PC? Visit veteran-owned Silver Knight PCs. Bring in any old PC component to trade in for credit towards the purchase of a new component. Is doing it yourself too hard? Purchase any new pre-built computer from Silver Knight PCs and a 3-year warranty is included. They also offer diagnostic and repair for any PC or Mac. Contact Silver Knight PCs at 910-500-0015 or online at silverknightpcs.com for all your computer needs.
Do you feel safe? Can you protect yourself or your family if crime threatens you? It is time to get prepared with a carry conceal permit. Don't procrastinate. Get your carry conceal permit from Bear Arms and protect yourself, your family, and your property before crime finds you. Sign up for classes now at BEAREARMS.com or call them at 910-691-8728.
Don't wait for your heat or AC to go out when you need it the most. Call a professional. Contact King Heating and Air today at 919-895-3600, where quality has been a family tradition for 6 generations. Whether you need AC repair, installation, or heating repair, King Heating and Air is there for you 24/7. Receive 10% off on repairs for all military, first responders, teachers, and seniors. For more information or to schedule your service, visit kinghvacnc.com today.
Gibb and Jess here from Sandhills Trailer Sales, formerly Dobie Trailer. We sell trailers. We're located at 438 White Hill Road in Sanford off of US 1 and 15501, where we sell trailers. Whether you need an enclosed, gooseneck, ATV, or equipment trailer, we have them all. We are veteran-owned, so stop by and see us or call us today at 919-776-9624. Sandhills Trailer Sales for all your trailer needs.
And did I mention we sell trailers?
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Pride Plumbing is proud to serve Moore County with superior workmanship and dependable plumbing service, including 24/7 emergency service. Like the name says, we take pride in our work and your safety. Our employees must pass background and drug tests and share Pride Plumbing's reputation for quality service. From simple leaky faucets to new water heaters and sewer lines, backflow testing and installation, drain cleaning, plumbing repairs, and, if necessary, replacement and remodeling. A family business with over 50 years of prideful service. Go online to callprideplumbing.com and check out our 5-star customer reviews. We offer a 10% discount to all veterans and active military. Call Pride Plumbing of Moore County at 910-295-0152. 910-295-0152. Serving with pride since 1965.
If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m. here on WEEB.
We're proud to be working with our local businesses for the greatest comeback of all time.
Come together.
With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
The Zumwalt Zone is brought to you by Quality Sheds. Get a quality shed with 1 month down payment, no credit check, monthly payments, free delivery, and deals if you want to pay cash. Visit Quality Sheds at 5200 U.S. Highway 1 in Vass or call 910-638-8907.
Hello, I'm John Zumwalt, and you're in the Zumwalt Zone. You know what? Judges have a lot of power, and I mean a lot of power. When they're in court, they are in charge. Some of them forget how to treat people sometimes. They can talk to a person any way they want, and there's nothing you can do about it. Name another public official who can do that. I know what you're thinking, a police officer. Okay, maybe you have a rude cop who pulls you over, but believe it or not, that cop answers to a boss, and that boss ain't going to put up with it very long. Our highest trial court in Moore County is Superior Court. The judge of Superior Court is a man named James Webb. He obviously knows the law. If he didn't, he couldn't do what he does. Let me give you an idea of the type of power that he has. I have a stack of documented cases in which he talked to people who had been given probation. Judge Webb made part of the condition of their probation contingent on them getting the COVID vaccine. Let me rephrase that. He had people in his courtroom, people who had not gotten the vaccine for their own personal reasons, and he made the terms of their probation more costly, unless they got the vaccine. Is that legal, you ask? Well, the answer is, it must be, or Judge Webb wouldn't do it. Sure seems wrong, though, doesn't it? No matter how you feel about the vaccine. What's next? Requiring them to date your son? I hope all of you have a wonderful day and a very safe one. From the Zumwalt Zone.
Over the next couple of days, we are definitely going to be seeing some warm weather with some spots tomorrow even challenging records. Today, not quite record territory, but still near 80 with lots of sunshine by the afternoon. It'll be warm and breezy. We drop into the upper 50s and low 60s tonight, so actually a pretty mild night heading into our Friday morning as well. Mostly sunny and breezy tomorrow with high temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
All right, you know what day it is? It is National Puppy Day.
I love puppies!
Hi, puppy. Nice puppy. Puppies, puppies, puppies. Puppies, puppies.
Puppies are cute. It is National Puppy Day.
Studies show that puppies help reduce stress.
There are puppies.
They are puppies. Happy National Puppy Day.
Adopt, don't shop.
It's showtime.
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Weeder Adams, along with the Colonel, retired Marine Colonel Jeff Drummond. Good morning, Colonel.
Hey, good morning, Moore County. I don't know if it's still a little hazy out there, but the temperature's just right, so you need to get outside, get a little exercise, enjoy that sun if it comes out. I don't know, are we going to have sun today, or are you going to dump all over us again?
we'll have sun.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, the weatherman Steve says sun today. So you need to get out, get in that sun, burn off all that nasty COVID and all that other garbage that's going around, and enjoy your day.
All right. Don't forget, of course, we're being heard and seen around the world on our live video stream. That's available to you at talk973.com or talk1041.com or WEEB990.com. Top middle of the page is where the video link's located. Upper right-hand corner of the page is where the our normal stream is located with the basically is our broadcast stream that you're listening to. Weather for us today here in the Sand Hills area, well, it's going to be nice. Partly cloudy with a high of 79. Tonight, clear and 60. Tomorrow, 85 for a high under sunny skies. Saturday, partly cloudy, scattered showers, isolated storms to a high of 79. Sunday, mostly sunny with a high of 78. So we can escape the weekend without any major rain. Right now around the Sand Hills, winds are northeast at 2, pressure 30-27, dew point 54, humidity 99%. We still have some patchy fog and 55 degrees currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right, it is 8:35, 35 past the hour on this Thursday morning. One day left in this week, and then you can sleep an hour longer in the morning. That sound like a fair deal? I hope so, because it's the only deal I got. All right. Let's find out some things. Well, before we do that, let's talk about Twitter. Some of the things that people have been putting up on Twitter now that Alex Briggs has decided he may not charge Donald Trump. Because the only one that thinks that he should is himself. All his colleagues are making a big stench about it. And, the very diehard left wing of his party will want it to happen. But at what cost? You better think a little deeper, because it may be the last thing politically he gets to do after this cycle.
Yeah, he'll get reelected, I'm sure. I think that's the whole point of all of this stuff is, there just isn't any justice system left. Justice is bought, and that's it. Whether you're the accused and you buy off whatever, or whether you're an outsider trying to sink our system like George Soros and you buy prosecutors to do what they can to usurp the system, yeah, it's done. It's cooked in New York City and other places where, what was it, St. Louis, San Francisco's cooked. Basically big cities with Democrats in charge.
Well, now that it's time to arrest Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg for professional misconduct after hiding hundreds of pages of exculpatory evidence, Bragg is on the verge of indicting an innocent former president and top presidential candidates against his opposing ruling party. Bragg is breaking the law and trying to incite civil unrest for his Soros-funded political war. We need to hold him accountable.
Who sent that?
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
All right, well, hey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who do you plan to send to arrest this clown? That's my question. Who's going to arrest him? Nobody. So, fine. Tweet away.
Other tweets. Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders on Tuesday signed a bill into law that bars transgender people from using school restrooms that do not align with their sex listed on their birth certificate.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, finally a little pushback on this insanity, which is what it is. It's just crazy, but thank you, Ms. Huckabee. What's her last name? What's her married name?
Sanders.
I'm sorry. My apologies. But yeah, kudos to her for having a little gumption there to do what's right.
Rand Paul calls for DA Alvin Bragg to be jailed for disgusting abuse of power in Trump probe.
All right, Rand Paul, I'll ask you the same question I asked Marjorie Taylor Greene. Who you sending to arrest this guy? Nobody.
Oh, I think I could come up with some folks.
Nobody's going to arrest him. What, the Justice Department going to go over there and grab this guy? Not going to happen.
Oh, like I said, if he wants to play with the federal laws, I'll send a federal agent over there.
Who? Who's going to send the federal agent?
We'll send the marshals, U.S. Marshals.
Well, you keep saying send, but who is going to send them? Who is going to give that directive to say, hey, Marshal, FBI agent or whoever, who is going to say, go arrest that guy? Nobody is going to say that.
Well, it should be Ray from the FBI or what's the Supreme Court former nominee? FBI Director, Garland.
Right.
Merrick Garland.
Neither one of those two are going to go and arrest that guy.
Well,
nobody's going to do it.
And final Twitter today, they didn't go after the big guy. They didn't go after Biden's crackhead son. They didn't go after Pelosi for insider training. They didn't go after the Clintons. They didn't go after the Epstein's clients. They went after one man who promised to expose them all. So there. All right, some things we need to know today so we do not sound stupid. First, there was a report that Gisele Bündchen said that her breakup with Tom Brady was the result of her ultimatum, their marriage or football. And he chose the game. Of course, that was reported, and Gisele said, it's not that black and white.
Right. Well, Tom Brady, from what I'm reading, he was heavily invested and a spokesman for this Bitcoin baloney, and is probably now looking for another payday because he is looking. Well, I believe he has. There's several sports people that took their pay in Bitcoin, and they got nothing now. From what I'm reading, it's not. You really got to search for it because nobody wants to admit to it.
Yeah.
And then Brady is being sued. Actually, both he and Gisele are being sued for, being a kind of a spokesman and getting people involved in this Bitcoin investment. And now people are teed off and suing them.
Amazon has put 200 of their palm scanning checkout counters at companies throughout the U.S. where you would pay for your purchases just by showing the palm of your hand.
Great.
Yeah, don't you need little Johnny or Susie in the store showing their palm of the hand?
Yeah,
cleaning you out.
All this stuff is bad news. Or, I guess Biden signed into law this thing that is going to create the digital dollar or whatever, and do away with, quote unquote, do away with the cash economy, which is hugely bad news if you haven't thought that one through yet. Just think about it. You can't even walk into a store and put $1 down for a coffee refill or whatever. You have to use your digital card or currency or your palm or your eyeball or whatever to spend that money. And no, that's bad news. Bad, 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 bad.
Dolly Parton has announced the release of her upcoming book, Behind the Scenes, My Life in Rhinestones. I guess that was back during her Porter Wagner days.
Well, hey, she looked pretty good in rhinestones, if you ask me.
Yeah.
And pretty much anything else she wore.
A newly discovered asteroid over 200 feet wide will zoom in between the Earth and the Moon this week. And an occurrence, NASA says, only happens once per decade.
Oh, so it has happened before, just once per decade.
Oh, many times.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. I mean, can you imagine, back when you were a kid and what was going on? You just had no clue it was going on, and how much happier you were, and all this, every day it's something else. If it's not a weather balloon, it's a asteroid or a comet or something else.
Or you heard it on the radio, an asteroid, a weather balloon, and you went, okay.
Well, yeah, and now
you were satisfied.
And now the Pentagon is saying, yes, the mothership is out there, waiting to do whatever. So, yeah, there you go.
Well, Mr. 97-year-old Dick Van Dyke, who knew he was injured in the crash in his Lexus in Malibu after losing control behind the wheel?
He was driving around, huh?
He skidded the car in wet weather conditions before smashing it into a gate on Wednesday morning.
Yeah, well, that's all right. Hey, if he's 97 and he's still got enough to wherewithal to drive around, well, good on him, I guess. Wet weather, hey, I'd like to say I've never skidded in wet weather or something. I have, so, I just haven't hit anything yet, but yeah, wet weather, and then you got all the oil and residue from the traffic, etc. It makes it even more slippery. So,
yeah, I've been on roads where it was raining so hard they usually were flat. And back then I had a Corvette, and I hit these pockets of water, and literally the Corvette would float across.
Yeah, hydroplaning. I mean, cars do.
It didn't have any wheels on the ground; it just literally floated.
Right.
But in a straight line, then when I hit the pavement, I was off again. Cameron Diaz says she's going to retire from acting for good. Oh,
thank God.
Let it be so. After her experience on the Netflix series Back in Action. As if being away from her 3-year-old wasn't bad enough, she had to endure a tantrum by her co-star, Jamie Foxx, and she said, that's it.
But maybe she can take Adam Sandler with her.
Jamie Foxx. Give me a break.
What's he,
I don't know what he's bitching about.
I don't even know who he is.
Either climate or diversity.
Oh, all right, fine.
Nick Lachey was reportedly ordered to attend Alcoholics Anonymous meetings and anger management classes 1 year after being charged with assault and battery against a photographer. Utah did something this week, official. What did they do?
Utah. Where is Utah? I don't even know.
In America.
Oh, okay. I don't know. What'd they do?
They changed their state flag.
Oh, no. What's the deal on that?
I don't know.
What did they change it to?
I don't know.
All right, then why is this a big deal? If you don't
well, when you change the state flag, it's kind of a big deal.
Well, it's a big deal if they tell you why it's a big deal. I'm just wondering what they changed it from.
We didn't know what this means, but Blockbuster website, blockbuster.com, is alive again. An April Fool's gag may be in the making. And just putting this one on your radar, it happened in Ecuador, but a journalist received an envelope with a USB drive in it. He plugged it in his computer, and poof, the USB driver exploded. And 3 years after a 3-year Kennedy Expressway construction project begins on Monday in Chicago, which is expected to cause lots of traffic headaches. Gee, you think? Today's impossible question. Nearly 50% of people aged 42 and under have done this in the past month. What is it?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I'll rephrase it, make it easier. 50% of people aged 42 and under have eaten this in the past month?
Oh, pizza.
Nope.
Liver mush.
Eating ramen noodles.
Roman noodles or ramen. Yeah, okay, fine.
I don't think I ever had ramen noodles.
I have seen them. I don't ever eat them. I'm not sure that I've ever eaten a bowl of ramen. I know it's fast. You just dump hot water on it. Throw some spice or whatever you like in there. But good. I don't eat them.
The average person spends 6 months of their life waiting at a red light, while 150 million Americans were sold every year in the U.S., with the bulk of those occurring between May and July. Did I say Americans or American flags? It's American flags. Toilets. What percentage of water do toilets consume in the house?
Oh, a lot. I don't know if I can put a percentage on it, but it was quite a bit from the last thing I read. It's been like 10 years, but that was part of the effort to reduce the total flush thing, et cetera, because of the amount of water that goes down the drain. But I don't know what the percentage is.
35%.
Yeah, okay.
The average mom and dad spends how much per week on a babysitter?
The average mom and dad on a babysitter?
Yeah.
I don't know. Prices are so out of whack here.
$63.
Wow, that's a lot. Yeah. I mean, last time I hired a babysitter was quite a few years ago, so I don't know what they cost now. That's why you want to get grandma and grandpa to babysit.
What object is most often hit in a car accident besides vehicles?
What object? Have probably a telephone pole, I guess. I don't know.
That was number 2. Number 1 was a tree.
Trees and telephone poles? Yeah. Okay.
Kind of one and the same.
Yeah.
One's a tree with lines on it. One's a tree without lines on it.
One's dead and one's living, so, I don't
know. Survey finds that parents worry about their children 37 hours a week. 6 in 10 parents admit that sometimes the worry is so great it leads to a loss of sleep. All right, time for Thursday's hard trivia for the Colonel.
No.
He does pretty well at this.
No.
We'll spew out a trivia statement, and he'll tell us whether that's true or total BS. Here we go. What is Paul McCartney's middle name?
I don't know. Aloysius.
Paul. James Paul McCartney.
Oh, all right. So there you go. All right, great. He goes by his middle name. So do I.
What color was Elvis's natural hair?
Oh, he was a blonde. I have read that one somewhere.
That's right.
Man.
The first Winter Games were held in 1924 in which city in France?
Grenoble.
Chamonix.
Oh, all right.
I'm saying it right.
Chamonix. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce it either.
Andrew Lloyd Webber's new musical, Whistle Down the Wind, will hold its world premiere this December in Washington, D.C., making it the second Lloyd Webber show to have had its world premiere outside England since the 1971 Broadway debut of which musical?
I don't know. Musical. My Fair Lady. I have no clue.
How about dun 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 dun?
All right. Well, not getting it. Sorry.
Jesus Christ Superstar.
Okay, good.
The largest what bird in the U.S. is called pileated?
The what?
The largest of what bird in the U.S. is called pileated?
Pileated. It's a woodpecker.
It's a woodpecker. Why, what you say in the north ain't what we say in the south.
Apparently not.
We're correct. Can you recall the name of the 1961 film, which was coincidentally the last film made by both Clark Gable and Marilyn Monroe?
Oh, yeah, that's the, jeez, I can't think of it now. But I can see the trailer running for it right now. I've seen it. It's been like 20 years since I watched it.
The Misfits.
The Misfits, yeah.
And sport, whose name you might have a hard time pronouncing, does the ball move the fastest?
What are you talking about?
And which sport, whose name you might have a hard time pronouncing, does the ball move the fastest?
Oh, highlight.
Yep, that's right. Who is Taylor Swift? I'm sorry, who is Taylor Swift's "We Are Never Getting Back Together" rumored to be about?
Apparently some old boyfriend, but I have no clue what his name might be.
What's the famous saying he said in the tent? Why can't I get over you?
I don't know. I have no clue.
Jake Gyllenhaal.
Okay, great. I have no clue who he was. He an actor, right? I have seen his name on a
Brokeback Mountain. He was in that.
He was. Oh, all right. Well, that's probably a reason I don't watch him.
Let's see. Who is Taylor Swift's? We already did that. Who wrote the song "Don't Stop Believing"?
Oh. Who wrote it or who sang it?
Who wrote the song?
I don't know. If it's the same person that sang it, probably.
Actually, it's a group.
A group? I don't know.
Journey.
So Journey wrote the song. Somebody wrote the song, not the band. Journey.
Well, all of them contributed.
All right. Well, is that the way they normally do it? Usually one of them writes the song and et cetera, so, and then they perform it.
What famous band was originally from Sweden?
Oh, ABBA.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Sorry, the mental Rolodex is continually spinning here. Sorry.
What is the first music video played on MTV?
What was the first music video played on MTV?
You know, the channel that doesn't play any more videos.
I don't have a clue because I don't think I ever watched MTV.
Video Killed the Radio Star.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Who was the drummer for the Beatles?
Ringo.
Yeah.
He was the second drummer, actually. Wasn't there somebody else that preceded him?
Yeah. How does a superstar, I'm sorry, how much does a Super Bowl ring cost?
Oh, man, I don't know. I'm sure they change every year. What did the last ones cost? Tens of thousands of dollars probably.
The NFL contributes $5,000 for each Super Bowl ring, and each team puts the bill for the cost after that. Each set of rings is valued at approximately $5 million, and the amount of rings made differ from each team.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, but it doesn't. So, how much is an individual ring worth? There's no way to tell, because each team.
How many diamonds they stick in it and all that.
Well, yeah, because each team again designs their own ring. Number one, and then number two, they decide who on the team and in the administration or coaching staff gets them, and not every team distributes them the same way. So, yeah, there's no telling what they're all worth.
And last but not least, who is the actor who stars in the Indiana Jones films?
Who's the actor?
Yeah.
Oh, man, Harrison Ford.
Harrison Ford it is. All right. So it goes for this Thursday. Have yourself a great, safe day. We'll see you back bright and early tomorrow, 7 to 9, for a TSIF Thanksgiving Friday. Until then, be sure to support the mom and pop businesses here in our area, because the ones that advertise here are the core of our economy. We can grow ourselves out of pretty much anything. We just got to stick together and shop local. And if you want to become a part of those local shoppers and succeed, well, you need to have a marketing plan that includes talk radio. We can show you customer after customer who have started out here and gone on to make millions of dollars after starting here. It's not rocket science, but we can show you how. Just give us a call here at WEEB. All right, Thursday's done. The LeaderMan and Nick and Colt the dogs. We'll all see you at 2 this afternoon at the dog park.
When I come back, you'd better be laughing.
So, what did we learn? Heck, I don't know. But this is one crazy show. Bye now.
Cut! That's it. Go home, everybody. None of this ever happened. Well, y'all come back now, you hear?
I think we're through here.
Yeah, man. Thank you very much, man. That's pretty much all I got, man. Okay, class dismissed. Rock on!
Well, let me tell you something. Everything comes to an end.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm Jeremy House. The Manhattan grand jury investigating former President Trump did not meet yesterday as originally planned.
Wednesday's grand jury session was canceled, delaying Trump's possible indictment. Word of the delay came a day after the former president predicted his arrest, which did not happen. The hush money investigation appears close to finishing, but the timetable is unclear as the legal and political worlds are closely watching the Manhattan DA's office.
White House correspondent Greg Clugston reporting from New York. The CEO of TikTok will make a high-profile appearance today before a U.S. congressional committee to make the case for why the hugely popular video-sharing app shouldn't be banned. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby was asked if there was anything TikTok's CEO could say today to convince the White House that TikTok should not be banned.
I certainly am not going to get ahead of his testimony or how he wants to characterize his company. The president really, as you rightly noted, has been very consistent about our concerns in terms of big tech and particularly some social media applications, and that includes TikTok.
Chu's testimony comes at a crucial time for the company, which has acquired 150 million American users, but is under increasing pressure from U.S. officials concerned about data security and user safety. The administration of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is moving to forbid classroom instruction on sexual orientation and gender identity in all grades. The proposal is scheduled for a vote next month before the State Board of Education. On Wall Street, Dow futures are up by 84 points. NASDAQ futures up nearly 131. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Mike Rayleigh. An agreement to expand Medicaid in North Carolina neared final legislative approval Wednesday as the House agreed to a bipartisan plan to ease or eliminate regulations that block the opening of new hospital beds or operating expensive equipment. Democratic Representative Deb Butler of New Hanover County told WECT.
It's causing rural hospitals in particular to struggle to stay open, which means people aren't getting the care they need outside urban metropolitan areas.
Meanwhile, the Sports Gambling House Bill 347 has now passed through the House Commerce Committee by a 17-10 vote. Representative Jason Sain told WGHB.
We don't really want to prolong that another year where those revenues go to another state and fund their roads and fund their schools.
A major development in the investigation of former President Donald Trump's handling of documents marked classified. A federal appeals court has ruled one of the attorneys, Evan Conquerin, will have to testify. Former federal prosecutor Harry Littman.
It could be absolutely devastating evidence of Trump's guilt of obstructing the investigation into the return of the classified documents.
Americans are almost evenly split when it comes to the Biden administration's handling of turmoil in the banking sector. Details from CBS News Deputy Director of Surveys, Jennifer DePinto.
Biden administration gets narrowly positive marks for handling recent bank issues. 51% think they are handling the situation well, but people do see disparities. There's a widely held view that the government protects the wealthy more than the middle class when problems with banks arise.
Henderson County growers are facing a challenge as they assess the damage done by the recent freezing temperatures. Dr. Terry Kelly, North Carolina Henderson County Extension Agent.
Our fruit growers have been having some sleepless nights lately. Those are not good temperatures for emerging fruit crops.
Those in the 20s. You're listening to NCN News.
Hi, Darcy the Cow here for Black Cow, the mature manure. It's time to start getting your flower and vegetable gardens off to a great start with Black Cow. Prepare new plant beds with a 1.5-inch layer of Black Cow in the area and then mix it in with the soil 6 inches deep. Black Cow is organic. Pick up the bright yellow bag and get growing.
Black Cow, the mature manure. Black Cow.
Spring and the onset of summer increases the likelihood of thunderstorms. Alternative Power, your North Carolina Generac service provider, reminds you to stay alert. As a thunderstorm approaches, get out of boats and away from water. If you're caught outdoors, find a low spot away from trees, fences, and poles. Alternative Power guards homes against extended power outages with the Generac automatic standby generator. Alternative Power, North Carolina's Generac experts. See more at alternativepower.com.
Are you interested in protecting your assets from market volatility, rising taxes, and economic uncertainty? Then tune in to Retire 360 with Dwight Mejan to learn how you can protect and grow your hard-earned money. Retire 360, Sundays at 3 p.m. right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Protect your hard-earned money today at Retire360show.com.
We'll see some clouds during the morning, but overall lots of sunshine on the way for us today. It is going to be breezy with winds gusting about 20 to 25 miles an hour. That's going to help to bring in some warmer weather this afternoon. Temperatures will be near 80 today. Then into tonight, mostly clear and mild with overnight temperatures near 60. For our Friday, near record territory with high temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
This hour of the Chris Plant Show is brought to you by King Heating and Air of Sanford. Call 919-895-3600 for all your heat and air conditioning needs.
That Trump is actually enjoying all of the attention that he's getting from his potential indictment. Yeah, Trump's excited now, but wait until he finds out the ketchup in jail is Hunt's.
Attica! I want out of here!
The Hunt's instead of Heinz ketchup joke. Is that what's going on there? Because he likes Teresa Heinz Kerry, John Kerry's wife's ketchup better? They ran out of jokes a long time ago. And joke writers, these are not the funniest people. Joe Biden's kind of funny. Did you see Joe Biden? He's talking about what goes on in the steamy bathroom of his house and his wife, and he didn't mention his daughter Ashley. Remember his daughter Ashley, that the passive-aggressive daughter that left the diary with all the smut in it? About how Joe Biden showered with her at terribly inappropriate age, and then Joe Biden, he's got this, in the steamy bathroom where I shave, Jill leaves notes for me. She leaves notes for me, and he reveals at least one of the notes, and only one of them, though. And it's just from one day, and the news media is going to coo. They're going to coo and purr over it because it's good to be a Democrat. It's a little bit creepy, but it's not as creepy as some of the other notes she left, because, one of the notes she left was, stop showering with Ashley. But that was some years ago. That's their daughter, who ended up a sex addict, and among other things, and a drug addict, right? And a passive-aggressive. Where's Ashley? Why isn't Ashley? We hear all about Beau Biden, who tragically, he was the good one, and he passed away, and that was a tragic thing, a terrible thing, a young man. And then we got Hunter, of course, and we hear all about him because he's the center of the business universe for the Biden crime family, I think. But Ashley, she's the one that left the diary. They're both passive-aggressive. You know, Hunter left the laptop where it would likely be found, and it's full of all kinds of horrible information, criminal, ongoing, and the media and apparently the Justice Department and the Democrats in elected office everywhere could care less about it because they're like, hey, this guy's almost as corrupt as I am. The average Democrat is saying out there. Amazing stuff. But we've got a little bit of Joe Biden for you today. He's not bright. We got a little bit of Kamala Harris. She is not bright. And where do we find these people? Man, this is the United States of America. Our leadership, I'm making quotation marks with my fingers, should not be allowed out in public, and certainly not allowed near the kids. Speaking of not allowing them near the kids, we've got a lot of trans news today, too, because the Democrats, and they got a new one. Have you seen this? LGBTQIAP. P. They've added P. What is P? Is that the pedophile wing of the Democrat Party? I'll take a look at that for you. I've got a story. Private Christian school pushes book about trans child to fourth graders. The fourth graders, because it's what was the old joke, Michael Jackson's favorite university, in college sports, Brigham Young. It was the Brigham Young because he was a child molester, you see. And the Democrats were okay with that. They provided and that's like they're the party of Jeffrey Epstein and Harvey Weinstein and Matt Lauer and Bill Clinton and the list goes on. And but here we've got they're completely nuts. The private Christian school pushes book about trans child to fourth graders. I went out with a friend last night and had a couple of cool beverages. They were Bud Lights and bottles. I'll go ahead and reveal that. And we were talking about all kinds of stuff. And my friend has children. He's got children, multiple children, plural, not just one. Like Michael Pierce, he has one. Max, he's a good one. Max is a good one. And my friend said, well, he's sending his kids to schools, as you might imagine, because that's what kids do in the daytime. At least they used to before the left got here, and the Wuhan Red Death. Speaking of which, I'm wearing my I Survived the Wuhan Red Death t-shirt today, right here in the studio, and which are available to you and your friends and family who have survived the Wuhan Red Death at the Chris Plant store, and with many other fine products as well. And coffee mugs with I Survived the Wuhan Red Death, and remember normal. Don't forget remember normal, because somebody's got to. But back to the Democrats. So the private Christian school, it's Episcopal, and pushes book about trans child to fourth grader, the fourth grade class. The Washington Free Beacon has the story. The Washington Post front page story today. They've got their front page story with a big color picture and everything. And it is, I was actually sharing it because they had it online yesterday. I was sharing some of it with you online yesterday. But this is, these people are quite disturbing. They really are. They've got a big picture of what appears to be a massive protest, but it's mostly the camera angle. It's probably about 24 people, but they make it look like 2 million with the camera angle. I know how this works. I used to be a television producer. Iowa's sharp turn right from Central State to Florida of the North. And they've got a big color picture here of children at a big gay rally, and they tend to be wearing rainbow things. And here's a 9-year-old, I'd say she's a 9-year-old, maybe a 10-year-old girl. Just let me love, her homemade sign says, with a yellow, it's not a smiley face, it's a frowny face. And she's frowny. They're teaching her to be miserable as a 9-year-old because somebody's against her being gay or something like that. This is what the Democrat Party is teaching. This is what schools are for in their estimation. And then there's another, probably a 10-year-old girl, she might be 11, and she's got some kind of a radical flag slung over her shoulders and like a Palestinian scarf or something, because the left has her. And she's got a sign that with like rainbow butterflies, and the sign says, Amor es amor. Love is love, see? But she's like 10. And, just don't say they're grooming the children. Just don't say they're sexualizing the children. And here it is on the front page of the Washington Post with a big picture and everything. And this is Iowa. Iowa. And that means it's everywhere. It's everywhere. There's no getting away from it. So, and this is, and the Washington Post is pro-sexualizing children at younger and younger ages. They're in favor, of course, naturally, don't be ridiculous, of changing the gender of your child without telling you as the parent. And they're fighting. This is a crusade that they are on. This is not a one-off thing or anything like that. So I want to get into that. Also, I got this today. This is a great one. Washington, D.C., they love their colons. Trans Day of Vengeance. March 31st - April 1st. Wait a minute. Isn't that 2 days? Because, yeah, I mean, again, you use the words, but you don't know what they mean. The Trans Day of Vengeance, they have so much vengeance in their hearts that it's 2 days. It's 2 days of Trans Day of Vengeance. And this is the entire Democrat Party. It's the party of cross-dressing. You know, what is that movie, Joel Grey and Cabaret? They think that's a how-to. They watch that. That's what it's, Cabaret, right? Liza Minnelli. I never liked Liza Minnelli. Never. She's, you know that movie Arthur? That's a really fun movie until she comes into it. Then it's just time to turn the channel. It's really funny until, because that Dudley Moore guy, he's an English fella. He's very funny in the first part of the movie. And then Liza Minnelli comes in stealing stuff at the store, and it's time to turn the channel because she's too annoying for words. But and why does she talk like that? She's raised in Beverly Hills. That's what I want to know. Anything. So the Trans Day of Vengeance. I like the vengeance. Imagine that conservatives were having the straight day of vengeance. The news media would set themselves on fire in front of the Supreme Court like that Democrat did last year. Trans Day of Vengeance, and it's 2 days because they're too stupid to know what a day of vengeance is. It's a day. This is now like a weekend of vengeance or something like that. Trans Day of Vengeance. Now, I went to this because a friend sent me a link to the Trans Day of Vengeance, not because he's trans or thinking, but he did ask if I was signing up. And I'm pretty sure he was kidding. The Trans Day of Vengeance, I clicked on it because that's what you do with these things. You click on it, and they're looking for clicks. And it turns out I clicked on the thing, and it's struggle, giant black print, struggle, la lucha español por la struggle. And it's and there's a big red star in between the English and the Spanish, and then for socialism / por el socialismo, for socialism. And there's Che Guevara right there. They got Che Guevara, and I think they have who's this guy? I think it might be Geronimo. You know, I'm serious. With a rifle, okay. And the Trans Day of Vengeance, March 31st and April 1st. I think the FBI should be out crashing doors. They should have infiltrators in there dressed as women, just like J. Edgar Hoover liked to do in the old days. But never mind that. Trans Day of Vengeance. Stop trans genocide. Apparently there's a trans genocide. They make up this stuff, and then they're so dumb, they believe it themselves. They invent things. But it's, so I went to the page, and I started poking around. Maybe poor choice of words there. And I started poking around, and it's got your support. You can click on the support thing or the home thing, and I clicked on these things to look at the, and they've got, if you click on the support and the home thing, they've got mobilizing to free Mumia Abu Jamal, the San Diego branch. Now, he's not in jail in San Diego. Mumia Abu Jamal is a guilty as hell cop killer. But that's why the left loves him, because, and he shows up like with the mustachioed Amy Goodman on, what's that called, on the National Panhandler Radio. They've got it, communist name for the, and she's got a mustache. She kind of predates the whole trans thing, but she had a pretty good kind of Joseph Stalin mustache even back in the old days. It's not some things considered. Yeah, I said, you see that I only touched on this the other day, but the National Panhandler Radio, what's her show? National Panhandler Radio just built a more than $200 million headquarters building with a green roof, and they get a LEEDs certification for being environmentally friendly. And then they fired 10% of their staff because they said they came up $30 million short in advertising funding. Who said that they advertise on National Panhandler Radio? That she's Hypocrisy Now? Hypocrisy Now. So, and here's the socialist thing. And we pay her salary. And, for her mustache grooming. I think we pay for her mustache grooming as well. Yeah, so mobilized to free Mumia Abu Jamal. And then Havana and the World. Al-Mayadeen interviews the Cuban president. And they're very excited about these things. And then the San Diego March for Black WMXN, WOMXN, because they don't acknowledge gender. They don't believe gender exists. It's pretty amazing. Amazing. And the bank panic of 2023, if he can bail out banks, Biden can roll back prices. He can roll back because they're communists, you see. They think that the president, who's a dictator, he's like Hitler, Stalin, that he can just change the prices, snap his fingers, and change the prices of everything from cars to a carton of eggs. Speaking of which, I went to the grocery store yesterday. Have you heard of these grocery stores? And I was getting just a couple of things, but it was kind of amazing because I was walking by the egg section. They have an entire section devoted to eggs. And I was looking at the end. There were two people. One was an immigrant man from an Asian country. The other was a woman who didn't appear to be an immigrant woman. But they were standing there with their knuckles on their hips looking at the price of eggs. And it was so nutty that I actually took a picture of the eggs. I have right here. I took a picture of the eggs. $6.29 for a dozen eggs. $6.29 for a dozen eggs. They're brown eggs, large, 1 dozen, $6.29, because Joe Biden is doing such a good job. And then these here, I think these are free-range eggs, $6.99. I'm showing the picture on my iPad to Michael Piercy. $6.99 for a dozen eggs. And you know what the communist solution is? It's that the president should snap his fingers and lower prices. That's what they say, because they're communists. And then when I was leaving, they had this washer fluid for your car, right? Not like $1.20. It was $1.20 like a minute ago. Now it's $3.59. See, that's $3.60. $3.59 for a gallon of blue washer fluid. That was $1. And honestly, I started talking to the ladies stocking the shelves because they had this. I kind of stopped buying Coca-Cola when they got all political. And I was buying some Dr. Pepper. I wanted to buy some Dr. Pepper. And I said, and there was a 6-pack of the bottles. And it was like $7.99 or something. And I said to the lady, what is with this, the stocking the shelves? I said, what is with this? This is like each bottle costs less at a 7-Eleven. What's going on? And she shook her head and rolled her eyes, and she looked at me. She said, I used to love working here. Now I hate working here. It was a giant food store. Giant food. Your regular kind of giant place. Yeah. But here the communists say that Joe Biden should just lower prices because there it is. That's a Trans Day of Vengeance. Fight back against far-right attacks, which are non-existent except in their delusional mental minds. The Democrat Party, they've organized and unionized the mentally ill, and it turns out there are a lot more of them than we had originally thought. We're at 888-630-9625.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Grammer. Wounded Warrior Project supports injured veterans by connecting them with fellow warriors, by serving them through mental health and wellness programs, and by empowering them to live on their own terms. No one should face a battle alone. Join us at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit get you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-826-9895. That's 800-826-9895. 800-826-9895.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6436. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6436. That's 800-575-6436. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Do you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes? Good news. There's a new way out. It's called the Fresh Start Initiative. Call U.S. Tax Shield. A+ rated with the BBB. 800-391-5063 for your free consultation and let U.S. Tax Shield protect you from the IRS. Tax Shield protect you from the IRS.
You found it, your dream home. The perfect square footage on a quiet street. The midtown condo with the amazing roof deck. The country house on some acreage. Or maybe it's a little bungalow on the beach. Whatever your dream looks like, First Bank offers personalized loan programs. Great rates and exceptional service every time for everyone. Dreams happen at First Bank. Learn more by visiting a local branch or go to localfirstbank.com/mortgage.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
When you sit in your home, do you realize how outdated it looks? You've got tired carpeting, mismatched furniture, and unusable spaces that need updating. Don't waste time driving for hours looking for ideas. Stop by the Home Center. See the professional staff at the Village Design Group. Let them guide you. Want to redesign, remodel, or renovate your place or need new furnishings? They put over 40 years experience to work to transform your home from ordinary to awesome. Check them out on the web at villagedesigngroup.com or go by the showroom at 15501 South, next to Zaxby's.
The best way to keep your lawn looking great is with a new Kubota or Grambly mower with special financing available from Kubota of Sanford. For over 30 years, Kubota of Sanford has offered sales, service, and parts for all your needs. To see the complete line of mowers and trailers from brands like Big Tex, Master Tow, and Diamond Cargo, visit Kubota of Sanford at 4127 Jefferson Davis Highway in Sanford, or give them a call at 919-292-6464.
At Heavenly Pines Jewelry, we are 3 generations of women that can customize the ring of your dreams or redesign family jewelry to fit your style while keeping the integrity of your loved one's piece. We also do in-house repairs, pearl restringing, appraisals, watch batteries, and free jewelry cleaning. Visit Heavenly Pines Jewelry located at 45 Dowd Circle in Pinehurst, across the street from the main post office, or call us today at 910-235-9086 for all your jewelry needs.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
All right, I'd like to go to the telephones. I've got a lot of, we got reparations for you because the Democrats are kleptocrats. Newsmax, I have more updates on Newsmax. Socialism kills. Let's go to Dan. Dan, the truck driver who listens to the stream off of WMAL, but normally listens to WLS in the greater Chicagoland area. And Dan is calling from Plainfield, Illinois. Daniel, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Good morning, Chris.
Hey, Dan.
I was listening to W today, and I heard that the Chicago Blackhawks were having a gay pride night. Well, they were afraid that the majority, or I don't know, half the team is Orthodox Christian and wouldn't want to wear the rainbow jersey, so they canceled that the team would have to mandatorily wear the rainbow jersey.
And now there is outrage throughout the land. Will it be a night of violence because the Democrat Party demands that the Blackhawks wear rainbow jerseys?
Yeah, I can only say, thank God, Orthodox Christians, at least they're holding their own. I mean, the rest of us, not too good, but we're hanging in there. So,
well, I mean, I got to tell you, we got to do better than hang in there, Dan. We got to push back with great force. This is the Blackhawks release statement about Pride Night. Why is there, and that means gay pride, doesn't mean American pride, all right? Let's have Pride Night, Daniel. Let's have Pride like we're proud to be Americans night. How about that?
God bless you, Chris. You're holding your own. And I also wanted to find out, when will the Politics and a Pint start?
Well, that's a good question. I'm talking to the nice people at WLS about another Politics and a Pint in the Chicagoland area. And I will update you as events warrant, as they say in Washington, D.C. Daniel, thank you for... Go ahead, Dan.
I'm sorry. I apologize. We're going through dead zones here. I do make my own beer if there's no hops or barley.
All right. I love people that make their own beer. I love that. First time I came across that was in Saudi Arabia. A lot of people make their own beer there. It's illegal, by the way. I got more on the Blackhawks coming up, too, and what they call Pride Night.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
Spend your afternoons with
Garage
the Sean
door broken?
Hannity Show.
If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate. Pines Funerals. Fry and Prickett, Kennedy, and Powell Funeral Homes, serving Carthage, Robbins, Southern Pines, and surrounding communities. Have you thought about pre-planning your final arrangements? At Pines Funerals, we're here to guide and assist our community's families through the pre-planning process. Visit pinesfunerals.com today to schedule a no-pressure, no-obligation appointment to ensure all of your questions are answered. That's pinesfunerals.com to see why more families prefer Pines.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
Appliances and more, now open at the old Sears location in Aberdeen. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps. Joe and I are the owners of Appliances and More. We're creating relationships and helping you make an informed buying decision is our business. All home appliances are up to 20% off, and we have an in-stock Take It Home Today program. We also offer delivery and installation. So please come by and see the new changes at Appliances and More in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
It's tax time
time again. And Carolina Power and Generators wants you to know that dependable power and whole home comfort is quite the return for a reasonable investment. And now through April 16th, invest in your investment with a new Generac whole home standby generator from Carolina Power and Generators and get a 10-year parts and labor warranty from Generac, which means your investment just became worry-free. Look, we've all seen firsthand how important reliable power is. And with a whole home standby generator, you'll have reliability at your fingertips. If the power goes out, your generator comes on automatically while you stay safe in the comfort of your home. Contact the generator guys today to see if you qualify for Generac's 10-year parts and labor warranty. And don't be left in the dark the next time there's a power outage. Power up today with a whole home standby generator from the generator guys at Carolina Power and Generators. Call now at 910-241-4677 or visit GeneracNC.com.
Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services is currently hiring for several positions. If you're an experienced asphalt supervisor, paver operator, roller operator, or mechanic, to apply, contact Seven Lakes Contracting at slcontractingllc.com to fill out a job application under the About Us section. All applicants must have 2 years experience or more in the asphalt industry and supply prior work references. Again, to apply, that's slcontractingllc.com.
If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m. here on WEEB. Your local weather forecast is brought to you by Sunbelt Service Pros. For professional service, call 910-944-2044. Anytime, day or night.
We'll see some clouds during the morning, but overall lots of sunshine on the way for us today. It is going to be breezy with winds gusting about 20 to 25 miles an hour. That's going to help to bring in some warmer weather this afternoon. Temperatures will be near 80 today. Then into tonight, mostly clear and mild with overnight temperatures near 60. For our Friday, near record territory with high temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
At 800-300-1634. That's 800-300-1634. Call now.
Now, boy, Dan brought up this topic, driving a truck in Illinois out of the greater Chicagoland area. And he pointed out that now let me say this first of all. The Democrats have declared the month of June, the entire month of June, June 1st to June 30th, to be what they call Pride Month. Pride in America? No, pride only means one thing to them. There's only one thing to be proud of, and that's LGBTQIAA P plus. And P has been added. Is P? Somebody told me that the P was pedophile. No reason to believe that except the front page story on the Washington Post today and practically every day. But, here's maybe we should send out this picture from the Washington Post with the little children that they have with their gay rally in Iowa of all places. And their kids were trying to assess these little girls with Amour and the rainbow colors. She may be 11 years old. And just don't say the Democrats are sexualizing children or grooming children or steering them toward a gay lifestyle or transgenderism. Because that's what the whole story is about by Annie Gowan on the front page of the Washington Post today. And then the little girl next to her with the frowny face, says, "Just let me love." You know what? If anyone loved you, they would go to prison of any gender. And there are only two, by the way. But it turns out this P, LGBTQIAP, AA, the plus, # asterisk, turns out the P is pansexual. I had to look it up today. And I think I found something at Yale at their website. P is pansexual. I'm like, well, aren't you pansexual if you're bisexual? Having sex with men and with women. whether you're a man or a woman. If you're having sex with men and women, aren't you pansexual? And no. See, that's not the correct answer, because there aren't two genders. That would be a binary choice, and they don't believe that there are two genders. They believe San Francisco, for example, more than 130 choices. Facebook, more than 50 choices and of genders, because the Democrat Party is mentally ill, the entire Democrat Party. And just don't say that they're grooming children. And then you show this picture is on the front page of the Washington Post below the fold. And they're attacking legislators in Iowa because they don't want child grooming in schools, in grammar schools. And if you oppose that, then you're a terrible bigot and a terrible person, and you have some kind of a phobia, an irrational fear. Legislators in the formerly purple state, now in the GOP corner, tee up a raft of bills on LGBTQ rights. That is to assume that it is a right to groom children in grammar school and to sexualize the children with an agenda, with a curriculum, with books, with, drag time story hour for kindergarten. This is the Democrat Party, and this is entirely in the mainstream. It's not like this is on the fringes. But back to hockey. All right, so LGBT Pride Month, just called Pride Month for short, is the month of June. Why, then, is the National Hockey League, which I think is a league of manly men. Are there any women playing hockey at this point? Any professional NHL hockey? I know there are women's hockey leagues, and hockey is a great game. It's an amazing game. And you want to stay in shape? There is no better way to stay in shape than hockey. It's unbelievable. But water polo, maybe. Water polo is great, too. But here is the hockey beast. The Blackhawks release new statement about Pride Night. Is it proud to be an American night? I'm thinking, explains why they won't wear rainbow-colored jerseys. They really have to explain that? That's, honestly. And the Athletic, Blackhawks will not wear pride jerseys for team's Pride Night on Sunday. Colon. They love their colons. Sources. You should never really have one word after the colon. And then Fox News has Blackhawks will not wear pride jerseys. That's what they're called. Due to safety concerns for Russian players. And that's what Dan was talking about, right? And this is kind of amazing. Team has worn pride uniforms in the past. Why? Is there a straight night in the NHL? And let me just say this, because I'm not gay. It's fine if you are. I could care less. Why do I have to keep hearing about it? You don't hear about me being straight every hour of every day. We're not out there screaming through bullhorns and, dragging children out with signs saying, just let me be straight. And amour is amour. Really? Amour is amour? That's, it's like Pepe Le Pew. Huh? Now, I mean, Seinfeld did do at least one episode about, was it one episode or two episodes? And they got this guy, Kramer, who's a liberal, and he ended up destroying his career by going up on stage and yelling the N-word again and again and again and again and again. And then somehow he lost his career because, Black Lives Matter, except for all the Black lives that don't matter to the Democrats. But, they send another check to Planned Parenthood and cull the herd. But Cosmo Kramer, I believe was his name, with the funny hair, Michael Richards, I think. And they had an episode where, there's like a cause, and everybody's supposed to be wearing the ribbon on their clothes.
Okay, you're checked in?
Yeah, thank you.
Here's your AIDS ribbon.
No, thanks.
You don't want to wear an AIDS ribbon?
No.
But you have to wear an AIDS ribbon.
I have to?
Yes.
Yeah, see, that's why I don't want to.
But everyone wears the ribbon. You must
Everyone
wear the
does.
ribbon.
You must.
What you are? You're a ribbon bully.
You have to wear it.
Come back here and put this on!
You have to wear it. Everybody's wearing it. That's exactly why I don't want to wear it. It kind of goes to Anthony Fauci the other day, doesn't it? With Republicans, they're going to have to be broken because they don't want to be told what to do. They're Hitler. Let's just be honest. They're Stalin, Hitler. What's the difference? I think Stalin had a better mustache and killed more people. But other than that, the Democrats. So, and Michael Richard, then they have the march, and he wants to go to the march, but he doesn't want to wear the ribbon because he doesn't want to be told what to do.
Hey, where's your ribbon? Oh, I don't wear it.
You don't wear the ribbon? Aren't you against AIDS?
Yeah, I'm against AIDS. I mean, I'm walking, aren't I? I just don't wear the ribbon.
Who do you think you are?
Put the ribbon on.
Hey, Cedric, Bob, this guy won't wear a ribbon.
He won't wear a ribbon. He's getting Cedric and Bob because Cosmo Kramer won't wear the ribbon. And now this is what's happening to the Chicago Blackhawks, which, by the way, have the coolest jerseys and the coolest logo, not just in hockey, but probably in professional sports. And haven't the Democrats come after the Blackhawks logo yet? It's an Indian chief for the headdress. And the Blackhawk Indians, named for the Blackhawk Indians. Just like the Blackhawk helicopter, named for the Blackhawk Indian tribe, U.S. military helicopter, all that good stuff.
Pride is back at the White House.
The pride is back at the White House. Well, I don't know. Ask your daughter. Leave her alone when she's in the shower, would you? Because it led to all kinds of sexual and drug issues and alcohol issues with your daughter that nobody talks about. Isn't it great to be a Democrat? Boy, it's like the Soviet Union around here. So the Chicago Blackhawks were slated to wear rainbow-colored warm-up jerseys on Sunday for the team's Pride Night. They just call it Pride Night. It's not Gay Pride Night. There's only one kind of pride, and trans means only one thing, not transition or transportation or transportation secretary, Pete Buttigieg. No, it means that you're changing your gender, which the Democrats have popularized far and wide. It's amazing. The Blackhawks, you see, have Russian players, and new Russian law, there's a new Russian law, has banned, quote, gay propaganda, end quote. And that's in Russia, see. And the team reportedly had conversations with security officials regarding the laws. The law made it illegal for Russians to promote or praise the LGBTQ lifestyle. See, but the Democrats love Russian authoritarianism. Blackhawks have 3 players with Russian heritage or have family in Russia. Defenseman Nikita Zaitsev and these 2 other Russian guys. And the NHL and several of its teams and players have come under fire in recent months for backing off on wearing pride uniforms, despite previously advertising such. Philadelphia Flyers, Ivan Povorov, I'm going to go with that. I don't really follow hockey these days, cited the Russian Orthodox religion in January as to why he did not join the team in wearing such jerseys. New York Rangers promoted its Pride Night in January, saying players would wrap Pride-themed tape. Where? You can't see it. That's kind of someplace you can't see it. On sticks. They're going to have gay sticks. They got the rainbow hockey sticks, as well as similar jerseys, but that plan was also nixed with no explanation. The same thing occurred with the Minnesota Wild earlier this month. Now, honestly, I've got to say, let's have National Pride Month and see how the left. Let's have National Pride Night in the NHL and see how the left. And everything will be draped in American flags, and it'll be great. It would be wonderful. And here, I got another one. Let's have pro-life night in the NHL. All right? Commie dogs. Let's have pro-life night. And we could have like mutilated baby tape wrapped around the sticks, around the edge of the blade of the stick. And that'd be real good. Pro-life night. Or we could have socialism kills night. Because you want to politicize absolutely everything and have political nights in every sport, then let's do it, by all means. Let's have, God Bless America night, American Pride night. Let's have Pride and Pro-Life night. Catholic Pride night. Let's do Catholic Pride night, okay? Socialism kills night. And we'll have, mid-game, during in between the periods, we can have events where, I got a couple of former Chinese, now American people for you today, talking about what they see happening in the United States of America. And this is a part of it, make no mistake. And, socialism kills night. And then let's have Stop Slavery in China night. What do you think? Crush Slavery in China night. And we're going to have LeBron James come out and make a speech on the ice after the second period of play. And he can, thank the slaves for making him wealthier than he ever could have imagined being, and for making his Nike shoes for him and putting money in his pocket so he can pay for the gas for his Gulfstream jet, which puts all that CO2 into the atmosphere and is killing the planet faster than, the minutes are ticking away and the planet is pretty much dead already. That's it. So China's just a few of my proposals for the NHL. All right. Pro-life night, socialism kills night, end slavery in China night, and I'm just scratching the surface. You guys could probably come up with a whole bunch more. All right, Michael. Let's take a phone call, because honestly, the NHL, and there they got their rainbow, because it is a sexual political cause. They've turned sexuality into politics, and can you say jamming it down your throat? Because and then the children, they're targeting the children in all the schools. And here's this I'm going to share this photograph, because this is the front page of the Washington Post photo, and we will share this with you today. This is why Republicans in Iowa are bad. All right, let's go to the phones. Let's go to Jim, calling from Rockville, Maryland, listening on WMAL. Jim, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Good morning, Chris. Like I told your caller, first and foremost, I want to thank WMAL and everybody there for what you do for Fisher House, okay? That your annual fundraiser drive, that's just fantastic. Hats off to you guys. Second, I happen to be a Vietnam vet, and of course, you were talking about Gay Pride Month, right?
Yeah.
And a couple of years ago, you probably remember a couple of years ago out here in Montgomery County, here in Rockville, they took down the
MIA-POW flag.
The WMIA flag at Veterans Plaza and put up a rainbow flag.
Yeah.
For the month.
Yeah.
And I was tolerant. Okay, I've been raised. I grew up. I got good genes for my folks. We were tolerant of just about everybody. But that was a nail in the coffin for me. I'm done with them.
Well, this is the left, Jim. This is what you were.
I know it. But and it really rubs me the wrong way for another reason. Is I happen to be a member of a representative of a national organization that deals with the families of the fallen. Okay. And can I mention the organization?
But of course you can.
Okay. Well, the organization is Honor and Remember. Okay. .org. And there's an Honor and Remember flag that we like to fly in honor of the fallen and for the families of the fallen, to let the families know that America hasn't forgotten.
Well, Jim, let me tell you, the Democrat Party has politicized everything, and they're politicizing the children and the schools, the grammar schools. They're sexualizing children in schools. They deny it. They lie about it all the time. Jim, you were sent to Vietnam to combat the spread of communism in Southeast Asia in the 1960s and the early 1970s. And, let me tell you something. I've got audio today from two different Chinese Americans who are sounding the alarm that what they're seeing here in the United States is an awful lot like what they escaped in the Maoist communist China. And that's coming up. Jim, saluting you, my friend.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-920-4487. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-920-4487. 800-920-4487. 800-920-4487.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
Serving more people, more places, 24/7. If your AC breaks down, we'll restore your indoor heaven. Installation or repair, one call will be there. It's your family, don't delay. Comfort's just a call away. We're Comfort Services.
Come visit the beautiful Comfort Services showroom. See our gas fireplaces, wood-burning fireplaces, electric fireplaces, and outdoor kitchen grills. Don't forget to have us schedule a service on your gas logs for peace of mind this winter. Stay comfy and cozy all season long by calling Comfort Services at 910-695-2665. That's 910-695-2665.
Comfort's just a call away. Comfort Services.
Hey, we've all been there. You're in the middle of something important. And then, boom, the power goes out. But what if it didn't? What if you skipped the candles and flashlights and just carried on with your day? With a Kohler generator, your power stays on, even when utility power goes out. So your food stays fresh, your home stays powered, and you stay happy.
Call Premier Power Generation at 910-295-3188.
Rogue Custom Coat, the Sandhills' premier firearms Cerakote applicator and firearms dealer, would like to invite everyone to their Customer Appreciation Day, April 15th from 10 until 2. Come browse their wide selection of guns, optics, ammo, and accessories while enjoying food, discounts on products, and giveaways. That's April 15th at Rogue Custom Coat, located at 1614 Hawkins Avenue in Sanford, or check out their Facebook page for more information.
Moore County, the heart of the Sandhills, your home and mine. I'm Richard Hudson, Moore County's congressman. There's nothing more important to me than delivering results for you, your family, and our region. That's why I've opened my main office right here in Southern Pines. We are ready to help you with the VA, Social Security, passports, or any other federal agency problem.
Congressman Richard Hudson wants to hear from you at his new office located at 340 Commerce Avenue, Suite 16 in Southern Pines. Congressman Hudson's office is open 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through Friday.
Make an appointment, visit hudson.house.gov, or dial 910-910-1924. It's an honor to serve you in Congress.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
And again, they have no sense of irony at the Washington Post. They also have a photograph of a woman draped in some sort of a cause flag, and they occupied, I guess, the rotunda of the state capitol in Des Moines, Iowa, for the We Say Gay rally, and it's children It's children. And the whole story is about how Republicans are peddling this falsehood that liberals are trying to sexualize children in schools. And here are the teachers bringing the children from schools to the Capitol for the We Say Gay rally. And there's one teenage girl has her queer sign, says, "We're queer, we're here, and get over it." Everybody's over it except you. You need help, not the rest of us. Let's go to the telephones, Michael. Let's go to Harlow, listening on the WMAL stream on the app, calling out of Kansas City, Missouri, my old stamping grounds. Hey, Harlow.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I just want to make a quick point on the effect of wokeness on professional sports, these teams that have surrendered to it. The Kansas City Chiefs have won 2 Super Bowls. The Washington football team / Commanders have won 0. The Atlanta Braves have won a World Series. The Cleveland Guardians, I don't believe, have won any in 400 years or something like that. And I would just love to see this trend continue. And maybe we could have like a woke versus non-woke tournament sometime when there's enough of them. I'm wondering how long it will be and what kind of contract you'd have to offer someone to play for the Unix, because it's really only a matter of time before somebody does that. But
we could have the Stupid Bowl.
Yes.
Honestly, it's completely. I have T-shirts, Harlow, at the Chris Plant Store, and coffee mugs that just say "Remember Normal." And I got to tell you, the Democrat Party is pushing normal farther and farther away from all of us. And the Democrat Party no longer represents anything resembling normal, do they, Harlow?
No, it's tragic, and I wish I could say it's going to stop. I'm losing hope, but you are my hope. Keep out there and beat that drum.
Oh, thank you, buddy. Thanks, Harlow. Listen, the Democrats, the left, I've been talking about this for years. They've secured information dominance, and like Malcolm X said, the media has the power to make the innocent guilty and the guilty innocent. Look, they got Joe Biden elected to the presidency over Donald Trump. Joe Biden can't stand up straight or string a sentence together. They got that carbuncle head who's now in an iron lung on life support. Fetterman elected over a TV star who's a heart surgeon.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm Jeremy House. The Manhattan grand jury investigating former President Trump for alleged hush money payments in 2016 is scheduled to reconvene later today. Its regularly scheduled Wednesday session was unexpectedly called off by the Manhattan DA. The Trump political team is facing the possibility of running a presidential campaign and dealing with a criminal trial at the same time. White House correspondent Greg Clugston reports from New York.
If the grand jury and DA here in Manhattan decide to indict the former president, Trump aides will have their hands full. The president writes in an email to supporters that no matter what happens, the 2024 campaign will go on. He's already trying to turn a possible indictment into a political advantage, but the campaign could face some logistical challenges as it navigates the political calendar and a legal process at the same time. Greg Clugston, New York.
At a White House briefing yesterday, National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said Russia's trying to falsely equate munitions that contain depleted uranium with nuclear weapons.
There have been health studies done on depleted uranium munitions. It is not a radioactive threat. It is not anywhere close to going into the nuclear realm. That's why I said it, described it earlier as a stake through a straw man. This is a commonplace type of munition that is used particularly for its armor-piercing capabilities.
Kirby was responding to a warning from Russia that the West risks further escalation in Ukraine after the British government announced it's providing depleted uranium munitions to Ukraine. The CEO of TikTok is making a high-profile appearance today before a U.S. congressional committee to make the case for why the hugely popular video-sharing app shouldn't be banned. On Wall Street, the Dow's ahead 240 points. More on this.
NCN News. I'm Mike Riley. Breaking news. Multiple people were injured in a school bus crash in Burke County this morning. The State Highway Patrol said they found the bus had gone off the right side of the road and hit a tree. A man was arrested in Johnston County when he brought a gun to school. Nate Saunders has that.
Police say at around 12:30 p.m. on Wednesday, 21-year-old Ubaldo Perez went through a weapons detection scanner at Clayton Middle School, and the system alerted for a possible weapon. A school resource officer found a Glock 9mm handgun in Perez's waistband. He was arrested for having a weapon on school grounds and carrying a concealed weapon.
Just hours after Russia and China discussed a peace proposal for Ukraine, Moscow unleashed a new wave of deadly attacks. Drones struck a town near Kyiv. One of the drones struck the building where this couple lived.
I felt the temperature of my body going up so much that I thought I would burn alive.
We are waiting to see if a Manhattan grand jury will decide to indict former President Donald Trump. Sources tell CBS News their work is nearly done. CBS News chief election campaign correspondent Robert Costa.
According to sources, the former president, huddling with advisors in Florida, has remained defiant and is considering holding a news conference outside the court in New York if he's indicted. A possibility that, along with protests, has sparked security concerns.
House Bill 347 on sports betting passed through the House Commerce Committee. Sports betting expert Chaz McDonald tells WGHB.
If all we do is talk about the actual tax on sports betting, I think we're missing a lot of the point. One thing, though, it's impossible to calculate are the income taxes. There's a significant amount of folks that are going to win.
More than 50 black farmers came to Raleigh to lobby lawmakers for more funding in the state budget. Person County Representative Ray Jeffers.
Small farmers of all races must diversify to maintain viable farming operations, and we will focus on markets, supportive organizations that supply technical assistance.
You're listening to NCN News.
Take control and make sure you're up to date on your COVID-19 vaccines. If your last COVID-19 vaccine was before September 2022, you're due for an updated dose. COVID-19 can still pose serious risks, and vaccines are our best protection. Protect yourself, your family, and community by staying up to date with your COVID-19 vaccines, along with your routine doctor's visits. Visit myspot.nc.gov to find a safe and effective vaccine.
Getting older and wiser is a part of life. But like all things, aging has its challenges, and it's often hard to know where to turn for answers. Listen to the AARP Without Limits podcast to get the best information to navigate the challenges of aging in North Carolina. Learn how to live your best life after 50. You can find the latest episodes of AARP Without Limits wherever you listen to your podcasts.
Lee Christian School is now enrolling for preschool through 12th grade, an alternative to public schools. Lee Christian takes great pride in teaching quality academics while instilling biblical principles in students' lives. With a 16-to-1 student-teacher ratio and a 95% college acceptance rate, Lee Christian School is committed to your child's future. Tuition assistance is available. And for more information on enrollment, visit leechristian.org or call 919-708-5115 today.
We'll see some clouds during the morning, but overall lots of sunshine on the way for us today. It is going to be breezy with winds gusting about 20 to 25 miles an hour. That's going to help to bring in some warmer weather this afternoon. Temperatures will be near 80 today. Then into tonight, mostly clear and mild with overnight temperatures near 60. For our Friday, near record territory with high temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
The Chris Plant Show is sponsored by Sandy Ridge Memory Care and Assisted Living in Candor, a place for compassionate care. Call 910-974-4162.
You know, I literally, as my sister would say, I wrote the violence against women act with my own paw.
I'm sorry, what? Said some SEAL was already clapping before his non-thought had finished. It's different being a Democrat. It is very different indeed.
You know, I literally, as my sister would say, I wrote the violence against women act with my own paw.
Yeah, I have absolutely no idea what he's talking about. Yeah, but he's getting applause from some maroon anyway. Truly. Joe Biden approval rating dips near his lowest point ever in the Associated Press NORC poll. The AP reports, and it's because he's a maroon, honestly, as Bugs Bunny used to say. Well, the Associated Press has the story near his lowest point, not quite his lowest point. But the approval rating for Joe Biden has dipped slightly, they write, since a month ago, nearing the lowest point of his presidency, and his administration tries to project a sense of stability. While, unstable people can't really project stability very well. While confronting a pair of bank failures and inflation that remains stubbornly high. You saw that they raised interest rates again yesterday, 1/4 point, and the Washington Post is praising it. They're very excited by this. Fed lifts interest rates again. They lifts it makes it sound good. Lifted. Oh, something lifted. That's good, right? Now you raise interest rates. Maintains policy to fight inflation. How's that working? Because I don't know if that's going real. Banking meltdown. Also expected to cool economy. But there's a banking meltdown, but I read in yesterday's Washington Post that there was no banking meltdown. You guys lie so much, I just don't know. But it's pretty amazing.
What a maroon. What an ignoramus.
Also on the front page of the Washington Post, just across from that, above the fold, organ network in line for overhaul. Yesterday I was reading the story from the Washington Post about how the Democrats are harvesting organs from the Midwest and stealing them, for people in California and New York. Turns out that's what they're doing. It's very different being a Democrat. Being a Democrat is very different. Because the lobbyists in New York and in California, they pushed for a change to the way that organs are distributed, donated organs, and Democrats will soon be killing people to get fresh organs. It's pretty amazing. But the Washington Post had the story as absurd as it seemed, that new liver rules lead to wasted organs. And they got another story on it kind of related to that today. Number of life-saving transplants plummets under Joe Biden. But Joe Biden and the Democrats are never mentioned in the story because they're not Trump. And everything that goes wrong on a Republican's watch is the responsibility of the Republican. Everything goes wrong on a Democrat's watch is something that the state needs to fix, and they're doing a great job of it. And then, of course, they never do. They make it worse. But the Washington Post says that it's pretty amazing that the new rules requiring donated livers, you never know, Michael, you might need a new liver someday. I know, I've seen how you behave when you're out and about. The new rules for donated livers to be offered for transplant hundreds of miles away have benefited patients in New York and California more than they have in a dozen other states, and mostly poor states, you see, with higher death rates from liver disease. But the states that benefit are California and New York, and they explain later in the story that there were lobbyists in New York and California that pushed for changes to the rules. But the states that are not benefiting, you see, all but one of them, Southern and Midwestern, Alabama, Louisiana, Kansas, North Carolina, South Dakota, Iowa, those states are having the livers stolen from them. They're being sent to New York and California because, Democrats. And honestly, this is the left. These are not liberals. This is the left. This is a very different thing. And the story said that, New York and California, whose transplant industry, they have an industry, New York and California transplant industry officials lobbied for the new policy. And they logged the highest number of liver transplants in more than a decade, see, in New York and California. Isn't that great? Just wonderful. And the new system called Acuity Circles policy, because that doesn't mean anything. So that's the way George Orwell would want it. Honestly, this is amazing stuff. Has nearly doubled the median distance livers are transported. That's because they're going from the South and the Midwest to New York and California. Increased transport costs and coincided with the highest number of wasted livers in nearly a decade. See? 1 in 10 donated livers is, goes the way of Portnoy's complaint. I guess they serve them for dinner instead. This is pretty amazing stuff. And today's story, also on the front page, and again, no mention of Biden or the Democrats or anybody being responsible, because the Washington Post is not a newspaper. It is toilet paper, and it's a rag that serves at the pleasure of the Democrat Party, which is what fascism is all about. The Twitter and Facebook on the lead up to Election Day, the CIA and the 51 intelligence officials, the FBI and the Justice Department elbowing Twitter and Facebook to prevent the distribution of a true story that was detrimental to Joe Biden on the lead up to Election Day. We're living in an increasingly fascist universe in the United States of America. So today, the Organ Network in line for overhaul, and Lenny Bernstein. Lenny Bernstein, I love his music. He was the conductor of the, oh, that's not Leonard Bernstein. It's no relation. The government announced plans Wednesday. The government, it doesn't even say which. It's just the state, the federal government, the Biden administration. No mention of Biden anywhere in it. The government announced plans Wednesday, that's yesterday, to overhaul the troubled U.S. organ transplant system, including breaking up the monopoly power of the nonprofit organization that has run it for the past 37 years. Now, this goes on and on, but nearly 104,000 Americans are on waiting lists for organs, most of them kidneys. 22 people die each day awaiting transplants. But the thing that they reveal in this story that's most important is that yesterday's story on liver transplants, they're wasting 1 in 10. In this story, they're wasting a lot more than that, As I read through you have to go into paragraph number 125 or something before you find, in 2020, the year 2020, 21.3% of procured kidneys were not transplanted, according to the Scientific Registry for Transplant Recipients. Doing a heck of a job there. And that's the lead. Right? That's the lead. But you find it near the bottom of this lengthy story that covers a half page on page 7 today. And this is your Democrat Party at work. They, boy, oh boy, oh boy. Just amazing. But they raised interest rates yesterday, and that's bad for everyone and bad for the economy. But they're telling us that it's good. It's real good. Because I think they're afraid that Joe Biden might turn them into ears of corn and send them into the cornfield. Something like that. So the Federal Reserve is sticking with its fight against inflation. That's the lead sentence in the Washington Post by Rachel Siegel, a liberal Democrat, typing on behalf of her party at the Washington Post and being paid by one of the richest men in the history of the world, Jeff Bezos. The Federal Reserve is sticking with its fight against inflation, confident that a massive government intervention to stabilize the banking system has averted a crisis. But, you notice how they talk out of both sides of their mouth on that at the same time, that there's no crisis, there's nothing to see here, it's just these banks, there's no problem. People shouldn't go around saying that. You're just spreading a conspiracy theory. Should probably have your free speech rights taken away and your Second Amendment rights too. Just amazing. So that's look at the positive spin Rachel Siegel and the Washington Post are giving it there. The Federal Reserve is sticking with its fight against inflation. Yay! Captain Ramius has scared the Americans out of the water. Confident, that's a positive word. That a massive government intervention, they think that's positive. To stabilize, that's a good word. The banking system has averted crisis. They've averted crisis. This is the lead sentence of the Washington Post piece. It is like North Korea at the Washington Post. Boy. The central bank raised its benchmark interest rate by 0.25 percentage point Wednesday, signaling that high inflation continues to pose a threat to the economy, as the job market and price increases aren't returning to normal as quickly as policymakers expected. That's because they're leftists and they're wrong about everything. The people that they talk to at the Washington Post. Just amazing. Officials believe the bank turmoil should slow the economy down too, in the same way that rising interest rates does. So they're slowing the economy down. This is amazing. And what they're really upset about is that the Blackhawks aren't going to be wearing rainbow jerseys on Pride Night in the NHL, the National Hockey League, because they're concerned that, Russia being run by leftists, that their families will be killed or something, because communists, how communists are. They kill everybody and steal everything and destroy everything. Speaking of which, we have a couple of audio from a couple of people that I'd like to share with you. I like we got Monty Python on the screen. I see. Let's go to because I was watching the television this morning, and there was a gentleman on who escaped communist China. He escaped communist China, and it's kind of an amazing thing. I know that Ron DeSantis also talked to Piers Morgan about communist China as well. But let's get back to him later. Let's talk to Bob Fu, who is the Bob Fu, F-U, is his name. He escaped communist China and now lives in the United States, and he's a proud American. And he's the president of an organization called China Aid. China Aid. He tries to aid Christians in communist China, where they're treated even worse than they are here. You know, like a high school coach wants to take a knee and pray after a football game, and he's got to go all the way to the Supreme Court because the Democrats are trying to burn down his house. That's the thing. Here's Bob Fu, born and raised in China, talking about the way that the left has used COVID, which came from China, here in the United States.
I was born, raised, educated under communist China. I just observed striking similarities during this COVID dictatorship time between China, of course, even the United States of America. I find we are really, in America, descending into a very dark kind of reality that somehow those mayors and governors all of a sudden became little emperors, and also the media has become an ideological tool to do propaganda with one side of the extreme leftist agenda.
This man is the emperor of common sense. He sees everything that's going on with perfect clarity. He's 100% right, and I have more from Bob Fu on this topic, that he sees our country descending into a dark reality, and the media is nothing more than a propaganda tool of the left in the United States of America. He escaped communist China, and he is warning us here. He's sounding the alarm that the Democrat Party has essentially become the Maoist revolution, the People's Revolution in communist China. And I've got more from Bob. Hey, listen up. Have you heard about the Fed's sinister plan to control your money? It's called Executive Order 14067. Biden has already signed it, and it's going to implement the digital dollar. This is just the largest attack on our privacy and freedom in decades, and now the government can track your spending, determine what and where you can and will spend. So act now. Protect your retirement savings with physical gold. This timeless asset will protect your privacy and ensure the government can't track your wealth and where you spend your money. With a simple IRS loophole, you can convert your retirement savings into gold and silver, protect your wealth tax-free. Listen, I trust American Alternative Assets, and you should too. They've got an A+ accreditation with the Better Business Bureau. So call 877-3-USA-GOLD. Call them today and get your free wealth protection guide. Again, call American Alternative Assets at 877-387-2465 to secure your free gold and silver guide today. 877-387-2465. Call today. Individual results may vary. There's no guarantee that past performance will be indicative of future results. Yeah. Now, there's more from people who know. And listen, I talk to people on this show frequently who have escaped communist countries and come to the United States. And every single one of them that I speak to, and I know a number of people personally that have escaped communist countries, and they will all tell you that what we're smelling here, what the Democrat Party is doing here, under the guise of this and that, is exactly what they escaped. I've got more coming up.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
Do you want to know what's trending now? You can defer payments of a full NetSuite implementation for 6 months. No payments and no interest for 6 months. This is a big deal. NetSuite by Oracle has never made an offer like this in its 22 years as the leading cloud financial system. 33,000 companies have already upgraded to NetSuite, gaining visibility and control over their financials, inventory, HR, e-commerce, and more. Everything they need to reduce manual processes, boost efficiency, build forecasts, and increase productivity across every department. In fact, almost 90% of finance leaders agree that NetSuite helps them reduce manual data entry time. Whether your business generates millions or hundreds of millions of dollars, take advantage of this special financing offer of no payments or interest for 6 months at netsuite.com/gain. That's netsuite.com/gain. netsuite.com/gain.
It's March, and you know what that means? Taxes are almost due. Jackson Hewitt can help you win tax season. That's the sound of your maximum tax refund. The sound of getting 50% off tax prep. The sound of many of our competitors' prices going up. And the sound of getting to your nearest Jackson Hewitt. Hurry in for 50% off tax prep before this offer expires April 9th. Limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2, have a plan to get there. Step 3, make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all three with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
My name is Ward Rowland. A good insurance agent has to put the needs of his clients first. As a law enforcement officer, I spent 11 years protecting and serving my community. It is my honor and privilege to serve Moore County and North Carolina residents with their insurance needs. Come in today or call 910-725-0915. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Moore County, home to historic Yadkin Road, majestic pine forest, and a deep-rooted community. And as part of the Cooper Ford family, they live here, shop here, share their faith here, and support the causes you care about. Cooper Auto Choice is locally and family owned. So if you're in the market for a pre-owned vehicle, you have a choice. Cooper Auto Choice, just down the street from Red's Corner on Broad Street in Southern Pines. To learn more, call 910-725-1111 or visit CooperAutoChoice.com.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
I am telling you, man. Crazy out there, these people. And yes, they're coming for your children. They're coming for your children in schools, and they're sexualizing the children, and they're doing it with the LGBTQ rainbow, and it's on the front page of the Washington Post. And no sense of irony. They have the pictures of the kids at the We Say Gay rally and the kids at the, this and the that. And then the whole story is about how they're not doing what they're showing in the pictures. And they're so shameless. They've become so brazen in the big lie that they show you the pictures of the children at the rainbow rally saying, I just want to have sex with people and I'm 9 years old. And then if you say, well, that's inappropriate, you're sexualizing the children, they scream at you that you're an anti-LGBTQ bigot. No, we're trying to, when you're an adult, you can, do whatever you want. Go to Tijuana and star in a donkey show. Do whatever you want. But leave the kids out of it. And if you say that, then again, the media, because you're the villain of the story. It's kind of an amazing thing. I'm going to get back to the communists, the escaped communists, the people that escaped communist China, telling the truth about what's going on in the United States of America. And again, the story is on the front page of the Washington Post yesterday and today that the Democrats are stealing organs from the South and the Midwest and sending them to California and to New York, where they're wasting between 10 and 20% of the donated organs, more than 10% of the livers, more than 20% of the kidneys. This is the Democrat Party running the organ transplant, but they're getting them in California and New York. And in the Midwest and the South, people are the big losers there. It's quite amazing, isn't it? Yes, it is. And that's okay. In China, we were talking about this yesterday as well, they steal organs. They cut organs out of prisoners. First they throw, because it's China, they're communists. I don't know if you're familiar with communism, but I've got some audio for you coming right up. They take prisoners who they throw in gulags, and it's forced labor, and they got the Uyghurs, an ethnic and religious minority that make gym shoes for LeBron James so he can drive another Rolls Royce, and which are really nice cars, by the way. And, that's okay, and fly around in a Gulfstream jet. But he loves slavery as long as it's today and it benefits him. That's the Democrat Party. I use LeBron James because he's kind of a typical hypocrite Democrat. And, maybe the NBA should have No Slavery in China Day and wear a freedom ribbon of some kind. Do they have those?
This is the Chris Plant Show.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals wants to remind you that as the seasons change, it's important to keep up the plumbing basics to avoid cold weather damage. Things like disconnecting your water hoses and storing them in a dry place, or simply insulating pipes that are exposed to the elements. Simple precautions like these can prevent winter weather nightmares.
Hi, this is John Cole. If you've got a plumbing problem, don't just call a plumber, call a professional at 910-639-4933.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
Do you feel safe? Can you protect yourself or your family if crime threatens you? It is time to get prepared with a carry conceal permit. Don't procrastinate. Get your carry conceal permit from Bear Arms and protect yourself, your family, and your property before crime finds you. Sign up for classes now at BEAREARMS.com or call them at 910-691-8728.
For more than 30 years, Kubota of Sanford has offered sales, service, and parts for all your needs. Come join them at their spring open house, April 14th and 15th. See their wide selection of Kubota and Gravely tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, construction equipment, and trailers from brands like Big Tex, Master Tow, and Diamond Cargo. That's April 14th and 15th at Kubota of Sanford, located at 4217 Jefferson Davis Highway in Sanford, or call them at 919-292-6464.
Are you interested in protecting your assets from market volatility, rising taxes, and economic uncertainty? Then tune in to Retire 360 with Dwight Mejan to learn how you can protect and grow your hard-earned money. Retire 360, Sundays at 3 p.m. right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB.
Protect your hard-earned money today at retire360show.com.
You've invested a lot in your firearm. Why not protect the investment from the elements and corrosion with a custom Cerakote finish from Rogue Custom Coat, the Sandhills' premier firearms Cerakote applicator and firearms dealer. They offer a wide selection of guns, optics, ammo, accessories, and cleaning services. Visit Rogue Custom Coat at 1614 Hawkins Avenue in Sanford or online at roguecustomcoat.com. And check out their Facebook page for more information.
Moore County, the heart of the Sandhills, your home and mine. I'm Richard Hudson, Moore County's congressman. There's nothing more important to me than delivering results for you, your family, and our region. That's why I've opened my main office right here in Southern Pines. We are ready to help you with the VA, Social Security, passports, or any other federal agency problem.
Congressman Richard Hudson wants to hear from you at his new office located at 340 Commerce Avenue, Suite 16 in Southern Pines. Congressman Hudson's office is open 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Make an appointment, visit hudson.house.gov or dial 910-910-1924. It's an honor to serve you in Congress.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
American Water Treatment has grateful customers, and this is one of them, Allison Burlingame in Southern Pines. Allison, what was the problem that caused you to call American Water Treatment?
After a water analysis purchasing our farm, they were able to give me an economical and corrective solution to adjusting the water quality at my home.
So how did that work out?
Great. The water quality in my home is better than the bottled water from the store. My laundry is cleaner, my skin and hair is softer. I've even become a bit of a water snob because I prefer to bottle my own water at home, which saves me time and money. I would not hesitate to recommend American Water Treatment to anyone who has issues with their water.
Call American Water Treatment at 910-944-3140 and ask for the Water Guys, or check the yellow pages under water. 910-944-3140.
We'll see some clouds during the morning, but overall lots of sunshine on the way for us today. It is going to be breezy with winds gusting about 20 to 25 miles an hour. That's going to help to bring in some warmer weather this afternoon. Temperatures will be near 80 today. Then into tonight, mostly clear and mild with overnight temperatures near 60. For our Friday, near record territory with high temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
So Bob Fu, who escaped communist China and now lives in the United States, is very, very concerned about what he's seeing here in the United States. He's the president of China Aid. He was born and raised in China, of course. And he talked about how the left used the COVID, which came out of Wuhan, China, where they have the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and how the left here, the mayors, he said, became little emperors. And he said he believes the United States is descending into a dark reality. It's true, with the United States is the target of the left, and the entire world will slip into another dark age if the left is successful at sinking the United States. Talked about how the media, the American fake news media, the corrupt news media, so filthy, rotten, corrupt, such a disgrace. This is what they do with freedom of the press, just a disgrace. He said that the media is just a propaganda arm of the Democrat Party, which is now part of the international left. Those are my words, not Bob Fu's, but I'm sure that he would agree. Bob Fu is, he's very concerned about what he's watching in the United States of America.
That's very worrisome to me, and we cannot really make our exceptionalist, constitutional democracy into this communist style of governance. That's worried me to the most.
He's concerned that he's talking about American exceptionalism and our constitutional republic, and saying that the constitutional republic and our freedoms cannot coexist. American exceptionalism cannot coexist when you have what is effectively a thinly veiled communist regime with tiny dictators across the land, from mayors and governors, and they're dictatorial, they're authoritarian in their orientation, and Bob Fu recognizes it. I recognize it. I studied this stuff, and boy, I got to tell you, there was a story just a couple of days ago about the high school coach, football coach, right, who dared to kneel after football games because he's a Christian man, and he was taken all the way to the Supreme Court by the Democrat Party because they wanted to deny him his right to pray privately in public, and but just by himself. I'm going to take a knee. I'm going to say a little prayer. Leave me alone for that, and everything will be fine. But no, they couldn't leave him alone. They had to persecute him, prosecute him, and try to bankrupt him by making him spend his way out of the case brought by the anti-religious left. Right? And it's been an amazing story to follow. The high school coach who just wanted to say a prayer, and he finally had his job reinstituted just the other day. It's completely nuts because the left here in the United States is anti-Christian. They're anti-religious because communists believe that the state is God. It was just yesterday, high school football coach reinstated after winning $1.7 million settlement. That's the good news. And the Washington Post didn't cover it. The CNN didn't cover it. The Supreme Court ruled 6-3 in favor of Kennedy getting his job back. Guess who the three are? Right? One of them doesn't know what a woman is. This is your Democrat Party. Joseph Kennedy was terminated from his high school football coaching position after he continued to conduct post-game prayers with students. Kennedy is now set to receive $1.7 million after the Bremerton School Board in Washington State accepted a settlement. Should have gotten $50 million, $120 million. He will also get his job back starting this upcoming season. See, these are, this is what fascism is. This is what the communists do. And it's recognizable to people that fled communism. Here is Bob Fu on that very subject.
We have seen, of course, the persecuted church in China, as you just shown, every day. Many of my friends, are arrested and serving 5 years, 7 years, 9 years imprisonment for simply preaching the gospel and organize a peaceful worship service every Sunday.
And Coach Kennedy is expected to go back, Bremerton, resume his duties as a football coach. But it had to go all the way to the Supreme Court, and the three leftist radicals on the Supreme Court. They got one who doesn't know what a woman is. They got Jake LaMotta sitting next to her, and they're undemocratic. They're anti-democratic. They're un-American. They're anti-American. They don't believe in the Bill of Rights. They believe in the hobnailed boot of the state, stomping on your face forever. All right. Here is Bob Wu, what he's worried about, what he sees going on in the United States of America, and how it parallels communist China.
All of a sudden, we could not tolerate the worship. If you are in defiance of a little emperor, mayor, or governor's ordinance, and who would order you how and when, where to worship. So this is certainly the most worrisome thing. I feel that America is unfortunately, including Canada and other European countries, are coming to this point of active discrimination and perhaps persecution on the door.
He escaped communist China. He came to the United States. He's terrified by what he's seeing here. I have two neighbors that live in my building that escaped the Soviet Union, Jewish, and they love America, and they love Ronald Reagan, and they're the greatest Americans you're going to meet anywhere. And they've been warning me since Barack Obama started on the campaign trail that they saw it coming from, the smiling face. It's, fascism comes with a smiley face, right? That's a fact. Let's go to G. Van Fleet. G. Van Fleet, who I'm proud to say I met at CPAC recently and had a nice conversation with G. Van Fleet and her friend. Also an immigrant from communist China. As a child, she lived through the Maoist Cultural Revolution, which is Marxism and Maoism, and it's all the same thing. And, the difference between living under the Nazis and living under the Soviets was the flag. That was the difference. And they're back, and they're repackaging authoritarianism and totalitarianism here in the United States of America. And they're after your children in more ways than one. Here's the wonderful, great American G. Van Fleet on the topic that Bob Fu is talking about.
I just want to let the American people know that what's going on in our school and in our country is really a replay of the Cultural Revolution in China. And I want people to see there's similarities, and the similarities are terrifying. They use the same ideology and same methodology, even the same vocabulary, and with the same goal. The ideology is cultural Marxism, and we were divided into groups as oppressor and oppressed. And here we use race, and there they use class. And the people here who have a different review were labeled racist. But in the Cultural Revolution, the label is counter-revolutionary. So it is a hat that fits all. And once the hat is on your head, your life is ruined.
And that's the price you will pay. The party will destroy you. They'll destroy your family. They'll destroy your business. They'll take away your income and your livelihood because it's neo-cultural authoritarianism. And they have secured information dominance and cultural dominance in the United States of America. It is something that, we should all be sounding the alarm. But we don't have a legitimate news media in this country. We have a bunch of semi-literate, unintelligent, ill-informed leftists who pretend to be legitimate journalists. One of the reasons I had to leave that illustrious business so I could just tell the truth unvarnished. This is an extraordinary era in the United States of America. It honestly is. And I'm hopeful that someday we will look back on this and remember it as a terrible era. The Democrats love to point at the era of McCarthyism, like, 3 Hollywood communists had to change their names to keep writing movies, which is about all that happened. And they were communists, by the way. And it was during a time when the communists were actively murdering tens of millions of people in China, in Eastern Europe, and throughout the world. And they didn't mind the communists in America. They're like, no, I'm still with them. I'm still with them. The Dorothy Parker. You could take if you took all the women at Yale and laid them end to end, I wouldn't be a bit surprised. Something like that. All right, let's go to the telephones, Michael. Let's go to Al calling from Northern Virginia. Al, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hey, Chris. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, Al.
As I was told you before, I grew up in Nicaragua when the communists took over. And they're here. The January 6th prisoners are nothing more than political prisoners for standing up to a crooked government. It is shameful that's going on with them. It is infuriating, but they are nothing more than dissidents of the government. Therefore, they must be crushed in every way. Their families must be crushed. They'll be found not guilty of much, but the process is the punishment. They're here. And that's why they're so adamant about taking guns away. Because every communist government, how many times have we said this? One of the first things they do is go after guns because people can't defend themselves. It's disgusting. It's going to come to a head. I'm begging people that are in power, stop it. Because the end, it's not pretty. I'm truly scared for this country. I came here 30-some years ago for the American dream, and I don't feel like my son has the same opportunities that I did because of this government, these communists. It's really quite terrible what's going on.
It is, and I thank you for calling. Now, what have you been doing here for the last 30 years, Al?
Well, I've been working. I proudly serve this country. I am a proud American citizen, and I will die a proud American citizen. I work hard. I pay taxes. I try to raise a fine young man to love his country. Not the disgusting thing these communists are going with, taking kids and warping their minds, turning them against parents. That's a key factor in this whole battle is kids being turned against their parents through the schools, through colleges. Parents, you have to be aware of what's going on. You have to fight it every day. You have more influence on your kids than you could ever imagine. And that's why the family is antithesis of what these people want. They want complete control of society. They want to control your health care. They want to control the gas stoves, for God's sakes. How communist can you possibly get where you want to control somebody's gas stove? I don't understand how we as American peoples are not seeing what's going on. It's mind-boggling. This is the replay of 1979 when the communists took over Nicaragua and destroyed everybody's lives. Thank God my mother brought us here, because I don't know what I can imagine. I would be my standard of living would not be very good if I'm even still alive. But these communists are here. They're at the libraries. They're at the school PTAs. They're everywhere. It has to stop one way or the other. And and again, I have seen the violence the communists bring. I'm asking people to please understand what's going on, because you do not want that. You do not want me. You got to stop calling me a criminal because I want my son to grow up as a man. Because if you're going to keep calling me a criminal, I'm going to be just as good a criminal as I am a law-abiding citizen. And there's a lot of people like me. There's a lot of people who are a lot younger than me who have this fire in them that they don't know what they're messing with. And I'm begging them for them to stop. But they're not going to, because they're all power-hungry sickos.
Yeah.
That's all they want is more power, more power, more power.
Yeah.
They don't want to tell you what to do, what to wear. I mean, I lived through it. I have lived through it. It is not good. It is unpleasant. It is overbearing.
Yeah.
They have to stop.
God bless you, Al. And you said you served your country. What did you mean by that?
The United States of America. This is my country. Now, does that mean that I disown my Hispanic heritage? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. My son knows who he is. He knows he's half Nicaraguan, but America comes first. And Americans should come first. God bless the people of Ukraine. I know what it's like to be in war, both a little bit as a soldier and also a civilian. But you know what? All those billions can be used for people here in America. We have cities that are dying in this country, and yet all of a sudden we have billions of dollars to send overseas. I don't care who it's going to. I really don't.
Yeah.
That money is our tax dollar that needs to be spent in this country. And if that makes me a racist, I don't care.
No, it's okay. Ukrainians are white. You can say whatever you want about them. Al, God bless you, Al, and thank you for calling in. It's great to hear your voice.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Al. This is, a Cuban baseball player defected the other day to escape the glories that Michael Moore said were more desirable than the United States of America. The left is mentally ill. How could you be a leftist if you know anything about history at all? If you like slavery and mass murder, then you should like leftism. Otherwise, probably not. So here we are. It's March already, almost a quarter of the way through the year. How did that happen? It's time to reflect on how your New Year's resolutions are going. Maybe you want to eat better, exercise more, improve your overall health. People who have discovered 120 Life are doing just that with proven ingredients like tart cherry, cranberry, pomegranate juices. 120 Life can help lower high blood pressure me, high blood pressure without the side effects. Don't know if you have high blood pressure? It's important to get checked out so you can take action if you need to. You know, you can reduce your sodium intake. Getting more sleep helps. Lots of ways to take control of your blood pressure, natural ways. As for me, listen, I drink a bottle of 120 Life every day. Had it this morning, delicious. Helps keep me energized and my blood pressure in check too. Energized, me? Go to 120life.com. That's 120life.com and order their 2-week trial pack. Use the code CHRIS to save 15% because you hang with me. If it doesn't work for you, you get your money back, guaranteed. So go ahead and order it now. 120 Life. We need more stuff like this on the planet Earth. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. The product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Yeah, Al, I know Al. He wasn't even telling his whole story there. I've spoken to Al before. He's a proud American, a great American, kind of American we need more of. And, you know, we need fewer Bernie Sanders and Ilhan Omars and a lot more Als. I'll tell you that much. We are at 888-630-9625.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
Spring is in the air, and that can only mean one thing: spring grilling. The steak experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to spring into something delicious with their semi-annual sale. With 50% off site-wide, grab all your favorites like perfectly aged tender steaks, ocean fresh seafood, juicy burgers, incredible air-chilled chicken, and decadent desserts. Plus, when you go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code HOT at checkout, you'll get an additional $30 off your order. It's the perfect way to get fired up and spring into something special. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use code HOT at checkout and take advantage of this deal. Omaha Steaks is ready to ship your order right away, and you're going to want to hurry because 50% off site-wide is only happening for a limited time. So don't miss your chance to save. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use code HOT at checkout and get an additional $30 off when you shop their semi-annual sale today. Minimum order may be required.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 800-730-8405 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check. As easy as, that's 800-730-8405.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have a plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all three with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Lee Christian School is now enrolling for preschool through 12th grade, an alternative to public schools. Lee Christian takes great pride in teaching quality academics while instilling biblical principles in students' lives. With a 16-to-1 student-teacher ratio and a 95% college acceptance rate, Lee Christian School is committed to your child's future. Tuition assistance is available. And for more information on enrollment, visit leechristian.org or call 919-708-5115 today.
Serving more people, more places, 24/7. If your AC breaks down, we'll restore your indoor heaven. Installation or repair, one call will be there. It's your family, don't delay. Comfort's just a call away. We're Comfort Services. Comfort Services.
Come visit the beautiful Comfort Services showroom. See our gas fireplaces, wood-burning fireplaces, electric fireplaces, and outdoor kitchen grills. Don't forget to have us schedule a service on your gas logs for peace of mind this winter. Stay comfy and cozy all season long by calling Comfort Services at 910-695-2665. That's 910-695-2665.
Comfort's just a call away.
I'm Ella.
And I'm Eva.
We and everyone in our family are patients at Sandhills Weekend Dental.
We love going to the dentist, especially to get our teeth cleaned.
Katie, the hygienist, told our brother Ashton he needs to brush his teeth really well every day to get rid of the poop that the sugar bugs leave behind.
Or else he will get cavities, and he doesn't want that.
We feel everyone should go to Sandhills Weekend Dental and eat, kiss, and smile better. Except we don't kiss.
Make your appointment today. Call Sandhills Weekend Dental at 687-4423.
Is it finally time to upgrade that aging PC? Visit veteran-owned Silver Knight PCs. Bring in any old PC component to trade in for credit towards the purchase of a new component. Is doing it yourself too hard? Purchase any new pre-built computer from Silver Knight PCs and a 3-year warranty is included. They also offer diagnostic and repair for any PC or Mac. Contact Silver Knight PCs at 910-500-0015 or online at silverknightpcs.com for all your computer needs.
Do you feel safe? Can you protect yourself or your family if crime threatens you? It is time to get prepared with a carry conceal permit. Don't procrastinate. Get your carry conceal permit from Bear Arms and protect yourself, your family, and your property before crime finds you. Sign up for classes now at BEAREARMS.com or call them at 910-691-8728.
Oh boy, look at the time. You know, the Chinese harvest organs from prisoners, and the Democrats in Massachusetts have been trying that too. Reduce your sentence in prison by donating organs to Democrats. Melissa, well, actually, let's use Anthony Fauci because he summed it up this way.
They're Republicans. They don't like to be told what to do. Right. We got to break that.
That's right. The Republicans don't like to be told what to do. We got to break that. And don't think of your children as being your children.
We've always had kind of a private notion of children. Your kid is yours and totally your responsibility. We haven't had a very collective notion of these are our children. So part of it is we have to break through our kind of private idea that kids belong to their parents or kids belong to their families and recognize that kids belong to whole communities.
See, break through. And this is the, and as Vladimir Lenin said, give me a child for 4 years and the seeds I have planted will never be uprooted. Give me a child for 8 years and I'll have a Bolshevik for life. Now back to the front page of the Washington Post with the little tiny schoolgirls declaring that they're gay at the age of 9 at political rallies orchestrated by the Democrat Party. Their parents are not participating.
We got to break that.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm Jeremy House. The battle between the U.S. and China over TikTok is coming into full view as the social media platform CEO testifies before congressional lawmakers. During a House Energy and Commerce Committee hearing, panel chairwoman Catherine McMorris Rogers accused TikTok of targeting children.
The For You algorithm is a tool for TikTok to own their attention and prey on their innocence. Within minutes of creating an account, your algorithm can promote suicide, self-harm, and eating disorders to children.
CEO Xu Zichu's hearing is happening at what he calls a pivotal moment with a hugely popular short video sharing app. There was no indictment decision yesterday in the investigation involving former President Trump allegedly paying hush money in 2016. The Manhattan grand jury hearing the case is scheduled to meet today after a scheduled session yesterday was called off. The administration of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is moving to forbid classroom instruction on sexual orientation and gender identity in all grades in the state.
The proposal is scheduled for a vote next month before the State Board of Education and has been put forth by the State Education Department, both of which are led by appointees of the governor. The rule change would ban lessons on sexual orientation and gender identity from grades 4 to 12, expanding the current law. DeSantis is making the culture wars a major part of his governorship, as well as a linchpin of an anticipated White House bid. Keith Peters reporting.
Coinbase's stock tumbled at the opening bell after the cryptocurrency trading platform received a warning from the SEC that it could possibly face securities charges. On Wall Street, the Dow's ahead 456 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News. I'm Mike Rayleigh. An agreement to expand Medicaid in North Carolina reached a final legislative approval on Thursday, at least in the House. The House agreed to a bipartisan plan to ease or eliminate regulations that block the opening of new hospital beds or operating expensive equipment. New Andover County Social Services Director Tanya Jackson told WECT.
Medicaid expansion is based solely on income, and they're not. With Medicaid expansion, it will be solely based on income eligibility.
A North Carolina bill restricting how teachers talk about race and gender in schools passed the State House and now heads to the State Senate. On the floor of the House, Gaston County Representative John Torbert said,
"This great education state must have an educational system that unites and teaches our children, not divides and indoctrinates them."
We're waiting to see if a Manhattan grand jury will decide to indict former President Donald Trump. CBS News' Robert Costa has more.
According to sources, the former president, huddling with advisors in Florida, has remained defiant and is considering holding a news conference outside the court in New York if he's indicted, a possibility that, along with protests, has sparked security concerns.
The labor market continues to defy the Federal Reserve's attempts at loosening its U.S. applications for unemployment benefits, down again last week. Bankrate.com senior economic analyst Mark Hamrick.
New claims for jobless benefits remain stable. The Labor Department says new applications for unemployment insurance declined by 1,000 last week to 191,000. New claims have been below the 200,000 level in 9 of the past 10 weeks.
Henderson County growers are facing a challenge as they assess the damage done by the recent freezing temperatures. Dr. Terry Kelly of the Henderson County Extension Service.
We got more damage on those earlier flowering varieties than we expect to see on the ones that have yet to really flower.
You're listening to NCN News.
According to the latest report on farmland loss in the United States, North Carolina ranks second in the nation in potential agricultural land lost by the year 2040. Together, we can protect our family farms, even as our state's population continues to grow. Agriculture drives our state's economy, and through preservation, we all benefit. Learn more about preserving family farms through the Farmland Preservation Division of the North Carolina Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services by visiting ncadfp.org.
Science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM, is an important part of instruction, but not all schools have funding to provide it. NC Green Power is a nonprofit supporting STEM education through its Solar Plus Schools grant program. Donations will help provide training for teachers and hands-on activities for their students. Plus, the included solar array will significantly lower schools' energy costs. Help your students by supporting Solar Plus Schools today. Visit ncgreenpower.org. Donate to benefit STEM education. ncgreenpower.org.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
We'll see some clouds during the morning, but overall lots of sunshine on the way for us today. It is going to be breezy with winds gusting about 20 to 25 miles an hour. That's going to help to bring in some warmer weather this afternoon. Temperatures will be near 80 today. Then into tonight, mostly clear and mild with overnight temperatures near 60. For our Friday, near record territory with high temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
This hour of the Chris Plant Show is sponsored by John Cole Plumbing Professionals. Need a plumber? Call the professionals at John Cole Plumbing Professionals, 639-4933. 639-4933.
Yes? Hello, can we have your liver? What? Your liver. It's a large glandular organ in your abdomen. You know, it's reddish brown. It's sort of, Yeah, I know what it is, but I'm using it.
Yes, Monty Python. How many times has, I've been talking about this for years. The Democrats keep making Monty Python skits come true. got all your conspiracy theories that turn out to be true. They call them conspiracy theories because they're involved in the conspiracies roughly 100% of the time. Then when they turn out to be true, or they just stop talking about it, they attack you for something else. Call you transphobic or something like that. You have an irrational fear of John Lithgow. RuPaul is these people. These people are not well. I pay attention to things going on in the world, and I have this crazy habit of remembering them, which doesn't seem to happen a lot in the American news media. I remember what G. Van Fleet told us, wonderful American, an immigrant from China. Bob Fu now warning us, and Al, who I've spoken to over the years a number of times, and Al is a great American from Nicaragua, and we're being warned. I mean, you can ignore the warnings if you'd like, but you probably shouldn't. I remember, for example, that the Chinese communists use incarcerated prisoners. What other kind is there? And prisoners of conscience as organ donor pool. They use them as an organ donor pool. This is McMaster University writing up the Chinese organ donor program. I don't think it's donation if they kill you and take them. That's not really a donation.
NPR donation.
Yeah, it's like an NPR donation. It is just, screw your kids and, give us your liver. Yeah. So these prisoners, or quote-unquote donors, are executed. They're executed. And some, as I understand it, you got 2 kidneys, so they might steal your kidney, and you might live. Then again, you might not because it's Chinese surgery. But they're executed typically, and then their organs are harvested. Now, the Democrats do that with the unborn. That's part of their, 63 million Flintstone kids that didn't make it to the breakfast table. But they do harvest the organs there. Now, this is obviously truly outrageous, and why we don't have anybody in the United States sounding the alarm over this. We don't have anybody standing up to China because cowards and leftists and so on. But I want to remind you that just weeks ago now, February 9th of 2023, Massachusetts Gesundheit legislators, Democrats, but the news media won't tell you that they're all Democrats, have proposed a bill that would allow prison inmates to donate their organs or bone marrow as a way to trim the length of their sentence. So we'll trim your kidney, and then we'll trim your sentence. And this is, the Democrats there thought this would be a great idea because they're sick. They're sick people. Slate magazine thought it was a wonderful idea. New proposal sure sounds like an effort to harvest prisoners' organs. You think? I think but you'll get, time off for good behavior, and thanks for the memories. That's just unbelievable. So Slate magazine tells the story without ever mentioning that these are Democrats in Massachusetts, liberal left Democrats in Massachusetts that proposed harvesting organs from prison inmates in exchange for letting them out of prison sooner. Maybe it'd be harder to go around and kill people with only half a liver. They can take half your liver and transplant half that liver to other people and leave you with half your liver. Did you know that? Because Western civilization is amazing. The United States of America is amazing. So the, boy, oh boy, organs in exchange for freedom, the Associated Press headline. Bill raises ethical concerns. You think? Wow. What, do you have a degree in ethics or something? That's your Democrat Party. That is sick. These are sick people. Honestly. Man, oh Manischewitz. I'm telling you. Let's go to soundbite. Do you have another one you want to get to before Piers? Let's go to Piers Morgan talking to Ron DeSantis yesterday on the Fox thing. He's talking about Russia or China. This should be like a beer drinking game. A bigger threat to civilization. Putin, communist, Russia, or Xi Jinping, Ricochet Rabbit, communist China. All right? And they're in bed now with Iran. All right? They want to destroy the Western world and all the Jews, too, because kind of like the left, they've got a lot in common. And really, I think the Democrats should have a seat at this table. As I said the other day, it's like a James Bond movie where Spectre is meeting, and you got Putin and Xi Jinping, and the Ayatollah hang the gay guy from a crane. And really, he should have Hillary Clinton should have a seat at the table, because they're not only on the same page, they're on the same paragraph, the same lead sentence. They've got more in common than there is that separates them. Piers Morgan and Ron DeSantis on China versus Russia, Russia versus China.
If China did invade Taiwan,
that would be aggression. Absolutely, it would be aggression.
And Americans should get involved in that.
So I would say that Taiwan is a strong ally of the United States. I think that's a critical interest. I think it's for us, but also for our key allies like Japan and South Korea. And I think overall, the number one issue that we face internationally is checking the growth and the rise of China. They're much more powerful, I think, than Putin and Russia are, and they really represent the biggest threat that we've seen to our ability to lead since the Soviet Union.
They're also destroying the world with their pollution. And if the left really believed the things that they say, but they don't, they're lying about pretty much everything. And what they're not lying about, they're ignorant of, and they think they're telling the truth. They're just wrong. So really two choices here. They're lying or they're wrong. Those are the two possibilities. Pretty amazing stuff. Lindsey Graham yesterday had our Secretary of State. There was a front page story in the Washington Post the other day about how great Tony Blinken is and how he's really entering the zone. He's the biggest loser in the history of the world, at least since Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State, and we bombed more countries than any administration since World War II. And we had an excuse then. World War II was going on. But never mind that. Lindsey Graham asking Tony Blinken a question about how he dresses at home, maybe? No, something else altogether. Fentanyl. I ran into a nice listener at CPAC recently who said, listen, I don't like the way you pronounce fentanyl. It's not fentanyl, it's fentanyl. And I had a nice conversation with him. And, it's true. It's true enough. So fentanyl, it's a YL at the end. Fentanyl kills, like more than 70,000 Americans in your average year now. More than 107,000 Americans died from fatal drug overdoses, lethal poisonings. By the way, fentanyl comes out of communist China, comes through socialist Mexico, through Joe Biden's open border, and then kills as many people as we lost in a single year in World War II. Literally. And I know what the word literally means, unlike most people that use the word literally. So here is Lindsey Graham. Wonder how he feels about the Pride Night and the NHL. We should ask him. Ask Tony Blinken, who is just a sock puppet of a weakling, and he is not up to. I mean, the French foreign minister would slap him around like a schoolgirl at a Taliban picnic. Not to mention Sergei Lavrov out of Russia, or the Chinese foreign minister, who would eat him for lunch with chopsticks. Here is Lindsey Graham. And listen to the odd answer that Tony Blinken gives. Hey, about tens of thousands, more than 100,000 Americans dying in fatal drug overdoses every year.
Are there drug cartels in control of parts of Mexico? Not the government of Mexico.
I think it's fair to say yes.
Okay. Do you agree with the following statement, that fentanyl coming from Mexico is killing Americans by the tens of thousands?
It is, and it's also killing Mexicans.
What is that, the silver lining or something? That's not actually the question that I asked. Oh, yes, it is. It's just a throwaway. 100,000 dead Americans, same number we lost in a year in World War II. Single year. In a single year, more fatal drug overdoses than the total number of Americans killed in the Vietnam War and the Korean War combined. A lot more years going on there. And it's, oh, yeah, sure, but they're killing Mexicans too. Which naturally reminded me of Patrick McGowan as Longshanks in the movie Braveheart, when he ordered his archers to fire on the infantry, including his own infantry, while his own infantry were fighting the Scots.
I beg pardon, sire. Won't we hit our own troops?
Yes.
hospital hit theirs as well.
Ah, so that's kind of the Tony Blinken Longshanks response. Isn't it killing 100,000 Americans a year? Yes, but it's killing Mexicans too. Well, maybe, and with a Mexican president who's a leftist, Lopez Obrador, has told Joe Biden and the United States of America to shove it and said, why don't you people deal with your fentanyl problem and, go beep yourself, because that's essentially what Lopez Obrador said. He wouldn't have said that to Trump, because Trump would have flown down there and slapped him in the face real hard and knocked him off the stage. That would have been funny. Unlike Longshanks here, Tony Blinken, yes, it's killing Mexicans too. What exactly does that mean? Are we supposed to take satisfaction in the fact that it's killing Mexicans too? I don't think it's killing 100,000 Mexicans too, because it's they're selling it here in the United States. And the Democrats should stop saying all this is okay. And, they send out crack pipes and then say, no, it's not a crack pipe. It's just a glass tube with a brass screen and a rubber mouth bit. What you do with it is up to you. Not a crack pipe. Just amazing. All right, let's go to the phones. Let's go to Barry, calling from, where are we calling from? Belmont, Mississippi. Is that right, Barry?
Northeast Mississippi, very close to the Alabama state line and the Tennessee state line, so right in the corner.
Welcome, and you're listening on iHeart.
Yes, I need to download the WMAL app, but I've listened on iHeart for a long time. Thanks for your show. Thanks for getting the pronunciation of fentanyl right. I mean, that just always blows my mind. And it kind of ties together with what I want to talk about with KJP on the press briefings. Just her absolute ineptness. That is a caricature of the whole administration. And I don't know if you noticed just and some people will say this is picky, Chris, but just the way she butchers the English language when she's flipping through her binder trying to find the answer to the next question. And so I couldn't even tell you the topic yesterday, but she used the phrase, the American people is, as opposed to are, and then was trying to lie about Biden's border, and she talked about how many people, how many of the immigrants he has catched. So, I mean, I just think that shows the ineptness, and it's sad that we have someone like that speaking on behalf of the administration. But then, you have the weakness and the ineptness. We can't even stand up to Russia when they hit one of our drones, and obviously it's more than just unprofessional. And then, you were speaking about Xi Jinping and Putin and their little two-man circle fest that we didn't want to join. Certainly they want to join every other one, but we had no interest in standing up for the United States in that regard. So the ineptness and then the deceptiveness that comes from the press briefing room, the lies, refusing to speak out about Hunter Biden and all of the things that Representative Comer has uncovered, just the lies from President Biden speaking to the press, and it just is absolutely sickening. So you have this caricature in the press briefing room that demonstrates the entire administration, and it's just maddening and very, very disappointing as an American. And I know that's very difficult to follow Al on the last call. What a great call. Yeah. But just some observations, I think, that just ring true from the press room up to the Oval Office.
Yes, and Barry, you're a great call, too. You honestly are, and Al, certainly a great call, and you're a great call, too. And you know what your problem is, don't you, Barry? You're paying attention.
I care too much.
Yeah, you're paying attention, and you're aware of what's going on, and that's a big problem today. What the White House is advancing is illiteracy, and the left, they love illiteracy. Look at what they're doing to the public schools and the number of kids that graduate illiterate, and it's they advance illiteracy everywhere you look. In Hollywood, they advance illiteracy, and in rap music, illiteracy is advanced, and in music more broadly, illiteracy is advanced, and from the White House podium, illiteracy is advanced, and that Absolutely. Is detrimental to the to the American culture and to the future of the United States. Barry,
clearly in step with Canada.
Ah, yes, Canada. There was also Canada, because, honestly. But she's a threefer, Barry, so she can't be criticized. She's a hat trick. You know how they are, the Democrats. Just amazing. Barry, thank you, buddy. Great call. You're a great call. Listen up. Have you heard about the Fed's sinister plan to control your money? It's called Executive Order 14067. Biden has already signed it. It will implement a digital dollar. Control, my friends, control. This is the largest attack on your privacy and freedom in decades. Now the government can track your spending and determine what you can and can't buy with digital currency. So time to act. Protect your retirement savings with physical gold. This timeless asset will allow you to protect your privacy and ensure that the government can't track your wealth and your spending. With a simple IRS loophole, you can convert your retirement savings into gold and silver, protecting your wealth tax-free. I trust American Alternative Assets, and you can trust them too. They've got an A-plus accreditation with the Better Business Bureau. So call 877-3-USA-GOLD. Call now to receive your free wealth protection guide. Again, call American Alternative Assets, 877-387-2465, and you're going to get your free gold and silver guide. They're going to send it out to you. It's free. Call 877-387-2465. Individual results may vary. There's no guarantee that past performance will be indicative of future results. Yeah. You know, we've got brilliant people out there, Americans, wonderful Americans everywhere. You hear them on this show every day. We are the greatest country that God ever planted on this planet, and we must be saved for all of humankind. We are what everyone wants. We are the world. We are from everywhere. We're the least racist country on the planet. Now, the Democrats are a lynch mob. I'll have to grant that.
The biggest threat to Social Security are Republicans.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
Open enrollment has come and gone. It doesn't matter. If you're in reasonably good health, you can apply anytime and save 30 to 60% off Obamacare rates without any penalties. Stop giving thousands of dollars to government-sponsored insurance companies only to pay high deductibles with a limited network. American medical plans have absolutely no deductibles and zero copay for doctor visits. Couples under 65 are saving $500 to $1,000 a month with better coverage. You owe it to yourself to see if you qualify for a health coverage plan that dramatically saves you money with better coverage. Call American Medical Plans at 833-500-PLAN. That's 833-500-PLAN. Or go to AmericanMedicalPlans.com. That's plans with an S. AmericanMedicalPlans.com. They will customize a plan chosen and managed by you, not the government.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-920-4487. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-920-4487. 800-920-4487. 800-920-4487.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Serving Moore County since 1960 and continuously owned since then by the Parker family, Aberdeen Exterminating's goal has not changed since that first day nearly 60 years ago. To provide prompt, courteous, dependable services at a fair price. Services include termite inspections and treatments, household pest control, flea and tick control, yard treatments, mosquito control, crawl space protection, new home pre-treats, real estate inspections, installing moisture barriers, bed bug treatments, and more. Pests are a part of life in the South, especially termites. That's something you can depend on, so choose a service company you can depend on. Call Aberdeen Exterminating for a free inspection. 944-2474. That's 944-2474.
Jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza in the Cole Shopping Center and enjoy your famous wood fire pizzas and the Brick's Wood Fire wings in several flavors. New menu items and fresh food is made daily. A fun place for family and friends. Dine in or sit on the outdoor patio. So jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza, Cole's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center in Southern Pines. Brick's Wood Fire Pizza is open every day at 11 a.m.
You can jump into the fire.
This is the perfect time of the year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the storms, my new Echo chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So men, get out there and enjoy your Echo Power equipment from Beaver Equipment, Highway 211 in Aberdeen, 910-944-0402.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
By the way, in Illinois, the new Secretary of State, Giannoulias, has now ponied up $21 million to fight carjacking. This is your Democrat Party. How does $21 million fight carjacking? Are you going to hire more police to go around and shoot carjackers, which would be a good solution? Maybe snipers on rooftops and see somebody carjacking, you pick them off. That could be. Illinois Secretary of State Alexei Giannoulias, it's a great name, on Thursday said he plans to announce $21 million in grants to police departments and task forces across the state in an effort to tamp down on a 3-year surge in armed carjackings.
Plant Show. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
My name's Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the 3rd generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound or 1s or 2s, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years. And they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back and picked it up and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
Looking for ideas to update your home's tile work? Come to Meadow Creek Tile in Southern Pines. They are a locally family-owned business that's been here for over 35 years. Call and set up an appointment or come in and browse their showroom from 9 to 4 Monday through Friday and select from the finest ceramic, marble, glass, and stone tile materials in hundreds of styles to suit your taste and budget. They're located on Highway 15-501 South near Zaxby's. That's Meadow Creek Tile, 910-693-7711.
The best way to keep your lawn looking great is with a new Kubota or Grably mower with special financing available from Kubota of Sanford. For over 30 years, Kubota of Sanford has offered sales, service, and parts for all your needs. To see the complete line of mowers and trailers from brands like Big Tex, Master Tow, and Diamond Cargo, visit Kubota of Sanford at 4127 Jefferson Davis Highway in Sanford, or give them a call at 919-292-6464. Rogue Custom Coat, the Sandhills' premier firearms Cerakote applicator and firearms dealer, would like to invite everyone to their Customer Appreciation Day, April 15th from 10 until 2. Come browse their wide selection of guns, optics, ammo, and accessories while enjoying food, discounts on products, and giveaways. That's April 15th at Rogue Custom Coat, located at 1614 Hawkins Avenue in Sanford, or check out their Facebook page for more information.
Moore County, the heart of the Sandhills, your home and mine. I'm Richard Hudson, Moore County's congressman. There's nothing more important to me than delivering results for you, your family, and our region. That's why I've opened my main office right here in Southern Pines. We are ready to help you with the VA, Social Security, passports, or any other federal agency problem.
Congressman Richard Hudson wants to hear from you at his new office located at 340 Commerce Avenue, Suite 16 in Southern Pines. Congressman Hudson's office is open 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Make an appointment, visit hudson.house.gov or dial 910-910-1924. It's an honor to serve you in Congress.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
Air Specialties has the experience, knowledge, professionalism, and quality service you'd expect from a Lennox Premier dealer. This earned distinction means you receive outstanding installation, maintenance, and service on your home's heating and cooling system. We have special savings opportunities available today. We're offering up to $1,900 in rebates on a new Lennox Ultimate Comfort System. Or qualified buyers make no payments and incur no interest for 6 months when financing a new Lennox system. Call Air Specialties at 910-944-2526 today, or visit us online at air-specialties.com to learn more about how we can make your home's air perfect. Conditions apply. See dealer for details. If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m. here on WEEB.
Your local weather report is brought to you by Heavenly Pines Jewelry of Pinehurst. Call 910-235-9086 for all your jewelry and design needs.
We'll see some clouds during the morning, but overall lots of sunshine on the way for us today. It is going to be breezy with winds gusting about 20 to 25 miles an hour. That's going to help to bring in some warmer weather this afternoon. Temperatures will be near 80 today. Then into tonight, mostly clear and mild with overnight temperatures near 60. For our Friday, near record territory with high temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Now, the Democrats, they tend to be, I don't want to stereotype, but they're all ignorant. Is that okay? Can you sum it up that way? You may remember, well, I'll get to it in a moment. There is a hearing on Capitol Hill yesterday in the United States Senate, the Judiciary Committee, because the Democrats, Biden has nominated a magistrate judge from Colorado who goes by the name Cato, K-A-T-O, like the Green Hornet in Cato. Like, you see that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood where Bruce Lee got beat up by, that was a great scene in a fun movie. Cato Cruz, not K-R-U-Z, but K-R-E-W-S. I think it's probably misspelled. It's probably supposed to be K-R-U-Z. Colorado magistrate Cato Cruz was going through the confirmation process. Remind us of Cato. Did he live in OJ's house, by the way? Maybe near the air conditioner or something? A second Biden federal trial court nominee was tripped up over Republican confirmation hearing questions, this time involving the senator's inquiry about a criminal law tenant. Cato Cruz, a magistrate judge in Denver, who's been selected for a district court seat there, couldn't find a Brady motion and how to analyze it at his confirmation hearing on Wednesday. Now, the Brady motion, as Ted Cruz said, any first-year law student, if you're year one, you're in crim law, right? You're in your criminal law class, your first year of law school, and you go through the Brady motion, pretty basic criminal law stuff that the government has to hand over discovery, any exculpatory, in which they're not doing with President Trump, of course, because they're not liberals, they're leftists. But Ted Cruz tweeted, "Wow, this is basic criminal procedure. Crim Pro," you take your Crim Pro course. "If a 1L, meaning first-year law student, gave this answer, he or she would flunk criminal law. But the Biden White House would then try to make you a federal judge," which is what's going on. Now, here's how it sounded with Senator John Kennedy, who's always good in these situations, asking the man who would be, what is that, like one step or just two steps away from the Supreme Court, and first-year law slipped right by him, Cato Cruz, no friend of O.J. Simpson, and Senator John Kennedy.
Thank you, Judge. Tell me how you analyze a Brady motion.
A what?
How I analyze a Brady motion?
Yes.
Like this.
Senator, in my 4.5 years on the bench, don't believe I've had the occasion to address a Brady motion in my career.
Do you know what a Brady motion is?
Senator, in my time on the bench, I've not had occasion to address that, and so it's not coming to mind at the moment what a Brady motion is.
Do you recall the U.S. Supreme Court case Brady v. Maryland?
I do recall the name of the case, Senator, yes.
And what did it hold?
I believe that the Brady case, Senator, I believe the Brady case involves something regarding the Second Amendment. It is not, I've not had occasion to address that. If that issue were to come before me, I would certainly analyze that Supreme Court precedent and apply it as I would need to the facts in front of me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
He's ignorant. Kennedy knows that he's ignorant. Ted Cruz, Harvard Law School, knows that he's ignorant, knows that he's not up to the task of being a judge or even a lawyer. That it's amazing he got through even the first year of law school. Honestly, it couldn't be more ridiculous. Brady v. Maryland is a request by defendant to compel prosecutors in a criminal case to turn over potentially favorable evidence. So it's a Brady motion. That's what a Brady motion is. And if you're a lawyer or a judge, maybe you should know the basics of first-year law school tenants, crim law, crim pro. Kind of amazing stuff. I'm not a lawyer. And the Second Amendment, I assume he's thinking of the Brady Handgun Violence Protection Act, maybe from 1993. That's what he's thinking of, Brady, because James Brady, Ronald Reagan's press secretary, was shot in the head and nearly killed by, of course, John Wayne Hinckley, who now plays the guitar in places, and the Democrats buy every ticket that he puts on the market. He sells T-shirts. The would-be presidential assassin who actually shot Ronald Reagan, shot James Brady, shot a Secret Service agent, Tim McCarthy, shot a D.C. police officer, Thomas Delahanty, and the Democrats buy his T-shirts. He can't keep them in stock for long because the Democrats buy his T-shirts. Democrats don't buy my T-shirts, like I'm wearing my Wuhan, I survived the Wuhan Red Death T-shirt right now with the bat on the chest and stuff. And remember normal. That's a good one, too. But you see, the Democrats, they don't need to know anything. It's a great big corrupt circle fest. And see, a caller earlier used circle fest, used it perfectly, too. That was great. Now, that was yesterday. You may remember back in January, there was Charnel Bjelkgren, and she was also up for a judgeship. and once again in the Senate Judiciary Committee at confirmation process, and it was Senator John Kennedy again.
Tell me what Article 5 of the Constitution does.
Listen to this.
Article 5 is not coming to mind at the moment.
Okay. How about Article 2?
Neither is Article 2.
Okay.
Now, you don't have to be a genius. Article 2 of the Constitution, Articles 1, 2, and 3 of the Constitution lay out the authorities of the Congress, the legislature. Article 1. Article 2, the executive. Article 3, the judiciary. And if you're a judge and you're about to be promoted, maybe you should know these things. Article 5, whenever 2/3 of the House shall deem it necessary to propose amendments to the Constitution, it is, 2/3, and it's that you want to amend the Constitution. That's Article 5. She doesn't know that. Article 2, Articles 1, 2, and 3, I think I learned in civics class in high school. They don't teach that anymore. They teach transgenderism now. And, the legislature, and then the executive, then the judiciary, the three branches of government, which she doesn't know. That's amazing. Now, Article 5, again, you're a guy riding your bike. You might not know Article 5. You should know Articles 1, 2, and 3. And then, of course, there was the classic moment during the Supreme Court confirmation hearing of Ketanji Brown Jackson when Senator Marsha Blackburn brilliantly asked her this question that stumped her.
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Can I provide a definition?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I can't.
Can't?
You can't?
Why?
Not in this context.
So
I'm not a biologist.
The meaning of the word woman is so unclear and controversial that you can't give me a definition?
That's correct. And because the Democrat Party has inflicted gender dysphoria on the entire culture because they're essentially mentally ill, but they're unionized. It's amazing. A woman is, of course, an adult female human being. That's the correct answer. That's pretty extraordinary stuff. Just amazing. Let's real quick to Kamala Harris, because they're all idiots. It's an idiocracy, and it's a corrupt idiocracy to boot. Kamala Harris, she went to law school, but, she launched her political career by shacking up with Willie Brown, the powerful Democrat in California. Pay no attention to that. Saying that is there's something wrong, probably homophobic or transphobic or something. Kamala Harris yesterday, noting Women's History Month, where a lot of men are, what I read you yesterday, USA Today named their woman of the year is a man, right? At least one of their women of the year is a man. Has male appendage and all that. But the Democrats literally don't know what a woman is anymore. This is Kamala Harris.
During Women's History Month, we celebrate and we honor the women who made history throughout history.
What?
Who saw what could be unburdened by what had been.
Now, the way that was written, I think that you could read it in a way that it would make sense, but she didn't understand it, so she misread it. Right? The pauses were in the wrong place. She didn't understand what she was reading because she's not very bright. Joe Biden yesterday was talking about his beloved wife, who is not a doctor, Jill Biden, and how she posts notes, I guess, on the Mirror where he shaves. I'm surprised he still shaves, isn't it? It's a little bit surprising. Joe, but listen to this. Is this a sign of trouble in paradise or what?
Jill puts messages on my mirror while I'm shaving, so I make sure I see them.
Ha 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 ha.
And one that was put in about a year ago was, "Stop trying to make me love you."
One that she put up about a year ago is, "Stop trying to make me love you." Sure. About 25 years ago, it was, "Stop showering with our daughter." Ashley doesn't want to shower with you. A couple of different notes that were left there. Hunter is a crackhead and a criminal. That's the other notes. Stop trying to make me love you. I don't think my best girl would post a note like that. Oh, yeah, trending again on the Twitter today. This kind of surprised me, but it sums up the Democrat Party's, and I was talking to my friend this morning who sent this along, Camus Cambone, the college professor and devout genocidal racist. He's black. He hates white people. And he was invited to Howard University, which is, interestingly, Kamala's alma mater, where he had this recommendation for the class.
White people want to kill us. I want you to understand that. They want to kill you. And it has nothing to do with what kind of degree you have, what kind of car you have, what kind of title you have, what fraternity you belong to, what religion you belong to. They want to kill you because that is part of their plan.
That's the plan. It's white people. I think he doesn't like white. Do you think there's an indication there that he's not in favor of white people? And this is trending on Twitter today, I guess because this was 2005, college professor. I thought he was dead, but I looked him up. Apparently he's not dead. Apparently he's still alive. And he's probably still a college professor because this is what the Democrats do.
The one idea is
it's an idea.
How we are going to exterminate white people, because that, in my estimation, is the only conclusion I have come to. We have to exterminate white people off of the face of the planet to solve this problem.
You had a couple people clapping. They should, but the FBI didn't raid this. They didn't arrest the people clapping. This is, now this was, we played this, when the first year I started doing radio, we played this, when it was brand new. And for whatever reason, it's trending. That's the word they use on Twitter today, because I guess some people want to remind, what the Democrats really stand for and all that good stuff. Now, that's your Democrat Party in a nutshell, and they'll harvest the organs of prisoners and let them out sooner, maybe. Right? They also paroled Sirhan, and then they pulled the rug out from under him. Was it a Persian rug? It might be a Syrian rug. Maybe, I don't know, the Palestinians make rugs? Yeah, sure, but they're not very nice. All right, so Joe Biden, lowest approval rating in recent times. And let's go to this, because the President Trump is the target of the radical left, and they don't care about the law. They're a lynch mob, just as the Democrat Party has always been. And you got this radical leftist Soros guy. He's an anti-Semite. No, I mean Soros. He's an anti-Semite. And Alvin Bragg is, too, probably. But let's go, because the Cohen attorney letter to the Federal Election Commission appears to undercut D.A. Bragg's Trump case. Former President Donald Trump shared the letter on Truth Social, declaring it to be totally exculpatory. Right? And Jim Jordan talking about this yesterday, because the Judiciary Committee is probing, we love a good probe in Washington, whether D.C. Democrats intervened to pressure New York prosecutor into charging Trump. This is the White House, the Justice Department, and Democrats on Capitol Hill have harassed this radical left-wing racist Soros prosecutor in New York into indicting Trump. Congressman Jim Jordan on this yesterday.
These two individuals who worked as assistants resign, start pitching a fit, start protesting, write a book, and create this pressure on Alvin Bragg from the left. And suddenly he decides, oh, now I'm going to indict President Trump. We want them to come in for a transcribed interview so we can ask them some important questions.
That sounds like a pretty good idea, transcribed. And then, he'll commit perjury, which happens all the time on Capitol Hill, and nobody cares because they don't enforce the laws in Washington. The laws don't apply to them. They're above the law. Alan Dershowitz, longtime Harvard Law School professor emeritus.
I have never seen a case in my 60 years of practice which has so many holes in it. Start with the statute of limitations. It's 7 years before he committed the crime. The New York State statute says the only exception for that is if his whereabouts were unknown. I have to tell you, even Bragg could have found him. He was in the White House.
Alan Dershowitz was shaking his head. He can't believe that the lefties, he's a lifelong Democrat, and he's proud of it. And even he just can't believe what he's seeing in the United States.
In the end, I really do think Bragg is worried about his own bar card. I think he's worried that if he brings this case and he uses a witness who he has to know is lying, there are going to be investigations of him, and there should be investigations.
and there should be investigations. It's an amazing story, and the Judiciary Committee probing whether the Democrats in D.C. actually pressured the New York fascists into this lynch mob approach. Keep in mind, though, that the Democrats are staging Transgender Vengeance Day, Trans Day of Vengeance. That day is March 31st and April 1st. This is how stupid they are. This is amazing. It's 2 days. Like, yeah, you know. Joe Biden yesterday created the first ever White House Gender Policy Council to advance gender equity. Equity in gender equity. This is their mentally ill. In domestic and foreign policy. Sure, the carpet bombing begins in 5 minutes. And also at the Pentagon. The Pentagon, they've got Pentagon doctors who are declaring that 7-year-olds can make decisions to be injected with hormones and take puberty suppressants. Because the Pentagon doctors, you have military families, the military healthcare system, and young soldiers have young children, and they have Democrat doctors there who want to transgenderize the children of the American military. Are we doomed? I don't think we're doomed, but boy, we got a bunch of, I almost used a word that I shouldn't use, to battle.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6436. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6436. That's 800-575-6436. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE. Bible.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
Hey, there are hundreds of restaurants in Moore County. Some are unique, but only one has Zaxby's. Zaxby's on 15501 in Southern Pines. Zaxby's has the most chicken options in town, whether you want it hot or not. Zaxby's can do it all. Their vast menu has something for everyone, no matter if you're dining in or driving up to take it home. Zaxby's has the cure for your chicken craving. Located on 15501 in Southern Pines near Holiday Inn Express.
Did you know 80% of Americans think pre-planned funeral arrangements are a good idea? At Pines Funerals, we encourage our community to have a plan in place to take care of those you love so that your final wishes are observed. Call 910-947-2224 or visit us at pinesfunerals.com today to request free planning information and see why more families prefer Pines. Pines Funerals, in association with Fry and Prickett, Kennedy, and Powell Funeral Homes, serving Carthage, Robbins, Southern Pines, and surrounding communities.
Hey, we've all been there. You're in the middle of something important. And then, boom, the power goes out. But what if it didn't? What if you skipped the candles and flashlights and just carried on with your day? With a Kohler generator, your power stays on, even when the utility power goes out. So your food stays fresh, your home stays powered, and you stay happy.
Call Premier Power Generation at 910-295-3188.
Do you feel safe? Can you protect yourself or your family if crime threatens you? It is time to get prepared with a carry conceal permit. Don't procrastinate. Get your carry conceal permit from Bear Arms and protect yourself, your family, and your property before crime finds you. Sign up for classes now at BEAREARMS.com or call them at 910-691-8728.
Yes. Yeah, in the military, they've got these doctors, David Klein, Thomas Baxter, Noel Larson, and a PhD named Natasha Shvey. And they're advocating that children as young as the age of 7 should be allowed to make their own medical decisions, decision to change their gender. And they're insisting that medical doctors in the U.S. military should be required to change the genders of children as young as the age of 7 suffering from what they call gender dysphoria, with dysphoria symptoms. These people are mentally ill and they should be taken away in straitjackets. They're nuts. Let's go. We don't have a ton of time, but let's take a call. Let's go to Helen, calling from Charleston, South Carolina, listening on WTMA. Helen, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hey, finally made it. Nancy Reagan, 1970s, was it her that had the Just Say No campaign?
Certainly was. 1980s, you bet.
And she took a lot of heat for that, but I'll tell you what, people really joked at her and put her down for that, but I'm of that generation, and they showed those films in my high school here on James Island, and we watched and we saw what drugs could do to people, and it had an impact, and I believe that campaign maybe saved, hundreds of thousands of people. And historians should look back on that and give that more credit. I had a question for you, and that is, why are people so hopeless that they turn to drugs? And one more thing, when I was in the military, we saw all these films in boot camp, and when I got out to Guam, we saw all these films about what happens to you if you do drugs.
Well, that's, yeah. Well, today, you can just walk out on the sidewalks of San Francisco or New York or Washington, D.C. to see the effects of drugs because the junkies are laying on the sidewalk everywhere you go. And you're right, Nancy Reagan deserves credit and did save lives.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. The CEO of TikTok made a high-profile appearance before a U.S. Congressional Committee to make the case for why the hugely popular video sharing app shouldn't be banned. So Ji Chu says the company takes national security concerns seriously.
We have addressed them with real action. Now that's what we've been doing for the last 2 years, building what amounts to a firewall that seals off protected U.S. user data from unauthorized foreign access.
The 40-year-old Singapore native made a rare public appearance to counter the volley of accusations that TikTok has been facing. The company has acquired 150 million American users. Also at townhall.com, the next grand jury session in the investigation of former President Trump over hush money payments during his 2016 presidential campaign is on tap for today. The Manhattan DA's office unexpectedly called off yesterday's session. The suspect in Wednesday's high school shooting in Denver has died.
A 17-year-old student accused of wounding 2 administrators in a shooting at his Denver high school earlier in the day is dead. Park County Sheriff Tom McGraw said the body was discovered Wednesday not far from the student's car in a remote mountain area about 50 miles southwest of Denver. The cause of death was not released pending the completion of an autopsy. A spokeswoman for Denver Health Hospital says one of the wounded administrators was released from the hospital and the second is in serious condition. East High School has been shaken by violence, including the recent killing outside the school of a classmate that prompted students to march on the Colorado Capitol earlier this month. I'm Shelley Adler.
Right on Wall Street, all 3 major indexes are higher, up more than 1%. More at townhall.com.
NCN News. I'm Mike Riley. A North Carolina bill restricting how teachers talk about race and gender in schools passed the State House and now heads to the State Senate. On the floor of the House, Gaston County Representative John Torbert said students should not be forced to
being taught that one race or sex is inherently superior to another race or sex.
TikTok CEO Shou Chu faced the questions on Thursday from lawmakers who are convinced that the short video app has a connection with the Chinese government. The House and Energy Commerce Committee Chairman Kathy McMorran-Rogers.
Within minutes of creating an account, your algorithm can promote suicide, self-harm, and eating disorders.
The National Weather Service has confirmed a tornado touchdown in Los Angeles in a suburb. It touched down in an industrial park. KCBS reporter Desmond Shaw.
11 buildings had to be red tagged, including this one where the roof was just, looks like it was peeled completely off of this building. And all of the damage that was done here. Imagine all of the swirling debris that was flying all over the place, all of this industrial debris.
Rising costs are impacting people everywhere, from grocery stores to gas pumps. In Lenore County, many volunteer fire departments are proposing a tax increase to offset rising prices. Southwood Fire and Rescue Chief Greg Jarman said the tax increase is long overdue.
Your gas bill's gone up in your car. You know, your maintenance cost on stuff in your house has gone up. The price of appliances has gone up. The fire service feels that too.
Henderson County growers are facing a challenge as they assess the damage done by the recent freezing temperatures. Warm temperatures caused earlier than normal flowering of fruits and vegetables. Dr. Terry Kelly is the director of the North Carolina Cooperative Extension Service in Henderson County.
From being maybe 3 weeks ahead to now maybe being more like 10 days ahead because we kind of slowed everything down.
You're listening to NCN News.
Agriculture drives our local economy. I'm Lee Ivey, director of the Agricultural Institute at NC State University, and we are looking for our next generation of innovative leaders. If you want to make a difference and believe in feeding the world, join us at the Ag Institute, where we grow successful graduates, whether from a rural background or not. Our degrees include hundreds of internships and networking. Enroll by June 1st. 2 years, 1 degree, endless possibilities. Learn more at cals.ncsu.edu/AGI.
Healthcare.gov is here for you when life happens. If you lost your health coverage because of turning 26, going off Medicaid, leaving your job, or moving, you could be eligible to enroll in new coverage now. And if you need to update your coverage because of marriage or having a baby, you could also be eligible. But don't wait. There's a limited time to enroll. Check your eligibility at healthcare.gov today. Life happens. Get covered. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
I really don't know anything about insurance except that I need it. I wasn't even sure I had the best coverage for my money. Was I glad I found FCIG, First Casualty Insurance Group in Southern Pines. They did a search among about 36 different companies and found just what I needed. You know, if you haven't taken a look at your insurance in a while, maybe it's a good time to call FCIG, First Casualty Insurance Group, Southern Pines. 910-692-8303. 910 692-8303.
We'll see some clouds during the morning, but overall lots of sunshine on the way for us today. It is going to be breezy with winds gusting about 20 to 25 miles an hour. That's going to help to bring in some warmer weather this afternoon. Temperatures will be near 80 today. Then into tonight, mostly clear and mild with overnight temperatures near 60. For our Friday, near record territory with high temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
This hour is sponsored by Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai on 15501 in Southern Pines, where you get a great deal and a great deal more. On the web at pinehursttoyota.com and hyundaiofpinehurst.com.
Today on the Eric Erickson Show, he's the host of On Point with Victor, a former candidate for Congress, a motivational speaker, cancer survivor, and a proud American of Mexican descent. Filling in for Eric today is Victor Armendariz.
Hola, mi gente. Yes, I am Victor Armendariz. Welcome all. Welcome everyone across this amazing fruited plains of this great country. Yes, I said it. This great not just great, but how do I put it? Unique, exceptional country. Let me think of some other words that might go ahead and just put some liberals into their cry closets. I like to see how fast I can do that. But this is a great country, folks. Listen, I know there's a lot of negativity out there. There's so much that probably puts you in a bad mood every day, but I don't want that to happen. You have to be able to keep yourself motivated. You've got to keep positivity. Positivity must reign. It must reign because, folks, it's easy to be negative. It is so easy to be negative. And when you've got people like Biden, I mean, the dementia patient in the White House, this guy's running the country, let's be honest, the people around him are running the country, the bureaucracy that is Washington, that is controlled by the Democrat Party. I mean, I understand. Eggs, folks, you can't even find eggs at your discount retailers anymore because they're too expensive. That's because of Biden. You want to go buy a big slab of meat and have some steaks? Well, you might not be able to do that depending on how big your family is because the price has gone up so much. I mean, I could just go on and on and on, but I don't want to put you in a bad mood. I want to put you in a good mood. But understand, folks, we are America. You live in the greatest country on the planet. I don't care how long we have to put up with these bozos in Washington because you know what, folks? I feel in my heart that the pendulum is going to swing. The pendulum will swing back. At some point, enough American people are going to realize that, wow, we made a mistake. And they're either going to put Donald Trump back in office or they're going to put Ron DeSantis in office. Those are the two guys I think have the best shot. But it's going to happen. That pendulum's going to swing. I have too much faith in this country. I have too much faith in the American spirit. I have too much faith in the American ingenuity. I have too much faith in this country. I have faith in that document that we call the United States Constitution, and I do think it will prevail. Folks, if you can't tell that I am the Mexican who loves America, and I am not afraid to say it, then I don't know how to make it more clear. But maybe with this chant. USA, baby. USA all the way. You have to love your country, ladies and gentlemen, and you shouldn't be afraid to do it. You shouldn't be afraid to love your country. It's just a great place. It's a great place. So, listen, I am Victor Armendariz. I am sitting in for Eric Erickson today. We're going to have a lot of fun today. Folks, if you don't know me, I am known as the Mexican not afraid to be American. I am not afraid to stand for this country. I've got a lot to get to today. I tell you what, the thrill that I have to be able to sit here and reach all of you people. I mean, my goodness, since I've been here last, we've added Eric has added stations, and we're in Orlando, we're in some up north, and all across from coast to coast. So I'm thrilled to be able to sit here. I'm thrilled to be behind this microphone. Now, I realize, and maybe some of you don't, I might require a booster seat to reach Eric's microphone, because see, you got to understand. Eric is American tall. I am Mexican short. And there's nothing I can do about that. But I'm all thrilled. Don't worry, producer Jim, who's looking at me like I'm crazy, he takes care of me. So he makes sure I have a proper booster seat and I can reach this here microphone to talk to you guys today. So if you're not familiar with me, I do have a show called The On Point with Victor Show. You can find it on America's Web Radio, and that's just americaswebradio.com. And I'll go ahead and tell you, folks, you can find me. You can find me, Victor Armendariz. You just got to spell it correct. You can find me on Facebook. It's Armendariz, Victor Armendariz. Find me. Friend me. You'll make me happy. And I'm on Instagram as Radio Victor. Look, I make no bones about it. I do not like social media, but all the bigwigs in this business and the agents, they tell me how I need more followers. So go to Instagram, find me, Radio Victor. Go to Facebook, find me. I'm Victor Armendariz. Just spell it correctly. So, all right, we got a lot to get to today. Listen, I am not going to hash out what you've already heard, probably from every other host across this country, this pending arrest for Donald Trump. I don't really want to hash out that. You've already heard enough about that. You've heard enough about this trial. You've heard enough about D.A. Bragg. You've heard enough about that. I will take a few minutes, though, to give you my perspective on this, which I haven't really heard anybody else give the perspective, the kind of the way I'm looking at this, because, ladies and gentlemen, this isn't just about Donald J. Trump. This isn't just about President Trump. You've got to step back and look at the bigger picture. Listen, I have told you before on when I fill in for Eric Erickson and when on my own show, the On Point with Victor show, I have told you guys, you must understand the Democrats plan, and they plan and they plan. Why do you think they love central planning? Why do you think your Democrat Party of today, they're not concerned about you and me? They're not concerned about we the people. Your Democrat Party of today, all they want to do is central plan, central plan, central plan. They want to plan and tell you what car to drive. They want to plan and tell you what kind of car to drive. They want to plan and tell you when you can charge that said car. They want to plan what you eat, when you eat, and how you eat. They want to plan how cold your house is in the summer and how hot your house is in the winter. Plan, plan, plan. They love central planning. And if you go throughout history, go look at the civilizations that have crumbled down, not just, mostly because of inflation and authoritarianism, but usually those people who are causing that are also into central planning. It just can't. Look at all the socialism out there that's been tried. Central planning. Your Democrat Party of today is all about that. And you need to step back and understand. And listen, if you're a Democrat listener out there, and I know that some of you are out there. Trust me, because you tell me that you're out there. Folks, if I told you how many Democrats would find me and they reach out to me, whether by phone, email, whatever, social media. If I told you how many will ask me, "Oh my gosh, Victor, you're well, more. It's sometimes it's like this. Victor, you're a brown guy. You're a Mexican. You're not being honest to your people because you don't vote Democrat." Look, I got news for you. This brown guy, this Mexican dude can think for himself. This guy has his own brain. And this guy loves this country. And if you come and tell me that I'm supposed to not like this country because white dudes founded it, hey, I would high five every one of those white dude founding fathers because they created the best system in the world. They created the best system on the planet. And so I have no fear. Listen, look, folks, I am not kidding. When I tell you I'm short, I'm not kidding. I'm all of 5'3" if I'm wearing the right shoes. But I will stand toe-to-toe with anyone. If I have to climb into a chair or stand on the top of a ladder, I will stand toe-to-toe with anyone who wants to tell me that because I'm a minority, I shouldn't love America. That's insane. And don't tell me who to vote for. Don't tell me that I need to vote for a D. The letter D doesn't run through my blood. Hey, listen, neither does the letter R. Don't get me wrong. Because those of you who know me, you know I'm not going to tell you to go run and jump in an establishment Republican's lap. I've got just as much problems with Lindsey Graham-nisty and Mitch McConnell and Collins and Romney. I've got just as much problem with them as I do with the Democrats, folks. Because I'm going to tell you something. Listen, you are going to want to hear all 3 hours today. You're going to want to hear all 3 hours today. Because I am going to, not only am I going to make you feel it's okay to walk away from the Democrat Party, I'm going to tell you what you need to do to the establishment Republican Party. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you some things that go on in Washington that you probably won't believe. And it's not because I know anybody. Folks, listen, I'm just little old me. I'm a hardworking dude. I don't have a Harvard degree. I don't have a master's from Yale. I don't consider, look, I'm a pretty smart dude, but I don't consider myself an intellectual. I'm just not one of those guys. I'm not a lawyer, never have been. I'm none of those things. So I don't have all these crazy, unbelievable contacts in Washington, but I do have a brain, and I can do some research, and I do talk to people, and I see it with my own eyes. And I can tell you some things that go on in Washington with the establishment Republicans and the Democrats that's going to make you upset today. And my goal is not to make you upset. My goal is to make you aware. My goal is to make you aware. Because with me, you're going to get an analysis of common sense, of logic, and that's what you're going to get, reality. That's what you're going to get from me. And I'm just going to let you know some things. You need to divorce yourself from politicians as far as groupthink, and start looking at individuals. Because we do have some good Republicans. Let me tell you something. Anybody who tells you that the problem in Washington is the Freedom Caucus, yeah, they're projecting. The problem in Washington, D.C. is not the Freedom Caucus. We need more Freedom Caucus. We need that group of guys and women up there to expand. And I know some of you out there are screaming at your radios right now, oh, but Victor, Marjorie Taylor Greene says this, and all of Jim Jordan says this, and they'll do things like that. But it doesn't matter, folks. You've got to look at policy. Policy is what matters. Policy is what matters. So you've got to be aware of that. And that's all that matters is policy. So you got to look at the individual. Don't be married to a party. If you divorce yourself from a political party, you won't believe the kind of power you're going to have. Because believe me, in this country, we the people, you, especially minorities, and listen, if you're out there right now and you're a black voter, if you're an African-American voter, a black voter, then you really, you need to call every one of your friends and you need to tell them you need to turn on and listen to the Eric Erickson Show right now, and you need to hear this guy, Victor. You need to be spreading the word. You need to tell them all. Call them all. Call your family members. Because if you're a black voter or a brown voter, you really need to hear what I have to say. Because we, my fellow brown people and my fellow minorities all around, no matter what your minority background is, if you're a minority voter, you have more power in this country than I can. I can't phrase it any other way other than you have so much power you don't realize it. Especially the black vote. Listen, when the black vote is out there voting 90% for the Democrats, you guys aren't exercising your power. You are not exercising your power. The only way to exercise your power is to make politicians earn it. So if you're one of those black voters or brown voters that vote 90% for Democrats, you need to step away. The Democrat Party's not doing anything for you. They've lost their way. Look, even Bill Maher said the Democrat Party of today has left me. So I am not telling you have to go run and be a conservative. But I'm telling you, if you want to be noticed, if you want things to be done in this country that actually will benefit the people, then you've got to step back and stop giving your 90 or 100% of your vote to one party. You got to step back and throw that party out every now and then. The only way the Democrats are going to learn is for you to throw them out. And I'm telling you, if you're a black voter and a brown voter, the Democrat Party takes you for granted. They take your vote. The Democrat Party could care less what the black vote thinks because they assume they're going to get the black vote. You heard Biden. Listen, if you listen closely, the Democrats will tell you what they think. They will tell you what they think. And Biden, what did he tell you? Joe Biden, and when he was running for president not the first time, when he was running against Trump, he said, if you're black and you don't vote for me, you ain't black. That's what he said. That's what he said. That's what they think about you. That's what they think. They think you're so dumb that you can't function without the Democrat Party. And they're wrong. And it's about time for you, the minority voter, to stand with me, walk away from the Democrat Party. Ladies and gentlemen, I grew up being told I had to be a Democrat. I grew up being told I had to be a Democrat. And by the time I got to college, I had such an independent-minded streak that I finally started asking the question, why? Why? Just because of a skin color, you're telling me I need to vote a certain way? And then my eyes were open, folks. So I'm telling you, folks, this is going to be fun today. You stay tuned. We've got lots more coming up.
There's not my truth or your truth. There is only the truth. And you can hear it every day on The Eric Erickson Show.
Don't you want to do business with people who want to do business with you? That's why I like Patriot Mobile. One of the many reasons I like Patriot Mobile, because they're Christians and conservatives, and they want your business. They're a cell phone provider. They use the same cell towers everybody else uses, so you're not going to get inferior service. You're going to get the same great service. And if you don't believe me, go to patriotmobile.com/Eric. Not only do you get free activation, but you can see their detailed coverage map. You put in your home address, you can see all the way down to your home address. Do you get 5G, voice, data? How good's the quality of the service? Highly detailed maps. You can port your existing phone number to them or get a new phone number from them, and a portion of their profits go to the causes you care about, from the Second Amendment to life. The conservative movement is funded in part by Patriot Mobile's profits, and they use you as a customer to generate those profits. So you're working with a great company that shares your values and is committed to the cause and gives you great discounts. Go to patriotmobile.com/Eric, patriotmobile.com/ERICK, or call them 972-PATRIOT. Tell them I sent you. One of the things I try to do different from other talk radio show hosts is get you involved. So I'm not just telling you what to be upset about or what to be focused on, but also how, on occasion, you can fix it. That's why we have an army of activists nationwide. If you text the word Army to 33777, you'll be able to join the army of activists. Now, what is this? It's an email list. It's not for sale. On occasion, you'll get an email or a text message saying, hey, there's this thing happening in Congress or your state legislature you should be focused on, and here's how to let your state legislator or your congressman or senator know about it. All you have to do is text Army to 33777, and you'll become one of the most involved, engaged people in your community, letting your legislators know what you think about various issues around the nation. This isn't just for your nation, it's for your state. We're working with conservative activists around the country to make sure you stay informed.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
My mom's home is 9 rooms and 56 years of memories. Everything that's important to her happened under this roof. She's slowed down a little and needs help. Nothing too difficult, just a hand with everyday chores. Someone to look after her when I can't. My mom loves her home. There's no place she'd rather be.
If your mom wants to stay in her home, call me, Bob Bonville at Griswold Home Care Pinehurst, 910-420-2360. That's 910-420-2360. We've been keeping the heart at home since 1982.
Are you interested in protecting your assets from market volatility, rising taxes, and economic uncertainty? Then tune in to Retire 360 with Dwight Mejan to learn how you can protect and grow your hard-earned money. Retire 360, Sundays at 3 p.m. right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Protect your hard-earned money today at retire360show.com.
Want to create the bathroom or wine wall of your dreams? This is Amy from Main Street Glass, and every step of our process is tailored to your wants and needs. We specialize in residential and commercial glass, so whether you need a custom shower enclosure, wine room, storefront entry door, or custom mirror, we can do it all. So stop by Main Street Glass at 195 Pinehurst Avenue or call us at 910-639-6336 to schedule your free estimate today.
Don't wait for your heat or AC to go out when you need it the most. Call a professional. Contact King Heating and Air today at 919-895-3600, where quality has been a family tradition for 6 generations. Whether you need AC repair, installation, or heating repair, King Heating and Air is there for you 24/7. Receive 10% off on repairs for all military, first responders, teachers, and seniors. For more information or to schedule your service, visit kinghvacnc.com today.
It's tax time again, and Carolina Power and Generators wants you to know that dependable power and whole home comfort is quite the return for a reasonable investment. And now through April 16th, invest in your investment with a new Generac whole home standby generator from Carolina Power and Generators, and get a 10-year parts and labor warranty from Generac, which means your investment just became worry-free. Look, we've all seen firsthand how important reliable power is. And with a whole home standby generator, you'll have reliable reliability at your fingertips. If the power goes out, your generator comes on automatically while you stay safe in the comfort of your home. Contact the Generator Guys today to see if you qualify for Generac's 10-year parts and labor warranty. And don't be left in the dark next time there's a power outage. Power up today with a whole home standby generator from the Generator Guys at Carolina Power and Generators. Call now at 910-241-4677 or visit GeneracNC.com.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
You can be live on Eric's show by calling 877-97-ERIC. That's 877-973-7425.
Hey, folks, welcome back. This is Victor Armendariz. Listen, the phone number is 877-973-7425, 877-973-7425, if you want to be a part of the show today. Listen, if you disagree with me and you're a Democrat, you'll go to the front of the line. Just don't be mean to my call screener. If you are mean to my call screener, then you're going to have to deal with me. Actually, you'll just have to deal with her because she'll take care of you right away. So I know she can take care of herself, but do me a favor. Do not be mean to my call screener. You will not make it to me. So, but definitely, if you disagree, I want to hear from you because especially if you're a minority voter out there and you're still stuck on the Democrat Party for some reason, if you are one of those who think that the letter D in your DNA stands for Democrat, well, then I want to hear from you. I really do. And listen, I am not a mean guy. I love debate. Just don't be mean to me and don't call people names. Don't do things that get you thrown off the radio, folks. I'll talk to anybody. Because I know I'm right. So, but I don't mind your opinion. And listen, you're more than welcome to call up and give it to me. But you better have a good reason. You better have a darn good reason. If you're a minority and you still think the Democrat Party is the party for you, if you think Dementia Joe, and his merry band of Democrat authoritarian progressives, if you think they are thinking about you first and not themselves, oh, please call me and give me some type of example. So, all right, folks, listen, I told you you're going to want to hear the whole show today because, listen, you are going to hear something today about the southern border. I mean, notice how we've taken the eye off the southern border. Notice how all this stuff is going on over here so that you won't look over here at what really matters. The Democrat Party and the media, they are doing an amazing job of throwing all these little bits and pieces. It's like a dog when he sees a squirrel. A dog may be so interested in what you're doing and treats until a squirrel walks by, and then a squirrel, and then the dog is gone. You've got to understand, this is what the Democrats are doing. The Democrat Party and the media, they're looking at you like a bunch of puppy dogs because they're throwing squirrels everywhere. And the squirrels are insignificant, ridiculous, media-made stories and these ridiculous narratives. I mean, come on. One of the most ridiculous narratives out there going right now is Trump's going to be arrested. Give me a freaking break, ladies and gentlemen. There's no way that man's going to do a day in jail. Let me ask you this. If you think Trump's going to go to jail, let me ask you this. Which poor sap who is a Secret Service agent is going to pull the short straw and go to jail with Donald Trump? Which poor Secret Service guy? Folks, I'm not kidding. Donald Trump will have Secret Service protection until he is dead and put into the ground. And on that very day, the Secret Service will still be by his side. So at what point, how are they going to pick the Secret Service agent and go to them and say, hey, look, dude, I know you didn't do anything wrong, but you're going to have to go to jail with Trump. So, folks, don't fall for this stuff. The media and the Democrats want you to pay attention to the insignificant things so you don't pay attention to them. The media wants you fighting amongst yourselves. The media want we the people to fight with each other so we the people aren't looking at what they're doing. They just want to keep doing what they're doing. And folks, what are they doing? What are the Democrats doing? They're going after liberty. They're going after freedom. They're going after the First Amendment. They're going after the Second Amendment. The Democrat Party, ladies and gentlemen, they treat you like dogs, and boy, am I going to hear it for that. But they throw all these little squirrels out. They want you to chase them so you don't pay attention to what they're doing to you. And ladies and gentlemen, believe you me, I've got stories today that you're not going to believe.
My name's Tony Keith with Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound, or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years, and they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back and picked it up and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 Seasons Heating and Air. Get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
It's no surprise. Pinehurst Toyota has done it again, a 3rd award. And this one is the Golden Carfax top-rated dealer, based on Toyota and Hyundai ability to consistently provide the best pre-owned vehicles and service. Pinehurst Toyota also has the Pilot Best of the Pines Service Department and the Sandhills Magazine Best Dealership in Moore County. The Pinehurst Toyota Advantage Plan is our goal to make you 100% satisfied with your visit to Pinehurst Toyota. The first 2 years or 25,000 miles are covered by the Toyota Care Program, and you get 5 years of roadside assistance regardless of miles. That's why with a major service at Pinehurst Toyota, you will receive a complimentary loaner for all qualified warranty repairs. Call Pinehurst Toyota at 910-692-2424. That's 910-692-2424.
Proven Arms and Outfitters, the retail division of Quantico Tactical, is once again open to the public, offering the best price and selection of modern firearms, accessories, and ammunition. Proven Arms is open Tuesday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. and is co-located with Quantico Tactical on Highway 211 east of Aberdeen and on the web at ProvenOutfitters.com.
For more than 30 years, Kubota of Sanford has offered sales, service, and parts for all your needs. Come join them at their spring open house April 14th and 15th. See their wide selection of Kubota and Gravely tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, construction equipment, and trailers from brands like Big Tex, Master Tow, and Diamond Cargo. That's April 14th and 15th at Kubota of Sanford, located at 4217 Jefferson Davis Highway in Sanford, or call them at 919-292-6464.
If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m. here on WEEB.
We've got a lot of warm weather on the way over the next couple of days, with high temperatures near 80 this afternoon with mostly sunny skies after some morning clouds. It'll be warm and breezy for us. Winds could gust about 20 to 25 miles an hour today and through tonight and tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll wake up tomorrow morning near 60, then near record temperatures for us tomorrow afternoon with high temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
From the paranormal to aliens among us, it's Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Overnights here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB.
And lots of promotion on social media.
Many kids think vaping is harmless, but it's not.
So talk to your kids about the risks of vaping.
Because when you talk, they hear you.
Learn more at underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Filling in for Eric today is Victor Armendariz.
Hey, folks, I am Victor Armendariz, the Mexican, not afraid to be American. Listen, folks, you can find me. I am on Instagram, Radio Victor. I'm on Facebook, Victor Armendariz. Just spell it right. Armendariz. Phone number, if you want to be a part of this here show, 877-973-7425, 877-973-7425. Listen, like I was saying before, you're going to want to listen today because we've got so much to get to. Folks, I have a personal story that I can talk to you about that you're not going to hear anywhere else. And it's about my trip to Mexico. Look, I go to Mexico a lot. I go a lot. I've got a lot of family around there. And I was in a part of Mexico that you're going to want to hear about, because I'm going to give you a border story. And again, like I said before the last break, there is so much going on, and the Democrats don't want you paying attention. They don't want you paying attention to the southern border. They don't want you paying attention to the fact that the Valley Bank that failed, that they were partnership with China, with a China joint venture. They don't want you to know that. They don't want you to know how many investors were Chinese, and that they're going to use your taxpayer dollars, our taxpayer dollars, to bail out a bank that is half owned by China. Look, I'm not making this stuff up. They were in a joint venture with China, and we'll get to that later. But these are the things they don't want you to know. They don't want you focused on the things that matter. Okay? You have to understand that. So I'm just not making this stuff up. I see this, and I'm a very observant person, ladies and gentlemen, very observant. So, all right, let me touch on this, because I'm not going to spend much time on the Donald Trump fiasco that's going on with District Attorney Bragg up there in New York. But let me say this, ladies and gentlemen, this isn't about just President Trump. What's going on, what the Democrats are doing, because they plan. Remember what I said, they plan. So the Democrats are some of them, not all of them, but some of them are encouraging Bragg to go through with this. They want an indictment on Trump. Then understand, an indictment is not a conviction. An indictment is just, you get a group of people, I think it's 25 people or something like that, in a grand jury, and you just pitch to them a one-sided story from the prosecutor, and you tell them, hey, is there enough evidence here to go to trial? And then if they agree, they'll say, yeah, there's enough evidence, go to trial. That's all it is. But they get a chance to possibly perp walk Trump. They get a chance to take mug shots. That's what they want. Now, they are not, and listen, I might shock you right now. I know there are some people out there that are going to be shocked what I'm about to say right now, okay? But I don't care. Sometimes you need to be shocked. And if you're a Trump diehard supporter, listen, I understand where you're coming from. I supported Trump. I did. And I'd vote for him again in a heartbeat. You've heard me say before, no president in modern history probably deserves re-election more than he did. He really did deserve re-election. He didn't get it, and I'm not going to hash out why he didn't get re-elected, but we're just going to go with the facts that we have now, and for this conversation, he didn't get re-elected. But I am telling you right now, I am not afraid to tell you that there's probably not a president in modern history that deserved re-election more than that man did. Donald Trump really did deserve, based on his policies and the way this country was cranking and running on all cylinders, Donald Trump deserved a second term. He really did. Now, we've got to figure out what we're going to do going forward, and that's another discussion to have. But right now, let me tell you what the Democrats are up to. Let me tell you, because I don't think this is being said by anyone else. And if it is, I haven't heard it. And this is what's going to shock you. The Democrats are not doing this to Donald Trump because they don't want him to be the nominee. It's quite the opposite. The Democrat Party wants Trump to be the nominee. And I tell you, there are some establishment Republicans that they can't stand Trump just as much as the Democrats can't stand Trump. But they want him to be the nominee. You know why? Because they think that Donald Trump will lose. They think Donald Trump will lose. Now, we can talk about that a little later, whether he can win or not. But understand, they think he can. They think he will lose. So the Democrat, what's going on right now? All this stuff going on with this pending indictment and this ridiculousness going on in New York. Listen, that's not the only one, ladies and gentlemen. Bragg wants to run for governor of New York. Bragg has ambitions. And he knows that if he can run across the state of New York showing pictures that I got Trump, that's all he wants to do. That's what he wants. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. He's doing it for himself. Bragg is in it for Bragg. And he's not the only one. There's a prosecutor in the city of Atlanta, a prosecutor DA, who's doing the same thing. Bragg's just trying to out-indict her. If it doesn't happen with Bragg, which, ladies and gentlemen, it probably isn't going to happen with him, the lady down there in Atlanta, she's going to try to do it. They're going to keep doing this because, let me tell you, this is where you're going to be shocked, because they want Donald Trump to be the nominee for the Republican Party. And why? Why? Well, because they think they can beat him. Now, listen, if you ask me, I think this could go one of two ways. If Donald Trump plays it right, he can be the martyr and he can win. He could walk right into the White House. But if he plays it wrong, and even more than Trump, if his supporters, if you're diehard Trump supporter and you play it wrong, then you're going to aid in Trump losing if he loses. So I am going to tell you, listen, I am not beholden to anyone. I don't play the never Trump game. I don't play the never DeSantis game. I don't play the never Haley game. I don't do that. You know what game I play? I play the never Biden game. I play the never Democrat game, not today's Democrats. Now, if the Democrats were to revert back to John F. Kennedy, I might find one I could vote for. But today, the game I play is never Biden. And let me tell you something. I for sure play the never Harris game. Can you imagine that? Do you guys want to end up with Kamala Harris? Because if we don't play this right, and Joe Brandon dementia patient Biden, if he and Harris, now trust me, Biden wants Harris off the ticket, but he can't do it because the only reason she's there, and here, I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. The only reason Harris is on Biden's ticket, the only reason Kamala Harris is vice president is because of her skin color. That's it. She is not there because of her merit. So I'm a logical person. I'm a commonsensical person. I follow the logic. So if you're Joe Biden and your vice president is there because of her skin color, then if he gets rid of her, if he knocks her off the ticket, will it be because of her skin color? I'm not kidding, ladies and gentlemen. This is the predicament that Joe Biden is in, because trust me, Joe Biden doesn't want Kamala to run with him, but he can't get her off the ticket. Because when you don't put somebody there for their merits, then you can't remove them because they didn't do the job. When you put somebody in a place because of their skin color, you're stuck with them. Because if you remove them, they're going to say, you're removing me because of my skin color. That's just the logical line to follow here. And I'm just reporting on this and analyzing this. That's what Joe Biden did. That's what Joe Biden. Kamala did not have the qualifications, and she proves it every day. When Kamala goes out and gives a speech that's on a third grade level, ladies and gentlemen, she's not up for the job. She's just nothing against her. She might be the nicest lady, although I've heard different. Her staff turns over more than doorknob turns over. I mean, apparently she's very hard to work with. And I think the only other person up there in Washington that has that kind of reputation is Amy Klobuchar. So if you're up there and you're an aspiring young person and you want to be in the Democrat world, don't work for Amy Klobuchar and don't work for Kamala Harris, apparently. But listen, I'm telling you, Joe Biden wants her off the ticket, so it's not going to happen. So what I want to, this point I want to stress to you Trump supporters, and I know, listen, I'm going to call some of you today Trump sycophants. Because if you are a Trump supporter and you're out there bashing Ron DeSantis and you're bashing anyone else, I mean, right now all I see are Trump supporters bashing Ron DeSantis, and that just blows my mind. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. And I'm going to get into that later, so you're going to want to hear about. You're going to want to stay tuned and hear about that. But I'm telling you, Joe Biden is stuck with Kamala, and if we don't play this right, if you Trump supporters don't play this right, you're going to give Joe Biden a path to victory, and he shouldn't have a path to victory. He really shouldn't. He really shouldn't. So What's going on? You got to understand, these people, these Democrats and these media that want you to, Trump's about to be arrested, he's going to be indicted, he's going to be perp walked, he's going to be, listen, ladies and gentlemen, here's a question that I have. In fact, let me ask this question to all you Democrat listeners out there. Let me ask you this question. And I know we got some phone calls, so you guys hold tight. I will get to the phone calls, I promise. So just hold tight. But let me ask you, Democrat listeners out there that are listening to me right now, let me ask you this. When will you be tired? When will you be tired of the media and the Democrats crying wolf? When will you be tired? You know the story. You know the story of the guy out there watching the sheep and he cries wolf and everybody comes running, but there's no wolf. When will you be tired of the Democrats saying that the walls are closing in, we've got Trump, we've got Trump? Ladies and gentlemen, they've been doing it for 6 years. 6 years. You have been on the edge of your seat. If you're a Democrat sycophant, you've been on the edge of your seat. Oh, this time they got Trump. This time they got Trump. Because for 6 years, that's what they've been telling. And if you don't have to just listen to me, just listen to this. All you've got to do is listen to this soundbite that I'm going to play right now.
Breaking news.
A bombshell.
Today is a turning point. Today was historically bad for President Trump.
Today was a turning point.
A turning point.
We're at a turning point here.
The beginning of the end for the Trump presidency.
The beginning of the end.
And breaking news.
We have another bombshell.
Mike Pence might have to assume the office of the presidency.
The call for impeachment.
Rumblings of the word impeachment.
Breaking news.
Another bombshell out of the White House.
I believe this is the beginning of the end.
I do too.
It's really the beginning of the end.
The beginning of the end.
So
maybe
that clip could go on for another 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. The end is here. The end is near. The walls are closing in. Donald Trump's going to jail. Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump. You see why I'm telling you they want Donald Trump to be the nominee. But they think you're so stupid out there, and they think you Democrat voters and you Democrat sycophants are so dumb you can't think for yourself. So they're just going to put on this show, and they're going to keep you. They want your eyes and on the TV, and they want you it's clickbait. They want you clicking on CNN and MSNBC, and they want you all over social media. Oh, this is it. This is it. They're going to get him, folks. Donald Trump's not going to jail. He's not going to jail. Okay? Now, let me tell you what else they're trying to do, the Democrats and the media, what they're trying to do. They're going to drag this out. They're going to, look, you already know they delayed the grand jury meeting, and they pushed it to next week. They're probably going to push it another week before they cancel the whole thing, because it's not going to go anywhere. But let me tell you what they want. The Democrat Party and the media, they're begging for you Trump supporters. And listen, I am a Trump supporter, but I'm not a sycophant. Okay? I can think for myself, but I want you to think for yourself. So trust me when I tell you, the media and the Democrats, they want violence. They want violence. And that might shock you also, but they want violence. The media, they're dragging this out, and they're going to drag it out because they want Trump supporters. They want it. All it takes is one. All it's going to take is one Trump supporter to go out and break a window. Or push a police car, or yell at Bragg when he walks out of the courthouse. That's all. That's what they want. They want it on film. The narrative has been written. The Democrat Party and the media have already written the narrative. January 6th is happening again. That's what they want. Listen, understand this. Understand this. I don't really care what your opinion is on January 6th, but if you call it an insurrection, you just don't know what you're talking about. If it was not an insurrection, was nothing near an insurrection. You got to understand that. Now, I know there was some, listen, if you broke glass and you broke in a building and you did damage to property, you should go to jail. I don't care if it's January 6th or December 6th. If you damage property, private property or public property, if you do the damage, you should do the time. And I have no problem with that. But calling January 6th an insurrection it's just not true. They're just lying to you. They're lying to you because they think you're dumb enough to believe it. But the problem is, when the new video came out, when the rest of the video came out, and again, I don't care what your opinion is on the horn guy or anything. I don't care about that. Just understand that when the new video came out, your politicians, ladies and gentlemen, the Democrats and Lindsey Graham. This is why I have such a problem with Lindsey Graham, folks, and you're going to find that out by the time the show is over. I will make no ambiguity that Lindsey Graham needs to be thrown out of Washington just as fast as the Democrats do, and so does Mitch McConnell. But Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham and some of these other Republicans, establishment Republicans, they wanted to hide this video. They wanted to keep this video hidden. The Democrats wanted to keep the video hidden. They didn't want you to see any of the video. Why is that? Why? Why can't you make up your own mind? But see, what's happening now that that video's out, the narrative has changed. So the Democrats have lost their insurrection narrative. So now they need a new narrative. And trust me when I tell you the Democrats learn from their mistakes. They learn. They've lost the narrative to January 6th, and they're not going to let that happen again. So if you Trump supporters go out and you do one little protest and you do something stupid where CNN can get it on camera, then you're going to feed into this whole insurrection mess again, because the media will take it and turn it, and this time they'll make sure they have all the right footage. They'll make sure there is no extra footage, and they will make sure that they convince the American people, or try to convince enough of them, that Donald Trump inspired a riot and that they put people in danger. So if you're a Trump supporter, you've got to understand what I'm saying. Please understand me. Please understand me. You cannot go out and let your emotions get the best of you.
Do you know what a BOGO is? I would have never known but for telling you about the Eden Pure Thunderstorm, because this week is their BOGO week. Buy one, get one for free. EdenPureDeals.com is the website. What is it? It's an air purifier, and it's filterless. You don't need a filter subscription. It's got electrostatic plates you just wipe off on occasion. It gets rid of pollen, dust, mildew, mold, bacteria floating in the air. But how I use it as an odor eliminator, and it's incredible. Buddy of mine actually was taking up smoking a cigar in his truck and then running the Eden Pure afterwards. His wife didn't know till she caught him in the car with a cigar. It works that well. I've used it in the same situation with a cigar in my car. Unfortunately, blew smoke in, and it just wiped out the odor. Odor eliminator, pet odors, litter box odors, smoke odors, you name it. EdenPureDeals.com is the website. EdenPureDeals.com. You'll see a discount code box on the front page of the site. Put in my name, Eric, E-R-I-C-K. Buy one, get one free at EdenPureDeals.com.
You're listening to The Eric Erickson Show, the perfect blend of news, analysis, opinion, and cooking. Yeah, cooking.
One of the things I try to do different from other talk radio show hosts is get you involved. So I'm not just telling you what to be upset about or what to be focused on, but also how, on occasion, you can fix it. That's why we have an army of activists nationwide. If you text the word Army to 33777, you'll be able to join the army of activists. Now, what is this? It's an email list. It's not for sale. On occasion, you'll get an email or a text message saying, hey, there's this thing happening in Congress or your state legislature you should be focused on, and here's how to let your state legislator or your congressman or senator know about it. All you have to do is text Army to 33777, and you'll become one of the most involved, engaged people in your community, letting your legislators know what you think about various issues around the nation. This isn't just for your nation, it's for your state. We're working with conservative activists around the country to make sure you stay informed. There are so many ways for you to be involved and to stay informed and to stay connected with the show. While you're traveling, while you're on vacation, wherever you are, we have a podcast, we have a 24/7 live stream, we've got social media. I'm on social media. You should follow me on Instagram, and it's real easy. All you have to do is text the word Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777. You'll be able to stay informed, stay involved, and stay connected with me and the show. You know, I actually do engage with my listeners on occasion on social media. They don't like it when I say that, though, but it's true. All you have to do is text Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777. You'll be able to get a link to my daily email that you should subscribe to. You'll be able to get a link to the live stream, the podcast, and all of my social media. It's very easy to stay connected with me and the show, whether you're traveling or I'm traveling. All you have to do, text Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777 now.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Pride Plumbing is proud to serve Moore County with superior workmanship and dependable plumbing service, including 24/7 emergency service. Like the name says, we take pride in our work and your safety. Our employees must pass background and drug tests and share Pride Plumbing's reputation for quality service. From simple leaky faucets to new water heaters and sewer lines, backflow testing and installation, drain cleaning, plumbing repairs, and, if necessary, replacement and remodeling. A family business with over 50 years of prideful service. Go online to
to callprideplumbing.com and check out our 5-star customer reviews. We offer a 10% discount to all veterans and active military. Call Pride Plumbing of Moore County at 910-295-0152. 910-295-0152. Serving with pride since 1965.
You look out the window. It's dark. You lock the doors. Maybe you set an alarm. You take every precaution. Do whatever it takes to keep your home safe. But it's not. In fact, termites may be destroying your home right now. You may not see them. You may not hear them. But by the time you see the damage termites cause, it may be too late. So don't wait, because now there is something new. Introducing Termidor, the unique treatment that wipes out 100% of the termites in your home in 3 months or less. They'll never see it coming. But you can't get it from any store. So ask for Termidor by name from your pest control company. Because if you're not asking for Termidor, you're asking for trouble.
Termidor is available at Aberdeen Exterminating. Call 944-2474. For service, that's 944-2474.
Want Eric's weekly recipes? Text RECIPE to 33777 now.
Hola, mi gente. Vamos a regresar al show. Let's get back to some show. Listen, Ling, I hope I'm saying that right. If you are out there, man, I am sorry I missed your call, but call back. I will get you on, I promise. But I have a feeling, and I'm going to just make a guess here, but I have a feeling you might have a comment on something I said about the bank failing. So give me, call the station back. We'll 877-973-7425, and I'll get to the calls, I promise, folks. You just got to hang with me. I don't want to, I like to give callers justice. I really do. So I don't like to put you on and then have to cut you off. So just bear with me. I will pick a good time to take your call. I promise. I just want to do you justice. That's all. I am a nice host. I don't like to throw you on and then throw you off in 2 seconds. So I'm the only way I'm not nice is when you're mean to my call screener. So then I won't be nice. So it's all right. So listen, folks, listen to what I'm telling you. Listen, I really, 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 really want to drive this message home. I really do, because you got to understand, you're listening to somebody who would crawl over broken glass, to vote for Trump in the general election. Okay, I don't have a problem with Trump. His policies were great. My goodness, if you can't see the difference between, take your emotions away, folks. Take your emotions away. Who cares? Trump's a New Yorker. If you don't know New Yorkers, well, just look at Trump. That's a New Yorker. I mean, they fight. They like to argue. They like to call names. That's just their style. And that's Trump's style. Divorce yourself from that and look at the policy. Because Donald Trump throwing insults and barbs out there, that's not going to affect your wallet. You know what is going to affect your wallet? Joe Biden and his Democrat inflation. That will affect your wallet. You know what's going to affect your family budget? Gas prices that have been over $3 since Biden's been in office. Depending on where you are, they haven't dipped below $3, and they're going back up. You know what's going to what will affect your wallet? Food prices that are going sky high. They're still going up, folks. All of these things that you're experiencing now, your hardship, every hardship, just about every hardship that you're having right now with your family when you're trying to make budget month to month, you can attribute those problems to Joe Brandon Biden. The dementia patient in the White House is causing you pain. The dementia patient in the White House is not spreading the economy. We're not growing the economic pie. We're not growing the economic pie. We're shrinking it. The Democrat Party is all about shrinkage. I mean, folks, I just can't put it any other way. The Democrat Party, they don't want to grow the pie. They just want to make it a smaller pie and cut it up more. They want to give away more than half of the pie, and then they want to divvy up the little pieces of the rest of the pie and make the few of you out there who are producing, they're going to make you work so hard that, they'll give new meaning to the I work my fingers to the bone.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
Moore County, the heart of the Sandhills, your home and mine. I'm Richard Hudson, Moore County's congressman. There's nothing more important to me than delivering results for you, your family, and our region. That's why I've opened my main office right here in Southern Pines. We are ready to help you with the VA, Social Security, passports, or any other federal agency problem.
Congressman Richard Hudson wants to hear from you at his new office located at 340 Commerce Avenue, Suite 16 in Southern Pines. Congressman Hudson's office is open 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Make an appointment, visit hudson.house.gov or dial 910-910-1924. It's an honor to serve you in Congress.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sand Hills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. The CEO of TikTok appearing before U.S. Congressional Committee to make the case for why the video sharing app should not be banned. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby was asked if there was anything TikTok CEO could say today to convince the White House that TikTok should not be banned.
I certainly am not going to get ahead of his testimony or how he wants to characterize his company. The president really, as you rightly noted, has been very consistent about our concerns in terms of big tech and particularly some social media applications, and that includes TikTok.
The company under increasing pressure from U.S. officials concerned about data security and user safety. Also at townhall.com, the Manhattan grand jury investigating former President Trump did not meet yesterday as originally planned.
Wednesday's grand jury session was canceled, delaying Trump's possible indictment. Word of the delay came a day after the former president predicted his arrest, which did not happen. The hush money investigation appears close to finishing, but the timetable is unclear as the legal and political worlds are closely watching the Manhattan DA's office.
What else? Correspondent Greg Cluxton reporting from New York. Ukraine's president has made his third visit in 2 days to areas that have felt the brunt of Russia's invasion. President Zelensky made a trip to the southern Kherson region. The labor market continues to defy the Federal Reserve's attempts at loosening it, with U.S. applications for unemployment benefits down again last week. The Labor Department reporting jobless claims in the U.S. fell 1,000 to 191,000. On Wall Street, the Dow is up sharply, up 300 points now. This is townhall.com.
NCI News. I'm Mike Riley. An agreement to expand Medicaid in North Carolina reached final legislative approval today. It will not take effect, though, until the budget is passed. New Hanover County Social Service Director Tanya Jackson told WECT.
As we understood and saw very easily that there was a gap in medical coverage for our residents. And I mean, as research shows that individuals or families who do have medical coverage, that frees up other money in the household for them to do other things with.
A North Carolina bill restricting how teachers talk about race and gender in schools passed the State House and now heads to the State Senate. On the floor of the House, Representative Julie Van Haven of Wake County spoke against the bill.
Under House Bill 187, there is doubt about whether today's teachers could have this same discussion about women's struggle for equal rights, the right to vote, and the reasons why women are underrepresented in politics and in other fields.
TikTok CEO Shou Chu faced tough questions today from lawmakers who are concerned the short video app has a connection with the Chinese government. Mr. Chu, in his opening statement, says he is making the following commitments to the users.
We will be transparent, and we will give access to third-party independent monitors to remain accountable for our commitments.
2 people are facing misdemeanor charges in connection to North Carolina State Auditor Beth Wood's December car crash.
According to court documents, 26-year-old Jonah Mendez of Chapel Hill is charged with obstructing justice and passenger failure to give information. The documents say Mendez was in the passenger seat of Wood's state-issued car. 29-year-old Ryan McGirt, also of Chapel Hill, is charged with obstructing justice and accessory after the fact. Mendez and McGirt are due in court on April 20th. Wood crashed her state-owned Toyota Camry on December 8, 2022. I'm Gail Hurd.
Multiple people are injured in a school bus crash today in Burke County. You're listening to NCI News.
now offering $7,000 sign-on bonuses. The North Carolina Department of Public Safety is now offering sign-on bonuses of $7,000 for new hires in the field of adult correction. Qualifying positions include probation and parole officers, correctional officers, food service, and maintenance staff. To learn more, visit ncdps.gov/join DPS. That's ncdps.gov/join DPS.
Spring and the onset of summer increases the likelihood of thunderstorms. Alternative Power, your North Carolina Generac service provider, reminds you to stay alert. As a thunderstorm approaches, get out of boats and away from water. If you're caught outdoors, find a low spot away from trees, fences, and poles. Alternative Power guards homes against extended power outages with the Generac automatic standby generator. Alternative Power, North Carolina's Generac experts. See more at alternativepower.com.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 Seasons Heating and Air. Get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
We have a warm forecast on the way over the next couple of days with highs near 80 today. Will be mostly sunny this afternoon after some morning clouds. Otherwise warm and breezy the next couple of days. We'll see temperatures waking up on Friday morning near 60. Then during the day on Friday near record territory with high temperatures in the mid to upper 80s with mostly sunny skies and still breezy conditions to end the week. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Today on the Eric Erickson Show, he's the host of On Point with Victor, a former candidate for Congress, a motivational speaker, cancer survivor, and a proud American of Mexican descent. Filling in for Eric today is Victor Armendariz.
Hola, mi gente. Welcome back. Hey, this is Victor Armendariz, the Mexican, not afraid to be American, as they say in the South, America. Not afraid to be America. Folks, listen, I am so happy to be here filling in. The phone number is 877-973-7425, 877-973-7425. And again, if you disagree with me, you'll go to the straight to the front of the line. Just be nice to the call screener, and you'll make it on the air. You just got to be nice. You got to be nice. You don't have to agree with me. Just be nice. All right. So, listen, I'm going to get into, stay tuned. I'm going to get into some talk about, I have a lot of people. One of the questions I get asked the most is, hey, Victor, what do you think about Ron DeSantis? And what do you think about Trump? And what do you think about 2024? I'm going to get into that in a few, folks. I'm going to get into that few because I've got a perspective, once again, that you're not hearing anywhere else. So you're going to want to hear that. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to listen. I told you the Democrat Party is doing everything in the media. They're doing everything they can, so you're not paying attention to what matters. You're not paying attention to what actually matters. They want you chasing all these little insignificant stories out there so you don't pay attention to what really matters, the things that are going to hurt your wallet. They don't want you paying attention to that. Because if you pay attention to that, you will throw those bozos out of Washington. You know, if the American people stood together as American people and the voters stood up and said, gosh, the last 2 years have just stunk. They've just been awful. I mean, this is where I tell you, you have to, especially if you're a minority, you've got to divorce yourself from the letter D. The letter D is running your life into the ground. The letter D is taking our country, and you want to talk about train derailments? The United States, let's put it this way, if it was a high-speed train ripping through Ohio, that's a derailment that's happening right now. And I'm not making fun of any derailments, folks. I'm not. But the United States, if we were a train, the Democrat Party has not just derailed us, they've turned us into a track that's going straight down to the nether regions. I mean, this country is just being harmed, and it's being harmed by Democrats. And unfortunately, the willing accomplices that they have in the Republican establishment. But so pay attention. So I wanted to, one of the things that they don't want you paying attention to is the southern border. They don't want you to see the hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people coming across the southern border. Now, if you are new and you're just tuning in, I am of Mexican descent. I speak the Espanol. I can go to Mexico. I do go to Mexico quite often. And I see things, folks. I'm on the ground. Now, you see, if you watch Fox News and maybe Newsmax and some stations like that, or independent journalists, hey, listen, folks, go find yourself some independent journalists, because there's some good ones out there. There are people actually doing journalism. You have to look hard and find them, but they are. And they'll show you pictures of the southern border. You see what's going on near the Rio River and outside of El Paso, Texas, and up and all throughout Arizona and into California. When you look at the southern border, we're being invaded. There is no other way to put it. There's no sugarcoating this. Now, I understand. I, of all people, understand, because I have family in Mexico. I love my Mexican heritage. I love the music. I love the pride that many, many Mexicans have for their country. Pride that I wish people in this country had for the United States. I wish, because there is a lot of pride. So I understand, better than anybody, I understand that there are a lot of people that need help, and they're coming over. But you got to understand this. There aren't, the Mexican people aren't the number one people coming across the border right now. They're Venezuelans, they're Guatemalans, they're Nicaraguans, they're Panamanians, they're Haitians, they're Chinese, and they're Muslim, people from Muslim countries, people from the Middle East. Maybe that's the best way to put it, from the Middle East. There are people from all over the world coming here, and they're coming through Mexico. Mexico is just the avenue. So when I hear people, and look, I understand. I hear it the most. Every brown person's a Mexican, especially if you are in Texas and you're from across the border, you're a Mexican. If you're in Georgia, folks, listen, I'm in Georgia. I'm in Georgia, where the flagship station is for Eric Erickson. And people just refer to you brown folks as Mexican. I get it. You know what? It doesn't bother me. I don't care. I understand. I get it. And nothing like that is going to upset me. I'm not, if you haven't figured out, I'm not very woke. Now, understand, I am very awake to what the politicians are doing. There's a difference of being awake and being woke. And if you don't know how to define, oh my goodness, I'm going to have to get into that later about, and I don't remember her name, but that Republican lady who just looked like deer in headlights when asked to define wokeism. Listen, if you're a Republican out there, you need to learn how to define wokeism. It's not that hard. It's not that hard, and I'll give you an example in a few. But shame on her. Shame on her, because now she's the poster child of, see, there's nothing wrong with wokeism. Yeah, whatever. Wokeism is killing this country, folks. It is. So there's a difference. So when I say I'm awake to what the politicians are trying to do to us. I am not woke to you trying to convince me that a dude can put on a wig and have a baby, because it ain't going to happen. And hey, I follow science. Don't get mad at me. Get mad at science. Don't call up the station and get mad at because what I just said. You get mad at biological science, because when you can prove me wrong using biological science, well, then I might listen to you. But until then, no. So I'm just too smart for you, even without my Yale degree or my Harvard degree. So, all right, folks. So listen, a couple of months ago, I was in Mexico. Now, you hear about the southern border rarely, and they don't want you paying attention to the southern border. But I went down to the border of Guatemala and Mexico. So I was down in a city called Tapachula. Now, you can look it up. You can look this up. Tapachula, you can do a DuckDuckGo search. And look up Tapachula. It is a city, a pretty big city that's right down at the border of Guatemala and Mexico. And let me tell you something, because I have been going to the city of Tapachula since I was a kid, okay? I've been going down there since I was a kid. And it was a bustling city. It was a growing city. Now, understand, it's third world. Most of Mexico is. Now, if you're in Mexico City, it looks like New York, just bigger. There's lots of business, lots of commerce, lots of stuff going on. There's money in Mexico. Not all of Mexico looks like Cancun. Now I know most Americans, they know Cancun, they know Cabo San Lucas, Merida, Mazatlan, you might know Acapulco, but Acapulco, boy, that fell off the map a long time ago. You do not want to go there. That's pretty much controlled by the cartels. So, but not all of Mexico. Listen, Mexico's pretty big. It's pretty big, and it is third world. It is. You want to see poverty? Go to Mexico. You ask me, you email me, and I will tell you where to go to Mexico. And listen, folks, while I mention that, if you want to email me, you can email me at victor@americaswebradio.com. victor@americaswebradio.com. I don't mind. I love engaging with listeners. You guys are great. From the bottom of my heart, I can't thank you listeners enough. I just can't. I cannot. So you can reach out to me at victor@americaswebradio.com. You can find me on Facebook, Victor Armendariz. You can find me on Instagram, Radio Victor. Do me a favor. Let's make the agents and the people in radio happy, the powers that be, and let's bump my numbers up. So if you can go friend me on Facebook and go like me or follow, whatever you have to do on Instagram and Twitter. I'm on there too, Radio Victor. So let's do that. Let's bump my numbers up. But so I'm down so in Mexico, in Tapachula, okay? And I've been going there since I was a kid. And Tapachula, I've watched from being a kid to being a teenager to entering adulthood. I've watched this city just kind of grow and become more modernized. And it's a big farm. There's a coffee plantations galore all around that part of Mexico. And so there's this great, rich history. Believe it or not, there's huge German history in this part of Mexico because a lot of Germans came over and they owned a lot of the coffee farms. So, I mean, there's rich history down there. But it is right on the border of Guatemala. And let me tell you, my visit to Tapachula a month or so ago, my eyes were opened. My mouth was on the floor because Tapachula, that city that once was a hustle and bustle place for that part of Mexico that was really giving jobs to the Mexican people. There were jobs for the Guatemalans who came over who needed work. They were finding jobs. That city now, you think San Francisco looks bad? You think LA is looking bad? You think Portland? You think those cities are looking bad? When I describe, Tapachula has fallen into an absolute fourth world mess. And it's because of the illegals that are coming from, I can't tell you how many people from Haiti have taken over Tapachula. The Haitians are coming over, the Nicaraguans, from Guatemala, Venezuelans. And again, understand. And you can call me names if you want to, but I'm Mexican, people. I'm still a citizen of Mexico, all right? I'm a dual citizen. Now, the United States is number one. That's my country. I will always be an American. Always. I'm an American first. But I'll never forget my heritage. And I have a lot of family still in Mexico, so I love it. So it really pains me it hurts me when I see what's happening to Mexico. Now, understand, and I'll talk about Obrador. The president of Mexico has a lot to blame for this. And the presidents before him and the presidents before him. It's the people that I care about, folks. It's the people that are suffering in Mexico because of what's streaming across their southern border. Now, understand, let me tell you something. So I talk to people. The minute I got in Tapachula and I got in a taxi, I had a taxi driver who was about, he was probably 19, 20 years old taxi car driver. And I could, there's just something about him. And I said, man, how's life? How's things going? How's Tapachula? How are you happy? He looked at me and he goes, listen, I'm losing my city. I'm losing my country. And I went, oh, join the club. Join the club, because that's how a lot of Americans feel. That's how a lot of Americans feel. And listen, I can speak Spanish, so I could say this. And he couldn't, he wasn't going to get mad at me anyway, because he looked at me and goes, wait, what do you mean? And I said, well, there are people in America, there are people in Texas, there are people in California, there are people in Arizona that see that our government just could care less about an open border. So people are coming over. And yes, the American people are the most giving people on the planet. Understand me and hear me well. The American people are the most giving people on the planet. And I told him this. The American people will help anyone. But not everybody that's coming across that border is an innocent, need help person. Many people coming across that border are military-age men and gang members and drug cartels, and they do not have the interest of coming here to be an American. They're coming here to commit crimes. And there's a lot of that coming over. And any Democrat or politician, and Lindsey Graham, you too, Grahamnesty, that tells the American people that these are just people that need help, they're lying to you, because they're not. There's a lot of bad people mixed into this. There are. And this taxi car driver, he looked at me, he goes, I'm losing my city. I'm losing my country. Because he goes, I understand when people need help, but we're getting bad people. He said, we're getting bad people from Haiti. We're getting drug people from Haiti. We're getting drug people from Guatemala. We're getting people from Nicaragua and from Venezuela, and they're coming here and they're committing crime. They're going after my sisters. They're going after our daughters. They're harassing innocent people, innocent Mexicans here in the city of Tapachula. And I'm just listening to this going, wow. So I told her, I said, okay, so from the airport, you don't have to drive through the city of Tapachula. You can go around it to get to the hotel where I was staying. But we drove through Tapachula. We drove through the city because I said, take me through the city. I want to see what's going on. And ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, I'm going to tell you more of what the media will not tell you in this country.
He doesn't just have a radio show. Eric has a website, too. Visit E.W. Erickson every day for the podcast, clips of the show, and Eric's in-depth written analysis.
It's back. The Eden Pure 3-pack for less than $200 at EdenPureDeals.com. And they got a new code. You used to go in and you put in Eric3. Don't do that anymore. You put in Eric, my name, E-R-I-C-K. Every time they got a different deal, you just use my name. And right now the deal is this. Get 3 Eden Pure Thunderstorm for less than $200. You save $200, you get them for less than $200, and you get free shipping. The website is EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code, just Eric, E-R-I-C-K, on the front page of that website. What is the Eden Pure Thunderstorm? It's an air purifier. The dust, the pollen, the mold, the mildew, it traps it all. It's filterless. You just wipe it out on occasion, but where it shines is an odor eliminator. Pet odors, litter box odors, smoke odors, musty odors, cooking odors, wipes them all out. You can get 3 of them for less than $200 at EdenPureDeals.com. EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code, Eric, E-R-I-C-K. There are so many ways for you to be involved and to stay informed and to stay connected with the show. While you're traveling, while you're on vacation, wherever you are, we have a podcast, we have a 24/7 live stream, we've got social media. I'm on social media. You should follow me on Instagram, and it's real easy. All you have to do is text the word Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777. You'll be able to stay informed, stay involved, and stay connected with me and the show. You know, I actually do engage with my listeners on occasion on social media. They don't like it when I say that, though, but it's true. All you have to do is text Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777. You'll be able to get a link to my daily email that you should subscribe to. You'll be able to get a link to the live stream, the podcast, and all of my social media. It's very easy to stay connected with me and the show, whether you're traveling or I'm traveling. All you have to do, text Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777 now.
You look out the window. It's dark. You lock the doors. Maybe you set an alarm. You take every precaution. Do whatever it takes to keep your home safe. But it's not. In fact, termites may be destroying your home right now. You may not see them. You may not hear them. But by the time you see the damage termites cause, it may be too late. So don't wait, because now there is something new. Introducing Termidor, the unique treatment that wipes out 100% of the termites in your home in 3 months or less. They'll never see it coming. But you can't get it from any store. So ask for Termidor by name from your pest control company. Because if you're not asking for Termidor, you're asking for trouble.
Termidor is available at Aberdeen Exterminating. Call 944-2474. For service, that's 944-2474.
It's no surprise. Pinehurst Toyota has done it again. A 3rd award. And this one is the Golden Carfax top-rated dealer, based on Toyota and Hyundai ability to consistently provide the best pre-owned vehicles and service. Pinehurst Toyota also has the Pilot Best of the Pines Service Department and the Sandhills Magazine Best Dealership in Moore County. The Pinehurst Toyota Advantage Plan is our goal to make you 100% satisfied with your visit to Pinehurst Toyota. The first 2 years or 25,000 miles are covered by the Toyota Care Program, and you get 5 years of roadside assistance regardless of miles. That's why with a major service at Pinehurst Toyota, you will receive a complimentary loaner for all qualified warranty repairs. Call Pinehurst Toyota at 910-692-2424. That's 910-692-2424.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals would like to remind you that it's time to prep your home for the cold winter months ahead. Consider a heat source like a single light bulb near your well, which can often be enough to keep it from freezing. Be sure that your pipes are well insulated with heat tape or foam pipe insulation, and be sure to seal off any drafts. If you have any questions, they've got answers. Call the John Cole Pros today at 910-639-4933.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
Do you have aches and pains, or do you just need to calm your mind? Then come to Flowland in Aberdeen and get your CBD MD products from the most trusted retailer in the area. All CBD MD products are THC-free, and you can get yours at Flowland 7 days a week. With over 20 years of experience, Flowland can help you with which product is best suited to your needs. Visit Flowland at 1200 North Sandhills Boulevard in Aberdeen today, or on the web at shopflowland.com.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Get exclusive interviews and Eric's daily email by texting SHOW to 33777.
And we're back, mi gente. Hey, listen, if you want to know why I say mi gente, stay tuned. I'll tell you after the next break. So right now I want to go straight to the phones. Ralph, welcome to the Eric Erickson Show.
Forgive me. I tuned in just a little while ago. What is your first name again?
It's Victor.
Oh, Victor, for victory.
And absolutely. And first, Ralph, before you get going, I just want to say you're calling from Connecticut, and I believe that is one of the news stations picked up recently. So welcome to all you listeners out there in Connecticut to the Eric Erickson Show. Now, Ralph, the floor is yours.
Well, I just want to thank you so much, and I like when you said if you disagree with me, you go to the front of the line. I don't disagree with you, on most things, but I just want to say this, something that comes across about you, you're a very, very caring person, and this is what we need, because, I'll never forget what President Reagan said one time when he spoke about our differences. He said, if a power from another planet invaded our world, everybody would join together. And I know a lot of people are frustrated, but as far as the Mexican, the border problem, as you know, and this is what's really sad, and it says a lot about the Mexican government, and things don't have to be, like you said, I was told that too, if you want to see real poverty, go into Mexico, okay, especially Juarez, which at one time, I don't know if it still is, was the murder capital of the world.
Oh, it's pretty close. Yeah.
Yes, but when you look it up, Mexico is number 11 for most oil-producing countries. So wouldn't that tell you, like in my limited high school education, if it's got that much wealth in oil, they certainly can make things better for the people, but it seems like the people in government keep all the money.
Oh, my gosh. Ralph,
yes.
You don't know how right you are.
Well, that's the saddest part, is that it doesn't have to be. It's not like they don't have a choice, like they're in a barren land with nothing on it, like Haiti. Haiti is the poorest country in the world.
Absolutely. Well, Ralph, what you're doing here, is using common sense, and you're using logic. And this is what your politicians don't like. They don't like that in this country, and they don't like it in Mexico either, but you're spot on.
Well, you know what, and I know you'd be in agreement with this, and listen, my grandparents came from Italy. This is how I describe myself. I'm Italian. I'm almost Spanish, okay? But, no, I just want to say again, it comes across, you're not one of these rigid right-wingers, or left, you know what I'm saying?
Not at all, right.
You care about people.
Yeah.
You're about right. You're not about a party. You're about right and wrong.
People, right.
And this is what I just want to say in regards to the border problem. Now, look, it's a problem, really. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But, you know, the cartels, I know they're not 100% throughout Mexico, but they have so much, they do so much horror and evils. Do you remember an infamous picture years ago? I pulled it up like 10 years ago to show a friend of mine. Every now and then the cartels will kill innocent people and hang them.
Hey, Ralph, hang on there. I hate to do this to you, but we are getting close to a hard break. I'm going to have to get to the hard break. If you want to, listen, Ralph, I'll do this for you because you're so kind to me. If you want to hang on, I'll bring you back after the break, but hang tight. We'll be right back, folks. Folks, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back. I don't like, I like to give callers the most respect I can. And I don't want to treat people bad. So, but folks, Ralph is 100% right. He's 100% right. The Mexican government, and I'm going to get to this in a minute. I'm going to get to what the Mexican government can be doing. I'm going to talk about Obrador. And I'm going to tell you some things Trump told Obrador that the media in this country, they don't want you to know. And they don't want you to know what could be happening. Because again, they don't want your eye on the ball. There are some things that I'm going to tell you that I got firsthand knowledge from. Don't go anywhere.
This edition of the Zumwalt Zone is brought to you in part by Meadow Creek Tile, located on 15501 near Zaxby's. Call 910-693-7711.
Hello, I'm John Zumwalt, and you're in the Zumwalt Zone. You know what? Judges have a lot of power, and I mean a lot of power. When they're in court, they are in charge. Some of them forget how to treat people sometimes. They can talk to a person any way they want, and there's nothing you can do about it. Name another public official who can do that. I know what you're thinking, a police officer. Okay, maybe you have a rude cop who pulls you over, but believe it or not, that cop answers to a boss, and that boss ain't going to put up with it very long. Our highest trial court in Moore County is Superior Court. The judge of Superior Court is a man named James Webb. He obviously knows the law. If he didn't, he couldn't do what he does. Let me give you an idea of the type of power that he has. I have a stack of documented cases in which he talked to people who had been given probation. Judge Webb made part of the condition of their probation contingent on them getting the COVID vaccine. Let me rephrase that. He had people in his courtroom, people who had not gotten the vaccine for their own personal reasons, and he made the terms of their probation more costly, unless they got the vaccine. Is that legal, you ask? Well, the answer is, it must be, or Judge Webb wouldn't do it. Sure seems wrong, though, doesn't it? No matter how you feel about the vaccine. What's next? Requiring them to date your son? I hope all of you have a wonderful day and a very safe one. From the Zumwalt Zone.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 Seasons Heating and Air. Get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
It's no surprise, Pinehurst Toyota has done it again, a 3rd award. And this one is the Golden Carfax top-rated dealer, based on Toyota and Hyundai ability to consistently provide the best pre-owned vehicles and service. Pinehurst Toyota also has the Pilot Best of the Pines Service Department and the Sandhills Magazine Best Dealership in Moore County. The Pinehurst Toyota Advantage Plan is our goal to make you 100% satisfied with your visit to Pinehurst Toyota. The first 2 years or 25,000 miles are covered by the Toyota Care Program, and you get 5 years of roadside assistance regardless of miles. That's why with a major service at Pinehurst Toyota, you will receive a complimentary loaner for all qualified warranty repairs. Call Pinehurst Toyota at 910-692-2424. That's 910-692-2424. Pines Funerals. Fry and Prickett, Kennedy, and Powell Funeral Homes, serving Carthage, Robbins, Southern Pines, and surrounding communities. Have you thought about pre-planning your final arrangements? At Pines Funerals, we're here to guide and assist our community's families through the pre-planning process. Visit pinesfunerals.com today to schedule a no-pressure, no-obligation appointment to ensure all of your questions are answered. That's pinesfunerals.com to see why more families prefer Pines.
As seen on the Tar Heel Traveler, J.R. Moore & Son is an original country store with something for everyone. Locally owned since 1935, J.R. Moore & Son has general hardware, plumbing, and gardening supplies. They also offer a large selection of clothing and footwear from brands like Arat, Carhartt, Wolverine, Wrangler, and more. Open Monday through Saturday, you can visit J.R. Moore & Son at 865 Thrift Road in Gulf and enjoy what this local historic business has to offer today.
This Weather Center report brought to you by JB Short Carpet 1, Highway 1 North between Southern Pines and Bass, or on the web at shortcarpet1.com.
We've got a lot of warm weather on the way over the next couple of days with high temperatures near 80 this afternoon with mostly sunny skies after some morning clouds. It'll be warm and breezy for us. Winds could gust about 20 to 25 miles an hour today and through tonight and tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll wake up tomorrow morning near 60, then near record temperatures for us tomorrow afternoon with high temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
Thank you for making us a part of your day. We're Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB, and heard around the world at talk973.com.
Filling in for Eric today is Victor Armendariz.
Hey, folks, we are back. So I am Victor Armendariz. No, I'm not Eric, but I love filling in for him. But there is no mistaking me. I'm telling you, folks. I told you before, Eric is a lot taller than me. Eric can actually walk into his pantry and reach his cereal boxes. I can't. I had to marry a girl who was taller than me so she could reach the cereal boxes for me. So, I mean, that's just the way it is. That's the life I have. So, listen, you can find me, folks. Please find me. Find me on Facebook, Victor Armendariz. Find me on Instagram, Radio Victor. And I would love for if you could follow me there. I do have a show, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not familiar with me, it's called the On Point with Victor Show. You can find it at americaswebradio.com. Americaswebradio.com. You can find the On Point with Victor Show. All right, I want to go right back. I'm going to go back to Ralph. Ralph, I want to bring you back on now. Understand, Ralph, you are quite special because I rarely do this. I don't even take many phone calls, Ralph, but you're going to get back on. So
I'm not special. I'm a sinner saved by grace.
Oh, man, I get it, Ralph. So listen.
Well, before I ask anything, could you please and I'll be quick because I'm sure other people want the pleasure of speaking to you. What is your email address? Because I like to send, informative. From good sources, informative articles to people.
Oh, absolutely. You can reach me at victor@americaswebradio.com.
Okay, VICTOR.
Yep.
At
americaswebradio.com.
Okay, AMERICAS, americaswebradio.com.
That's it. Yep.
Oh, that's a new one, webradio.com. No, because I like to, you know what I like to do? I like to send things ahead of time a lot of times, and I like to show that what I tell you is from a good source. Like when I looked it up about about where does Mexico stand in oil production, several reputable sites said it was 11th. But, I'm looking over here what Reagan said one time. This was at a UN speech in 1987. And he said, cannot swords be turned to plowshares? Can we in all nations not live in peace? In our obsession with antagonisms of the moment, we often forget how much unites all the members of humanity. And then he said, perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bond. He said, I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet I ask you, is not an alien force already among us? What could be more alien to the universal aspirations of our peoples than war and the threat of war? So, but getting back to, the border situation, I mean, people are getting arrested. 2 million, I could send you this from the Texas Tribune. 2 million people were arrested at the end of the fiscal year on September 30th. But what I wanted to mention before was there's so much evil going on in Mexico. I remember this one infamous picture. You know how, like, in these old towns, they have the gates that say, welcome to so-and-so? This one infamous picture, it showed 4 innocent people that were hung by the cartel. One was a pregnant high school teacher. The other one was a male high school teacher. The third one was, I believe, the woman's sister and a 14-year-old boy. Anybody would want to escape living under those conditions.
100%.
And also one time, and I understand, we can't, it's like trying to put 2 gallons of water in a 1-gallon jug. I don't know what the answer is. And also, 2020 profiled one time how you had people held hostage in houses by the cartels packaging the drugs. And the thing I want to end with is this. Every day, they start Congress off with a guest minister doing an opening prayer. You would think all these members of Congress would say, you know what, let's all join our hands and get on our knees and just say, Lord, we made a mess of this world. Show us how to fix it. And I imagine you don't mind somebody quoting scripture, do you?
I do not. And Ralph, go ahead. Real quick,
I just
Ralph.
want to quote this. All right. 2 Chronicles 7:14, when the Israelites were really messing things up, and God said, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, I will hear from heaven, forgive their sin, and heal their land. And I do believe that, so please go ahead. I talked enough.
Right. No, Ralph, I appreciate the phone call. Really, it was an awesome call, and thank you so much. And again, big hello to all the good folks from Connecticut that are now listening to the Eric Erickson Show. But folks, listen, Ralph has some good points there. He really does. There's one thing I'd like to say. He quoted Reagan, and Reagan did make that comment about what if aliens came. Here's the thing. Can you imagine? Here's my vision of the UFO. If there are UFOs out there, and if they ever do in the next year or two make a visit to the United States and they go to Washington, imagine, this is the way I picture it. So Mr. UFO or Mrs. UFO or whatever UFO is going to come out, and they're going to take me to your leader, and they're going to meet Joe Brandon Biden, and then they're going to go, okay, take me to a different leader. I just can't imagine. I mean, come on. Can you just imagine, please? And again, folks, you have to have fun. I told you, you got to stay positive. You got to laugh at things, not just yourself, but you got to laugh at things. So just picture that. Picture an alien life form. And let's face it, if an alien life form gets here, it's because they're way more advanced than we are. And you have to understand physics. Look, folks, I'm not one of those who buys in that there have been UFOs flying around our country, because you've got to understand physics, and I love physics. If you want an introductory to physics, because you don't like physics, you don't want to read physics, but you want an introductory to physics, go watch The Big Bang Theory. You'll learn a little bit on that show. But I love physics. And when you understand physics, you will understand how practically impossible it is to move from around the universe and to make it here. But I'm just saying, I'm not saying that we're alone in the universe. There very well could be other things in the universe. Just getting here from there is what is darn near impossible. But if it happens, then you can rest assured that they're way more advanced than we are, because they got here. We didn't get there. They got here. But imagine that UFO to walk off the ship and say, I want to meet the leader. And of course, the United States, well, we used to be the powerhouse of the world. So they're going to come here first. But can you imagine this? I mean, I could just see the alien go, this is your leader? You've got the oldest, whitest guy you could find to be your president? Yeah, and that's from the Democrat Party, who tells black voters and brown voters that they care about them. They care so much about you. Listen, you minority voters, please listen to me. They care so much about you that they couldn't find one person of color to be the head of the ticket on the Democrat Party. They had to find the oldest, whitest guy in America by the name of Joe Brandon Biden. See, that I'm telling folks, listen, when I talk to you from my minority status, I'm just being honest with you. When you open your eyes to what's going on, you will liberate yourself. I promise. I really do. So, but listen, let me get back to Mexico, because a lot of things that the caller Ralph said, he's spot on. Folks, when I tell you, you don't understand poverty, listen, I've said this before, and some people get a little upset with me, or they get uncomfortable, because I will tell you that in this country, We don't know poverty. We don't. Do we have poverty here? Yes. Yes, we do. No doubt. No doubt about it. Could we really help poverty-stricken people here? Oh, yes, we could. Yes, we could. Is the current crop of politicians going to help? No, they're not. Not the Democrats and not the establishment Republicans. They're not. They could, and I'll give you some reasons. I'll actually go into in a little bit and how we could help everybody in this country. And then by doing that, we'll help people across this world. I mean, it's an amazing thing what we could do. It really is. The sky's the limit when it comes to American ingenuity. The sky's the limit when it comes to American, the giveness that Americans will do, the willingness to help. That's the American people. That's the American spirit. That's what the truth about this country is. That's the exceptionalism that is the United States. And it doesn't matter what your background is. It doesn't matter. You gotta understand. America is a culture. The United States is a culture like none other, because in this country, I don't care what color your skin is. I don't care what your background is. You could be Arab. You could be Jewish. You could be, it doesn't matter what you've brought, your religion. It doesn't matter your skin color. It doesn't matter. Because in this country, if you're willing to assimilate and be an American, participate in that dream. You can participate on that shining city on the hill. It is there. It exists. The Democrat Party and the progressives right now, they only want a prosperous America for them. The elitists, the Democrat Party and too many establishment Republicans, they want elitism. They love it. They want theirs. They want to have enough to take care of their family, and they want their little elitist playground, and they don't want you in it. They don't want you in it, folks. Understand. This is a whole nother thing about, going back to the whole Donald Trump mess, what they're trying to do to Trump and this whole indictment. All of that is just, it's all smoke and mirrors, because they don't, listen, one of the biggest messages they're trying to put out in the country, they don't want the next Donald Trump. They don't want the next person outside of Washington to be able to be elected president. They don't even want them running. Your establishment Republicans, your Lindsey Grahams, your Mitch McConnells, your Mitt Romneys, your Susan Collins, and the rest of that establishment gang, they don't want, it's not just Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen. They don't want the next Donald Trump. They don't want anyone who doesn't reside in the swamp. The Democrat Party, we know they don't want anybody outside the swamp. But there's too many establishment Republicans that also, they love the swamp. The Republican Party, and I know I'm getting off topic here, but this is important. The Republican Party, the establishment Republican Party, they love leading from behind. And I know I'm going to make some of you mad, but you've got to understand this. The only way we're going to make this country better is when we are willing to throw 20 and 25 and 30-year career politicians, when we are willing to throw them out, even though they have an R by their name. I'm not saying go put a D in there. But you go find a young conservative. There are so many young, smart-minded, conservative, libertarian, independent-minded, freedom-loving, liberty-loving, constitutional-loving Americans that are in this country. We need to vote for them. We need to vote. We don't need 80-year-old, 70-year-old, 65-plus-year-old people who have been in Congress for 25-plus years. We don't need them anymore. Lindsey Graham will tell you what you want to hear. He is the epitome of telling you what you want to hear. The epitome. Where are the actions? Lindsey Graham has been in Washington for how many years, folks? Look it up. Look it up how many years that Lindsey Graham has been in Washington. And then look up how many years Lindsey Graham was in the majority with the Senate. They had a House majority and the Republicans had the executive branch, but they didn't do anything. All the things they tell you they're going to do, they don't do. They tell you, they talk a game. Let me tell you something. Oh, I'm going to make some of you mad right now, but I don't care. Lindsey Graham has crawled so far up Donald Trump's derriere that when Donald Trump has acid reflux, you hear Lindsey Graham. That's what's going on. Lindsey Graham is telling you what you want to hear because Lindsey Graham doesn't want to be on the bad side of Donald Trump. But trust me, Lindsey Graham will backstab Donald Trump just as quick as he backstabbed him for the first 4 years. Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell, these are the guys who brought you more gun control. These are the guys who allow the attack of Second Amendment to happen. These are the guys that get and play footsies with the Democrats to put more restrictions on the Second Amendment. Okay? Any Republican that goes along with red flag laws is not a conservative Republican. They're not even a libertarian Republican. So you've got to understand. You've got to understand. It's okay to send some of these establishment Republicans packing. Send them to the retirement line. Just replace them with a young, vibrant, conservative Republican or libertarian or just somebody who loves this country, somebody who who respects the Constitution, somebody who wants to reduce the size of government, somebody who's willing to reduce spending. That's the people we need. That's what you want. Those are the people we need. And that's when this country will change for the better. That we can do it, folks. We can. Sí se puede. Sí se puede. We can do it. We really, really can. Folks, don't forget. This is the greatest country in the world. I will say it, and I will say it, and I will say it, and I will say it. It's the greatest country in the world. The beautiful music there. So listen, I am passionate, folks, because I love this country. I am passionate because were it not for this country that welcomed my father who couldn't speak English, who came to this country and worked as a janitor, cleaned hospital beds. My father who came here and wanted to be an American. That's the reason I'm here. And that's the reason I love this country, folks. I know what this country can do. And I know what this country can mean to people who are looking for a better life. But we have to take care of the American citizen first. When we do that, then we can help so many others. And when we help these people, we will be a better place. We will be a better place. But we've got to take care of America first. And anybody who tells you that we can't put the American citizen first, well, then they're just not being honest with you. And you need to ask them what is their problem with putting America first.
Y'all, I'm in Hilton Head, and I've got all bars on my Patriot Mobile cell phone. Guaranteed great service. They use the same cell towers. You're already using more likely than not. And you know what I can do with my Patriot Mobile phone that I can't do with my other phone? I can fund the conservative movement. You can, too. That's what they do. They take a portion of their profits and donate it to the conservative causes you care about. PatriotMobile.com/ERICK. PatriotMobile.com/Eric. You can also call them 972-PATRIOT. Tell them I sent you. You get free activation. They give a portion of their profits to the causes you care about, and they give you great discounts if you're a veteran, a first responder, an NRA member, a teacher. You got a lot of lines for multiple kids in your house you're paying for cell phones for. That's about to be my life. PatriotMobile.com/ERICK, or call them 972-PATRIOT. Tell them I sent you. And remember, they're committed to the causes you're committed to. The First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the pro-life movement, the conservative movement, conservative candidates. PatriotMobile.com/Eric.
News and in-depth analysis from Eric Erickson live 5 days a week and always online at EWErickson.com.
As a listener to this here radio show, you get a 15% discount on the annual rate for my daily email. Now, what is the daily email? Well, in particular, you get the stack of stuff. All the stuff that I talk about on radio features in the daily email. It comes out right when the show starts at noon Eastern time. All you have to do is text DATA to 33777. That very first link, you click it, and you'll get 15% off as a radio listener. 15% discount from the normal. It's $70 annually. You get a 15% discount. You will become the most informed person in your circle of friends. Again, everything I talk about on the show, and then all the stuff I don't have time to get to, it's all in the email that comes out at noon. Plus, you get all the freebie stuff everybody else gets, my daily commentaries, but you also get access to exclusive interviews. You get discounts to the annual conference. All you have to do is text DATA to 33777 and get involved now. There are a lot of fantastic groups in America. One that I am very passionate about is called Help the Persecuted. Help the Persecuted is based in Atlanta, Georgia. I went to seminary with my friend Josh Youssef, who's the head of the organization. Around the world, they help persecuted Christians, particularly in Asia, Southeast Asia, the Middle East, who are being persecuted because of their faith. Last year, around Easter time, they actually rescued a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad who converted to Christianity, and his family put out a bounty on him to have him executed for his betrayal. They were able to put him in a safe house in the Middle East and then rescue him from the country and help him set up a life elsewhere. And they did it with donations from people like you. All you have to do is go to htp.org/Eric, htp.org/ERICK, htp.org/Eric. Help the persecuted around the world by donating to help the persecuted.
The Chris Plant Show, weekday mornings 9 to noon, here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, and heard around the world at talk973.com.
Hi, this is Rich Wagner from Whispering Pines. I've been suffering with acute back and knee pain for many months, and after trying visits to the doctor, painkillers, and spinal injections with no relief, I went to see Dr. Wright at Wright Chiropractic in Seven Lakes. After the first visit, I noticed a lot of improvement, and I've continued to improve with each treatment. Thanks to Dr. Wright, I'm feeling much better than I have in a very long time. I was skeptical about chiropractic treatment at first, but it has truly given me my life back.
This is Dr. Wright. I can't guarantee I can fix every problem, but I will tell you honestly whether chiropractic can be of help for your particular issue. Living with pain is not always the only option. Doesn't it make sense to explore every avenue before resigning yourself to the limitations of pain? Call our office today to schedule a consultation and start living again. 673-2225.
American Water Treatment Services has been providing the best water purification systems for over 25 years to Moore County residents and the surrounding area. Our mission is to provide you with the best environmental products to improve the quality of water in your home, improving both your family's well-being and overall health. American Water Treatment's professionally trained technicians assure you that our equipment fits your home and family's needs. Our local water guys, Paul and Marty, own the business and collectively have had 30 years of water treatment experience. American Water Treatment is fully insured with a AAA+ Better Business Bureau rating. Call for a free in-home water analysis at 910-944-3140 or go online to AmericanWTS.com. We at American Water Treatment can do just about anything with your water except walk on it. Call 910-944-3140 and ask for the Water Guys.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Join Eric's Army of Activists. Text ARMY to 33777 now.
Hey, folks, this is Victor Armendariz. Listen, filling in for Eric. The phone number is 877-973-7425, 877-973-7425. And listen, as always, if you disagree with me, it's okay. You'll go to the front of the line, so don't be shy. Don't be shy and don't be surprised when you call in. I will put you at the front of the line if you disagree. So, but listen, let me understand when I talk about Mexico, I'm there, folks. I'm there. I'm on the ground. And when I was down there, you know, I ought to tell you about what they said about Guatemala Harris. You know, I refer to Kamala Harris as Guatemala Harris. That's because, gosh, it was, I think 2 years ago. I think it might have been in 2020. No, it was 2021. It was 2021, yes. When Kamala Harris went to Guatemala to tell them how they're supposed to live and to tell them that they need to be woke. I just happened to be down there. And now I didn't see her, but I was down there when she was down there. And the people that I talked to, oh my gosh, the Mexicans and the Guatemalan people that were around the Tapachula, that area, they laugh at her. They laugh at her because she was down there telling them how they should live, how their culture should be. Now, I thought the Democrats were not into culture appropriation. I thought the Democrats were so woke that they didn't dare do that. But and this is why I call her Guatemala Harris, because they were just oh my goodness. They just made fun of her because she's down there trying to tell them how the women should live, what the women should do. Let me tell you something. If you don't know the Hispanic culture, listen, the Hispanic culture is very traditional. They're very religious. They're very family-oriented. So when cackling Kamala goes down and she's telling a group of women that they need to do this, and it's not that, listen, let me tell you something. One of the most independent women that I know, that no man could stop whatever they want to do, is my mother and my two sisters. So when I tell you that the Hispanic people are traditional and that they're family oriented and they're religious and they know what they believe, it doesn't mean that the women are subservient by any means. You haven't met an independent woman until you've pissed off a Hispanic woman. When you've made a Latina mad, you will know about it. There is no guessing. You don't have to guess when a Latina doesn't beat around the bush. A Latino woman does not beat around the bush. When she is mad, you will know. So these are independent people. But when you have cackling Kamala that goes down to their culture and tells them how they should live, and specifically tells the women how they should live, well, they made fun of her, and they laugh at her, and they're laughing at Joe Biden, and they're laughing at the American people. So when we come back from this hard break, I am going to tell you a little bit more about what I saw down in Guatemala.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Pride Plumbing is proud to serve Moore County with superior workmanship and dependable plumbing service, including 24/7 emergency service. Like the name says, we take pride in our work and your safety. Our employees must pass background and drug tests and share Pride Plumbing's reputation for quality service. From simple leaky faucets to new water heaters and sewer lines, backflow testing and installation, drain cleaning, plumbing repairs, and, if necessary, replacement and remodeling. A family business with over 50 years of prideful service. Go online to callprideplumbing.com and check out our 5-star customer reviews. We offer a 10% discount to all veterans and active military. Call Pride Plumbing of Moore County at 910-295-0152. 910-295-0152. Serving with pride since 1965.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. Testifying before the House Energy and Commerce Committee, TikTok CEO Shou Zi Chu says the company has a plan to protect the data of American users.
American data stored on American soil by an American company, overseen by American personnel. We call this initiative Project Texas. That's where Oracle is headquartered.
Chu's testimony comes at a crucial time for the company, which is under increasing pressure from U.S. officials concerned about data security and user safety. Also at townhall.com, Slovakia's defense ministry says the first 4 of 13 Soviet-era MiG-29 fighter jets that Slovakia decided to give Ukraine have been safely handed over to the Ukrainian Air Force. Meanwhile, European Union leaders have endorsed a plan for sending Ukraine 1 million rounds of artillery ammunition within the next 12 months. That's to help the country counter Russia's invasion forces. Well, after years of drought, it's now too many rainy days in California.
It was a strange, stormy, and cold winter for the Golden State. This week's atmospheric river was the 12th such storm in the state since late December. Californians initially welcomed the precip and chilly temperatures after a record-hot summer and many years of drought. But the relentless storms busted the drought in 2/3 of the state and broke precip records along the way. The National Weather Service says San Diego has already recorded 5 more inches of rain than normal, and Los Angeles had the wettest beginning of the year since 2005. I'm Shelley Adler.
And on Wall Street, the Dow had 136 points and the NASDAQ up 160. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Bruce Farrell. TikTok CEO has been defending the social media app against concerns it is controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. CBS's Linda Kenyon with developments.
Shou Zi Chu says yes, TikTok is owned by the Chinese company ByteDance, but no, it does not answer to the Chinese government. And to prove it,
we will firewall protect the U.S. data from unwanted foreign access.
But that pledge and others did not ease the concerns of members of the House Energy Committee, including Representative Frank Pallone.
You're trying to give the impression that you're going to move away from Beijing and the Communist Party. You're trying to give the impression that you're a good actor. But the commitments that we would seek to achieve those goals are not being made today.
Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
A North Carolina bill restricting how teachers talk about race and gender in schools passing the State House now heads to the Senate. The bill would ban teachers from compelling students to agree to things such as the United States was created by men whose purpose was to oppress women or black people. The bill passing and moving to the Senate, the bill also would require schools to tell the state instruction department when they have a speaker who comes to a school that talks about the subjects outlined in the bill. Before Charlotte, Representative Natasha Marcus was in the general General Assembly, she was a protester. In 2013, Marcus demonstrated when Republicans passed a motorcycle abortion bill. On Wednesday, Marcus held a press conference in Raleigh to introduce the RBG Act, which would repeal that bill. Marcus says she hasn't forgotten her anger when she was demonstrating.
We were so outraged at what had happened to our constitutional rights, our rights to privacy, the fact that Republican politicians were doing this to our constitutional rights. And now here we are 10 years later.
Manhattan District Attorney investigating Donald Trump has rebuffed House Republicans' request to turn over documents. The office called the effort an unprecedented inquiry into an ongoing investigation. You're listening to NCN News.
Getting older and wiser is a part of life. But like all things, aging has its challenges, and it's often hard to know where to turn for answers. Listen to the AARP Without Limits podcast to get the best information to navigate the challenges of aging in North Carolina. Learn how to live your best life after 50. You can find the latest episodes of AARP Without Limits wherever you listen to your podcasts. Have you ever considered a career as a public power line worker? Line workers in public power communities keep the electricity flowing to families and businesses. As a public power line worker, you're part of a team that builds and maintains a locally owned and operated electric system. You can work close to home, grow your career, and support your local community by providing safe, reliable, and sustainable electricity. Learn more about public power and careers in public power at electricities.com.
Gibbon Jess here from Sand Hills Trailer Sales, formerly Dobie Trailer. We sell trailers. We're located at 438 White Hill Road in Sanford off of US 1 and 15501, where we sell trailers. Whether you need an enclosed, gooseneck, ATV, or equipment trailer, we have them all. We are veteran-owned, so stop by and see us or call us today at 919-776-9624. Sand Hills Trailer Sales for all your trailer needs.
And did I mention we sell trailers?
We have a warm forecast on the way over the next couple of days with highs near 80 today. Will be mostly sunny this afternoon after some morning clouds. Otherwise warm and breezy the next couple of days. We'll see temperatures waking up on Friday morning near 60. Then during the day on Friday near record territory with high temperatures in the mid to upper 80s with mostly sunny skies and still breezy conditions to end the week. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
This hour is sponsored by First Casualty Insurance Group of Moore County. FCIG represents multiple insurance companies and can customize a plan to fit your needs.
1, 0, all engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Today on the Eric Erickson Show. He's the host of On Point with Victor, a former candidate for Congress, a motivational speaker, cancer survivor, and a proud American of Mexican descent. Filling in for Eric today is Victor Armendariz.
You know, folks, you want to know, this is the bad road that we're on here in this country. And it's because of politicians. But the party that told you to trust science. How dare you go against science? I mean, Fauci is science. He created science. I don't know how old Fauci is, but he must be a really old dude to be the science. I mean, to create science. But the party that told you that, the party that told you how dare you go against the gods of science. This is the party that just is happy that a trans dude just beat all the women competitors in the New York City bike race for his 16th birthday. So the he, who's calling himself a she, for his 16th birthday, put on a wig, put on some makeup, got on a bike, and just beat all the women, the actual biological women. He just beat them in a bicycle race. Yeah, this is your politicians will tell you, you shut up. You don't ask questions. You forget science. I mean, they want you to go out and get your 105th booster shot. They want to base that on fake science. But they want to tell you, ignore the real science. I mean, I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, it's just, look, you don't have to. Listen, I consider myself a conservatarian. I have conservative views. I have libertarian views. I bring them together. That makes me. That's why I'm not beholden to any political party in this country. And I understand we're going to have two parties. And look, the answer is not a third party, folks. There's no way we can get a third party off the ground in time to win 2024. So that's why I tell you we need to take out the old, bring in the new, and then we take over the Republican Party. You know, Ronald Reagan, way back then, back in the 80s, he said, we don't need a third party in this country. We just need a I can't say that word. We need a revitalized Republican Party. That's what we need. That's what we need. And so this is why when you ask me why I'm not a Democrat, why I'm not a establishment Republican, I love the Freedom Caucus. But why I'm not beholden to a party is because you've got politicians in Washington that are actually trying to tell you that there's no such thing as a biological male or a biological female. I mean, on Women's Day, where we should celebrate women, we should celebrate the accomplishments of a woman. You had corporations and Democrats out there giving homage to a dude who decided they're going to dress up like a woman. I mean, look, I know some of you may get mad. Listen, I don't care how you live your life. I don't. I want you to be the happiest person ever. I want you to be and understand you're living in the greatest country in the world, and you can be what you want to be. You can. And if you can find a way to make money doing what you love, you can do that in this country. You can do that in the United States. So I don't care how you live. I don't want to know what goes on in your house. I don't want to know what goes on in your bedroom. As long as you're not impending on my freedoms and my liberty, then I don't care what you do. That's the libertarian in me. Don't care. So I don't have a problem with any lifestyle, but don't tell me that I need to defy science and that I need to defy biological science. And don't tell me that your son should be able to beat the snot out of my daughter because he wants to play girl. I mean, I can't put it any more simple than that. And I'm sorry if I'm making some people uncomfortable in places, but look, I am Victor Armendariz, and I am not afraid. I am not afraid. So, all right, folks, listen, this is the Eric Erickson Show. I am all too happy to fill in. I am Victor Armendariz, the Mexican not afraid to be American. You can find me on Facebook, folks. Please do. Find me on Facebook. I am Victor Armendariz, Armendariz. You can find me on Facebook. Make sure you like me, friend me, whatever they call it. You can find me on Instagram, Radio Victor. I'm on Instagram, Radio Victor. I'm on Twitter, Radio Victor. Find me, follow me, and let's make the agents and all the people in radio happy. So, all right, phone number is, if you want to be a part of the show, 877-973-7425, 877-973-7425. So call in, and again, if you disagree with me, you'll go to the front of the line. If you're out there and you're a dude and you're putting on a wig, go ahead, call me. Tell me about it. I honestly, folks, I'm not kidding. I don't care how you live your life. I want you to be happy. I just want you to be happy. I want you, no matter how you live, no matter what you identify as, it doesn't matter. I want you to be able to enjoy the United States, enjoy America, enjoy the fact that in this country you can be what you want to be and you can earn. And you know what? If somebody doesn't like what you identify as, move on. Move on. If you spend time worrying about what people think about you, then you are going to hold yourself down. Listen, my father had it right. Listen, when I grew up, trust me, folks, you don't know hardship unless you're a dude that's barely 5 feet and going through high school and college. When I was in college and walked through the quad for the first time, and I'm walking and I seen people, all I could see, if you were in front of me, I could see the back of your jeans. I knew what kind of jeans you were wearing. If you're coming towards me, I could read your belt buckle. That's how short I am. And understand, when you're a guy going through and you're trying to be masculine, you're trying to be sporty and everything, it's hard to be that way when you're short. But my dad said the only person that's going to hold you back is when you look in the mirror. That person you see in the mirror, that's the person that's going to hold you back. Because in this country, and this is a Mexican guy, this is my Mexican father who came to this country, couldn't speak a word of English, told me, not Mexico. Mexico, he said, always love Mexico. That's your heritage. But you have the luxury of being born in the United States where the limits are limitless. The only person that can slow you down is yourself. If you ever want to know why you're having trouble and where your roadblocks are, you look in the mirror. It starts with that person you see. And that is a lesson that I will never forget. And that's what I was taught when I was growing up. I was taught, don't worry about words, don't worry about people. Not everybody's going to love you. Not everybody's going to love you. Some people are going to be envy. Some people are going to be mad. Some people are just going to have a problem. There are people in this world that will have a problem with you for no reason other than maybe their own ego gets in the way. Who knows? Who knows? But you can't live your life worrying about people like that. Not in this country, because there's no excuse for you to fail in this country. I am sorry to tell you, folks. No, I'm not sorry to tell you. I'm not, because maybe some of you out there just need a little kick in the butt, and maybe I can give you that kick in the butt. Because you will be the ones who slows you down. You will be the one that gets in the way. Nobody can slow you down unless you let them. Nobody in this country, no Democrat, no Republican. Look, folks, we got another 2 years of the Biden administration, and it's going to put a strain on the economy. It's going to put a strain on everything. It's going to put a strain on your wallet. But you know what? You're an American. You're in the greatest country. We can still make it. You can still do things, and you can still achieve what you want to achieve. You just got to understand. You got to understand that you are in power. You are in the power over you. And when you reach a roadblock, or you reach people, or you're in a company that you don't like, they're not nice to you, move. Go find something else. Go somewhere else. Because if you stay around in a bad situation because you're mad at the people that are making it a bad situation, you can't change that other than leaving. Go find something else. So, all right, folks. Now, listen, let me finish up with the Guatemala thing. So I'm down there in Guatemala City. In Tapachula, in Mexico, right at the border of Guatemala. And when I tell you the city has changed, it's changed because there's military-aged boys. Now, one of the things I asked the cab driver, I said, is it just families? Is it children? Are these people so needy that they're coming? There are those people. But a ton of people, probably half of them, are military-aged young men, and they're just coming over, and they're bad dudes. I've got family members in that part of the world down there in southern Mexico near the Guatemalan border who had to start walking and escorting their daughters to school because the migrants that were coming up, and they plant themselves in these little cities as they make their way to the United States. They plant themselves there, and they start terrorizing little girls. They're terrorizing shop owners. They're stealing. They're loitering in the street. They're doing drugs. This cab driver took me through the city so I could see what was going on. I saw Haitians shooting up on the sidewalk. I saw Guatemalans, Venezuelans. I saw drug activity going on in the city. Every city in Mexico has a park. That's just their thing. It's the culture. You have a city park, and people go at night to the park, especially on the weekends, and there's bands playing, there's dancing, there's jubilance everywhere. People having a good time. Not anymore. Not in Tapachula, not in the city next to Guatemala, because you can't move in that park because it's covered with homelessness. And if you're wondering what's going on in San Francisco and what's going on in New York and a lot of these liberal cities with all this homelessness in the tent city this, that is third world. That's fourth world. That's third world ugly. That's what you're seeing in Mexico, folks. That's what is all over Mexico. And it's getting worse because of the border problem. Now, when Donald Trump was president, when Donald J. Trump, listen, I hate Donald Trump or love him, you can't deny his policies. And Donald Trump is the only American president in my lifetime, maybe since Reagan, but Donald Trump went in front of the Mexican president, Obrador, was making fun of Trump, just like everybody else, until he met Trump. Because I talked to people in Mexico who said, listen, your president, your President Donald Trump, he came and he looked at President Obrador in the face and he said, listen to me, you're going to start doing things to help your people or I'm going to turn the spigot off. And Obrador is like, what do you mean turn the spigot off? Well, Donald Trump said, if you don't start doing things to help control your border, if you don't start helping us control our border, if you don't start helping take out the drug cartels and put a stop to the fentanyl that's coming up. Yes, Donald Trump was trying to stop fentanyl, not Biden. Biden could care less about the fentanyl deaths. He proved that not too long ago. Donald Trump told Obrador, you will start to do things and help me, and you will be a partner with us. We are the United States. We will be the best partner you've ever had. I will be the friendliest president you've ever had in the United States. But you've got to start doing things to help people and to help us. And Obrador looked at him and go, well, what if I don't? And Donald Trump said, I will cut off relations with you. I will hit you with so many tariffs that you won't be able to do business with the United States. And let me tell you something. There's so much money coming from the United States propping up Mexico. Trust me, folks, it's happening. And Donald Trump was going to cut it off. And Obrador, by the time he was done, Obrador was out on the media going, oh, I like Donald Trump. Donald Trump is my friend. And if you doubt me, go look at what Obrador is saying lately. Obrador is afraid Donald Trump is coming back, is going to be reelected. Obrador's out there already going, gosh, what's the matter with the American people? What's the matter with the Democrats? Why won't they let the people decide? Obrador, the president of Mexico, is over there laughing at the Democrats over here and about this case, about this indictment that they're trying to do on Trump. And Obrador's over there going, you know what? Why don't they let the American people decide if they want Trump or not? That's a third world socialist type president that's saying that. That's pretty sad. And the Democrats should be ashamed of themselves. They should be ashamed of themselves. But this is what I need you to understand when we talk about Mexico and we talk about these migrants coming. They are flooding. Listen, when Donald Trump was president, this is another thing that people in Tapachula, the people in Mexico, the taxi cab drivers, the hotel workers, the waiters, I talk to all of these people. And I don't go talk to the elitist. I talk to the people who actually have to work really hard for a living, and they're making meager wages. And all of these people told me, you know, when your Donald Trump was president, our Mexican military was on the Guatemalan border. Guess who's not at the Guatemalan border anymore? As soon as Biden came into office, Obrador, the president of Mexico, removed the military from the Guatemalan border. It is an open season down there. There are people, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people, and a lot of them are bad people, coming over from the border of Guatemala into Mexico, and they're getting a fast track to the United States. And Obrador and the Mexican people are doing nothing. And the cartels, they are in on this, folks. I will tell you right now, I am 100% for declaring the cartels in Mexico a terrorist organization, because we can start taking care of the problem. And trust me when I tell you, if President Trump is reelected or if Ron DeSantis is elected, they will work with Obrador, and Obrador, the president of Mexico, will work with them, and they will probably start stomping out the cartels, and that has got to happen.
I really do like his opinion on things.
Eric Erickson, the information you need and the truth you demand.
He tells it like it is.
Live every weekday.
As if running a business wasn't hard enough. Mix in a little talk of a recession and then see how choppy things get. It's Eric Erickson here. The first thing that happens is the big banks start to tighten up on lending, or actually just stop lending to small businesses altogether. So that's where I have a secret weapon for you. First Liberty Building and Loan and my friends, the Frost family. Let's say you need financing for construction of a new facility, or you see an opportunity to buy out a competitor or grow a franchise. First Liberty Building and Loan says yes when the big banks say no. So if you're looking for $750,000 or more in financing, and you either are getting the door slammed in your face or it's taking forever to get an answer, go to FirstLibertyBuildingandLoan.com, fill out a simple form. You'll know within minutes if you're a fit for their program. First Liberty has backed hundreds of businesses, and they can be your secret weapon too. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com. My friends, the Frost family, can help your business become a big business. As a listener to this here radio show, you get a 15% discount on the annual rate for my daily email. Now, what is the daily email? Well, in particular, you get the stack of stuff. All the stuff that I talk about on radio features in the daily email. It comes out right when the show starts at noon Eastern time. All you have to do is text DATA to 33777. That very first link, you click it, and you'll get 15% off as a radio listener. 15% discount from the normal, it's $70 annually. You get a 15% discount. You will become the most informed person in your circle of friends. Again, everything I talk about on the show, and then all the stuff I don't have time to get to, it's all in the email that comes out at noon. Plus, you get all the freebie stuff everybody else gets, my daily commentaries, but you also get access to exclusive interviews. You get discounts to the annual conference. All you have to do is text DATA to 33777 and get involved now.
The greatest comeback of all time is underway. Remember to shop local businesses. A reminder from Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Jared Kirk and Amy McBride of the First Casualty Insurance Group in Southern Pines talk about the benefits of being an FCIG customer.
Our agency has been in business since 1984. We are an independent agency, which means that we have numerous carriers. Having multiple carriers benefits our customers because it offers them more options for their coverage and price.
One of the most asked questions we get from our clients is how much do they need to insure their home for? Many clients think they should insure their home based on tax value or what they could sell their home for. Neither is correct.
Insurance carriers want to insure your home for the replacement value. Replacement value is what it would take to rebuild your home back to its current state in the event of a complete loss.
First Casualty Insurance Group of Southern Pines. Call them today at 910-692-8303 or find them on the web at fcignc.com.
This is Chuck from Sunbelt Service Pros. Are you just not feeling it anymore with your AC service provider? Are you calling those guys because that's what you've always done, or because there's a sticker on the thermostat with an old phone number on it? How about this? Take a chance and you'll be thrilled to find that you're getting real value for your heating and cooling dollars. When you call Sunbelt Service Pros, you are dealing with a professional and reliable service provider. Our technicians are highly trained and certified and can quickly address any issues. Our customers find our technicians and office staff courteous, friendly, and professional throughout the whole process. We're doing something right here. You need to check us out. Find out what you've been missing and call us today. Sunbelt Service Pros at 910-944-2044 or go online to sunbeltservicepros.com.
Ever wish you had a local store which beats online prices on guns, cases of ammo, factory accessories, and magazines? Now you do. Proven Arms and Outfitters, the retail arm of Quantico Tactical, offers an awesome selection of modern sporting firearms from leading manufacturers like SIG, FN, Smith & Wesson, and Israeli Weapon Industries at better prices than online. Proven's knowledgeable, experienced, and friendly staff will help you with all of your firearm needs. Proven Arms and Outfitters is open Tuesday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. and is co-located with Quantico Tactical east of Aberdeen on Highway 211 or online at ProvenOutfitters.com.
If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m. here on WEEB.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Want Eric's weekly recipes? Text RECIPE to 33777 now.
Hola, mi gente. We are back. And don't worry, I'm going to tell you what I mean by mi gente. I'm going to tell you. Just you hang tight. Let's go straight to the phones here. We've got Sean. Sean, go ahead, from Florida.
Hey, how you doing, Victor?
I'm doing well. What part of Florida?
Orlando.
Oh, excellent. I love Orlando. Love it. Go ahead, Sean. What's your comment? Let's make it quick. We got a little time.
All right. Well, you said earlier they had a guy dressed up as a female went into the bicycle race. He won the race, but you totally disagree on, because you can't do that. There's a male body that's against science, What is your opinion on firewomen who are, who are doing fire job or police officers that are women? In case of an emergency of a fire, it's a job versus a race. It's different. But, if I'm on a 10-story building and I have two women trying to bring me down 10 stories, they're not going to be as quick as two men bringing me down.
Well, Sean, I'm not going to ask how heavy you are. No, I'm kidding. So listen, Sean, you're trying to get me in trouble. Sean, listen, I'm going to let you go there. Thank you so much for the call, but I am going to answer your question, so don't go anywhere. So my opinion on that, Sean, listen. I want the most qualified person. Whether they're a fireman, firewoman, policeman, policewoman, whether they're in government, especially, vice president maybe, I want the most qualified person. I really don't care what the sex is. And I understand. You might have concern that a woman fireman may not be able to pick you up. I'm a small guy. I'm pretty sure I'm safe. No, listen, Sean, I promise you, the rigorous test that women have to go through who want to be firemen, they've got to go through the test. They've got to pass a test. Just like police women, there are a lot of good police officers who are women, and they have to pass a qualified test. They have to be able to handle that weapon. Listen, I know some police officers that are women, and they have to pass the same firing test that men do. And so with the fire department, now here's the thing, Sean. Here's the caveat. Here's the catch. If a fire department has gone woke and they're reducing the requirements just because you're a woman, well, then I've got a problem with that. Now, I understand women, not all women can do maybe the same push-ups and stuff, but that's not all that needs to matter. All we should be concerned with was if a woman is going to be in the fire department, that she is capable of doing what her job entails her to do. So I would never say that a woman couldn't be a fireman, because I know some firewomen that are out there. So, but I will say this, Sean, and I think this is what Sean was alluding to, folks. So don't get mad at Sean, because I think what he was alluding to is that if we go down this road that the Democrats are taking us on and we start reducing requirements, let me put it this way. Imagine you have a Delta flight. And you go get on that Delta flight, and the pilot comes on and says, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We thank you for flying Delta. I will be your pilot today. I didn't pass the pilot's test. I was at the lowest score in the pilot school, but I have a skin color that's not white. I'm a disabled lesbian, and I'm going to be your pilot because that's what I identify." Now, you probably would get up and walk off that plane, and I wouldn't blame you. So I think that's what Sean's point was. If you're gonna go down this woke road and you reduce requirements, so you're just letting somebody in because you let somebody fly a plane because they're a skin color, or you let them fly the plane because they identify a certain way. No, you need to be a pilot because you have the merit to be a pilot. You need to be a fireman because you have the merit to be a fireman, or a police, whatever it is. So that's my take on this. If the requirements are the same and a woman can do the job, then hey, knock yourself out, because there are women that can do the job probably better than men in some cases. I'm confident enough to say that. Folks. So that's where I go on this. Is stay away from wokeness. Everything should be done by merit.
When I opened my business, I knew I needed insurance. How much, what kind, where to buy? No idea. A friend told me to call FCIG, First Casualty Insurance Group, Southern Pines. My FCIG rep told me what I needed, and she showed me how to save on my home and car insurance, too. I was really surprised to find out that they represent over 36 companies. Wow.
Time to call FCIG, First Casualty Insurance Group, Southern Pines. 910-692-8303. 910-692-8303.
Moore County, home to historic Yadkin Road, majestic pine forest, and a deep-rooted community. And as part of the Cooper Ford family, they live here, shop here, share their faith here, and support the causes you care about. Cooper Auto Choice is locally and family owned. So if you're in the market for a pre-owned vehicle, you have a choice. Cooper Auto Choice, just down the street from Red's Corner on Broad Street in Southern Pines. To learn more, call 910-725-1111 or visit CooperAutoChoice.com.
Lee Christian School is now enrolling for preschool through 12th grade, an alternative to public schools. Lee Christian takes great pride in teaching quality academics while instilling biblical principles in students' lives. With a 16-to-1 student-teacher ratio and a 95% college acceptance rate, Lee Christian School is committed to your child's future. Tuition assistance is available. And for more information on enrollment, visit leechristian.org or call 919-708-5115 today.
My name is Bob Bonneville. I own Griswold Home Care of Pinehurst and live right here in the Sandhills. Griswold Home Care is dedicated to helping you live independently in the comfort of your own home. Our network of home care professionals enables us to refer to you the perfect caregiver. For personal care, homemaking, live-in, or companionship services, call Bob Bonneville at 910-420-2360. That's 910-420-2360. Or go online to griswoldhomecare.com/Pinehurst. We've been keeping the heart at home since 1982.
Hey, there are hundreds of restaurants in Moore County. Some are unique, but only one has Zaxby's. Zaxby's on 15501 in Southern Pines. Zaxby's has the most chicken options in town, whether you want it hot or not. Zaxby's can do it all. Their vast menu has something for everyone, no matter if you're dining in or driving up to take it home. Zaxby's has the cure for your chicken craving. Located on 15501 in Southern Pines near Holiday Inn Express.
Did you know 80% of Americans think pre-planned funeral arrangements are a good idea? At Pines Funerals, we encourage our community to have a plan in place to take care of those you love so that your final wishes are observed. Call 910-947-2224 or visit us at pinesfunerals.com today to request free planning information and see why more families prefer Pines. Pines Funerals, in association with Fry and Prickett, Kennedy, and Powell Funeral Homes, serving Carthage, Robbins, Southern Pines, and surrounding communities.
Don't wait for your heat or AC to go out when you need it the most. Call a professional. Contact King Heating and Air today at 919-895-3600, where quality has been a family tradition for 6 generations. Whether you need AC repair, installation, or heating repair, King Heating and Air is there for you 24/7. Receive 10% off on repairs for all military, first responders, teachers, and seniors. For more information or to schedule your service, visit kinghvacnc.com today.
This weather forecast is sponsored by American Water Treatment, a Platinum Pentair dealer and Rainsoft service agent. Call 944-3140.
We're talking to Ron and Donna Van Hoover from Pinehurst, happy customers with American Water Treatment.
We have been with American Water Treatment for years, probably since its inception, or at least 8 years of dealing with them. We've never had a problem. We engaged with them initially because we were looking for someone who could purify our water throughout our whole house. There's never been a complaint on our end, which is saying tons about nowadays how people do their jobs. Whenever we've had any dealings with either Paul or Marty, we have found them to be so friendly, courteous, personable, down to earth, always on time, and very professional.
And they are always spot on.
So if you need American Water Treatment, call 910-944-3140, 910-944-3140.
We've got a lot of warm weather on the way over the next couple of days with high temperatures near 80 this afternoon with mostly sunny skies after some morning clouds. It'll be warm and breezy for us. Winds could gust about 20 to 25 miles an hour today and through tonight and tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll wake up tomorrow morning near 60, then near record temperatures for us tomorrow afternoon with high temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Filling in for Eric today is Victor Armendariz.
Hey, folks, I am Victor Armendariz. Listen, you can find me Facebook, Victor Armendariz. Find me on Instagram, Radio Victor. Listen, I say mi gente. Let me tell you why. So mi gente means my people. It means my people. And growing up, my father used to say, if I brought home a bad grade from school, my dad would look at me and go, you are your mother's people. And then if I brought home good grades, he would go, you are mi gente. You are my people. So, yeah, my mom didn't like that very much. and make no mistake, folks, my mother pretty much ruled the house. She really did. Still does. My parents have been married for, I think, 60 years. I can't remember. It's unheard of these days. I know. But yeah, that's where mi gente comes from. So, all right, I have got a lot I've got to get to. And, folks, I have got to tell you. So, you guys who've heard me before, you know that I love digging up the facts and information about EVs. I love bringing you the true information about electric vehicles. I have got some fun stuff here that I'm going to get to. But first, just because I promised, let me go to the phones real quick. We've got Roger from Ohio. Go ahead, Roger.
Roger. Hey, Victor.
Yes.
The umpire from Who Killed Kenny.
Oh, my gosh. Wow. Now, this is a voice, ladies and gentlemen, that I haven't heard for a long time. Well, hey, listen, I'm glad you found us in Ohio, Roger.
Yes, I was just going through Facebook. I saw it, and I haven't heard more truth in the last 20 minutes I've heard in the last 2 years since I stopped listening to talk radio because I get so mad. I just put my head down and work. You know, as a small business owner, I can't get frustrated and, you know, what's going on. You know I need to be more involved, but it's just I get so mad. I get a headache and get pissed off and don't work.
Wow.
So
Well, listen.
No, appreciate everything you said, and about the Mexico thing. I mean, I lived in Mexico for a while. And the people down there are great. They're very, very conservative. By part, but just like in America.
Right.
Going to big cities, they're all the liberals.
Right.
Yeah.
So, you're 100% right.
So I appreciate and hopefully make it back down to Atlanta sometime and see you and Roger.
Hey.
And
Roger, listen, thanks for absolutely. Thank you for the call. Thank you so much for the call, Roger. Listen, folks, that's a guy that, I could tell you some stories, but I won't. But Roger, thank you so much. And listen, don't give up on talk radio. Talk radio is great. Eric has a perspective that you probably won't hear anywhere else, and he's gracious enough to allow me to sit in and fill in for him sometimes, and I love it. So I'm so glad that I inspired you to come back to talk radio, Roger, and thank you. And listen, tell your friends about the Eric Erickson Show. Tell your friends about the On Point with Victor Show, because we are two people that are going to tell you reality. We're going to tell you and what it is and what it needs to be. We're not afraid, and so listen, I'm just thankful to be able to sit in and fill in for Eric. So thank you again, Roger, for that call. And listen, you guys in Ohio. You guys, I love it. I hear from Ohio people all the time, so there's some good listeners out there. So thank you for listening to the Eric Erickson Show. So here's the thing. Now, here's the number. So if you do want to call in, 877-973-7425. I will do my best to get to the calls. But, folks, I've got a lot to say, and you need to hear it. I mean, that's just all there is to it. I've got plenty to say, and you need to hear it. So let me do this real quick. So let me tell you. So if you've got a friend, or you've got a neighbor or a coworker who drives an EV and they're a progressive smug person, and listen, understand this, I do not have a problem with electric vehicles. I think the technology is amazing, and I think the way we're going with technology is only going to lead to better things. But I'm 100% against forcing. The government should have no business into EVs. Look, if we relied on government to invent the EV car, then it ain't going anywhere. It isn't going anywhere. Just like every solar business that the government forces you to invest in, and make no mistake, when the government of the United States gives money to a solar company in grants or whatever they're doing, it's your money, folks, the taxpayer. The government is only getting money by seizing it from you. The government seizes it. I don't care if they print it. I don't care what they're doing. They're borrowing it from the taxpayer. So if they're not getting it from you right now, they're getting it from your kids, from your grandkids, from their kids. They're getting all the way down the line, folks. The current government that we have in this country, the current bureaucracy in Washington, is saddling your family, your kids, and their kids, and their generations to come are being saddled with ridiculous debt and deficits. And the politicians don't care. They don't care. Lindsey Graham doesn't care. Mitch McConnell doesn't care. Mitt Romney doesn't care. None of them do. If they did, when they had the majority, they would have cut spending. None of them cut spending. None of your establishment Republican will cut spending. That's why I keep telling you folks, when we have to throw the Democrats out with the bathwater, and a lot of establishment Republicans need to go with them. And I'm not afraid to say it. Listen, there's a reason that I don't have guests on my show, because politicians don't like me. They just don't. But you know what? I don't care. So let me tell. So I like to dig up, because I like to dig up the truth about EVs, not because I'm against them, folks. Again, I love the idea of the EV. I love the technology, and it's only going to lead to better places. But it's got to happen naturally. Only the free market can make the EVs a viable option. Not the government. The government can't do it, no matter how much they subsidize. If the government stepped away, we wouldn't be where we are with EVs right now, because they have to fight and earn it for themselves. But you're going to get a better product. When the market demands it, the product is better. When government forces it, then you start having problems. And that's what you're going to see. But I don't like it when politicians lie. I don't like it when corporations lie because the politicians are telling them to lie. Or the corporations are so afraid of politicians that they give you misinformation and disinformation. There's those two words that the Democrats love. But the purveyors of disinformation and misinformation, the purveyors are the lamestream media and the Democrat Party. They are the biggest purveyors of misinformation. And they're doing it with the help of corporations, and they're doing it with the EVs. So I'm going to give you some power. So grab a pencil, grab a pen, grab some paper, because you're going to want to hear this. You're going to want to write this down, especially if you've got a smug neighbor or somebody who makes fun of you for driving a gas-powered vehicle. So here's the thing. So, let me just get right to it. So first of all, there's no such thing as a zero emissions car. So when you see these EV cars driving around with that little sticker on the back that says zero emissions, or they have their license plate that says I'm green, zero emissions. No, you're not. And I know some of you are out there going, oh, but Victor, my car salesman told me it was zero emissions. My car says zero emissions on the side and on the back and on the trunk, and in my driver's manual of my car, it says zero emissions. Well, let me tell you the truth. So the proper question isn't, is it zero emissions? The proper question is, what's going on to what happens to the emissions? And the real question you need to ask, where are the emissions that are involved in building your EV? Where are those emissions being exported to? That's the key here. No EV car is zero emissions. They're just exporting those emissions somewhere else. And now you're asking, well, how do you mean, Victor? How do you mean? Well, let me tell you. You must dig up 500,000 pounds of material. Are you listening to me, folks? You have to dig up about 500,000, not 500, 500,000 pounds of material to make one single 1,000-pound battery. Now, the heaviest part of an EV is the battery. And let me repeat that. You have to how do you dig up this material? You use a huge piece of machinery known as a tractor that runs on diesel. There's no tractor out there running on battery power. They're not running on solar panels. They're not running on windmills. They're running on diesel fossil fuels. And that's the machinery that's digging up the ground to make your battery for your not zero emission car. So again, you're exporting the emissions. All of this material, 500,000 pounds of material must be dug from the earth to make 1,000 pound, to make one 1,000-pound battery to go in your electric vehicle. Now, just because that's happening in China, or it's happening in Mexico, or it's happening all over Africa where they're digging these minerals, that's where they're exporting the emissions to. So you may be happy going, well, I'm not putting emissions in the U.S. Well, you know what? The U.S. already has the lowest emissions. We have clean air. China doesn't. India doesn't. Africa doesn't. Do we not care about those people? I mean, the Democrats say they care about them, but in reality, the Democrat Party, folks, if you knew how the Democrat Party and the world's elite, the liberal elite, the progressive elite around this world, how they are actively working to keep the African nations poor, that may shock some of you. But, and again, you minority voters out there who are married to the Democrat Party, these very Democrats that you support are working very hard with the world leaders, the EU, and the people around the country, these people who go to that world summit thing out there skiing and wherever it was, where they're having their economic meeting. Those people, these elitist globalists, they are working very hard to keep the African nations poor. They don't want the African nations to have air conditioners. They don't want the African nations drilling for oil. They don't want these African nations to utilize all the natural materials they have where they could be making money off fossil fuel and helping their people. They don't want that. They want them poor. Trust me, and I say that with 100% conviction, folks, because I am right. I'm not angry. I'm just right. So let me go on. So after you dig up 500,000 pounds of materials to make one battery that's 1,000 pounds, it takes, now get this, 100 to 300 barrels of oil to manufacture one battery that can hold 1 barrel of oil, the equivalent of a barrel of oil, barrel of energy. Let me put it that way. So it takes 100 to 300 barrels of oil to manufacture one battery that can hold 1 barrel of oil equivalent to 1 barrel of energy. You get that? You get that? Are you listening to me? Don't tell me it's zero emissions. Just manufacturing a battery. Now, here I'm going to give you a word here. If you want to make your liberal progressive friend's head explode, I'm going to give you a word here. Just manufacturing a battery can have a carbon debt rate. Carbon debt rate. That's the phrase I want to give you. Just manufacturing a battery can have a carbon debt rate ranging from 10 to 40 tons of CO2. Are you hearing me? This is the things that your politicians will not tell you. They want to force you into a certain vehicle called an electric vehicle, but they won't tell you the truth. So understand this, and this is how you can make your liberal friends' heads explode. One battery, the manufacturing of one battery can have a carbon debt rate of 10 to 40 tons of CO2. That's hardly zero emissions. Hardly. So I just remember that word, or remember that phrase, carbon debt rate, because I promise you, your smug, liberal, progressive socialist out there who's driving an EV, when you ask them, so what's the carbon debt rate of your battery that's in that vehicle? They won't know what you're talking about. I promise you, they won't know what they're talking about. So now, if that wasn't enough, now get this. To increase the use of batteries will require an increase in the production of materials like lithium, cobalt, or zinc. It's going to require an increase of 400 to 4,000%. Now, I don't know if you've seen a lithium mine lately or a cobalt mine and how damaging it is to the environment. These mines, these precious mineral mines, do a nickel. Have you seen a nickel mine, ladies and gentlemen? A nickel mine does more damage to the environment than oil ever will. And you've got to understand, in order to get the number of batteries that are going to be needed, because the governments around the world right now, including your Democrats, are telling you that everybody needs to drive an electric vehicle. They're telling you this. While at the same time, they know very well that there are not enough materials out there to make the batteries. There's not enough material to make enough batteries to put in all these electric vehicles. There's not. You would have to increase these minerals, the demand for minerals, 400 to 4,000%. And herein lies the kicker. There isn't enough mining in the world to make enough batteries for all the people in this country to drive electric cars, let alone across the world. We don't have enough for just the people in California. And not only that, we don't have the power grid, folks. We don't have the power grid to power all these vehicles. You've got California that are basically forcing their people into rolling blackouts because there's not enough power. You got to understand base load power. If you can understand base load power, then you will understand why we are never going to reach a point where there's just EVs. We're never going to reach a point where there's no fossil fuels. We are not going to, I should say never, because you never know. But in the next 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, fossil fuels is not going anywhere unless you want to bring our country to a screeching halt. You will bring this country to a screeching halt because we don't have the base load power. You cannot get base load power from solar panels. You can't get base load power from the windmills. You can kill a lot of dolphins. You can kill a lot of whales. You can kill a lot of eagles because that's what's going on. They won't tell you that. Your media won't tell you about the death going on with animals, innocent animals, at the blades of a windmill. I'm telling you, folks, pay attention.
Advantage Gold is TrustLink's #1 highest rated gold company 7 years in a row. They got the best prices, the best staff, the best IRA department, and they're ready to help you protect your retirement account or your general investment portfolio with the wild swings we're seeing in the stock market. With inflation still running around 6% annually, gold can help, and Advantage Gold can help you use gold and give you a free gold IRA kit. 800-450-2566 is their phone number. That's 800-450-2566. You call Advantage Gold, you'll find a deeply knowledgeable department, a group of people who want to help you make good decisions for your portfolio. If you are interested in just owning it and using gold and doing your own investment strategies, let them help you use precious metals. 800-450-2566. That's 800-450-2566. Call Advantage Gold today. Tell them I sent you. Let them get you deeply educated on how to use gold in your portfolio.
Well connected and well respected. It's Eric Erickson, live every weekday.
Text recipe to 33777, and I will occasionally, I try to do it every week, sometimes I'm busy, send you a new recipe. Why? Because we live in a world of perpetual existential crisis where everyone's freaked out about everything, and really you shouldn't be. And I have found over the years one of the best ways to calm people down and build relationships is to break bread together. So I specialize in doing some pretty easy recipes every week. I get together with friends and we try out new recipes, and then I try to send them to you guys to break bread. Sometimes it's dessert, sometimes it's put it in your smoker or grill it, put it in the oven, cook it on the stove. But a recipe, listen, if I can do it, you can do it. But break bread with other people. Build some relationships. All you have to do is text recipe to 33777. Whether it's my gumbo recipe or just a chocolate chip cookie or my ham sandwich sliders, which are actually really good, you'll get it. Easy to do. All you do is text recipe to 33777. Every day on the Eric Erickson Show, we try to do something a little different from a lot of conservative talk radio. We try to focus on what actually matters, not what's going to get you anxious, not what's going to get you outraged, but what's the actual big story of the day. Sometimes I got to focus on the thing I don't even want to focus on because it actually is the big news of the day. But it's because I believe you need to be informed and not worked up into existential frenzy all the time. There are some people in conservative radio who used to not be conservative and now are, or now say things are conservative that never have been. I just want to point to true north. I believe truth matters most, and that's what I try to do every day, is bring you the truth. Bring you what matters, bring you the headlines, and keep you informed. To be informed, all you have to do is text Eric to 33777. Stay with us. Follow me on social media. Click that top link if you text Eric to 33777. Get my daily email. Be informed, be engaged, and also, let's not waver from our principles.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at the trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
Want Eric's weekly recipes? Text recipe to 33777 now.
Hola, mi gente. Gracias a todos. Thank you all. Thank you all. This has been wonderful, wonderful. We got a little bit of time left. Listen, let me touch on this real quick. And trust me, folks, I know what I'm talking about. I really do. I really, really do. When it comes to supporting Donald Trump, support him. Support him. If you are an ardent, I can speak, Trump supporter, support him. Support him all the way to the primaries. If you're a Ron DeSantis supporter, support him. Support Ron all the way to the primaries. But do not fight amongst yourselves. I don't care what Donald Trump tells you. Listen, Donald Trump doesn't always do things the right way. Donald Trump is Donald Trump. He's going to be Donald. He's going to be who he is. And he's going to fight hard because he wants to win. I don't have a problem with that. But when he tells you to go protest because he's trying to fundraise off of possibly being indicted, that's what it is, folks. It's a fundraising. He's just trying to capitalize. It's understandable. I don't blame him for doing it. But when he tells you to protest, he just wants pictures out there of people supporting him. But he doesn't need that. Because if you go protest and you do something stupid, I am telling you, the media is going to turn it against Donald Trump. And if they convince enough people in this country, listen, there's a lot of people that are on the fence. I don't know why, but there are. There are a lot of people that just haven't warmed up to Donald Trump, but they understand that Biden is a cancer, and that's terrible. I shouldn't say that. Biden is a problem. Biden is not good for this country, and people know that. But if you want them to win them over to Trump's side, you can't be angry at the people not supporting Trump right now. Listen, if you're supporting Trump or you're supporting Ron DeSantis, we want the same thing. We want the same thing. We should be never Biden. Don't be never Trump, and don't be never DeSantis, because I am telling you, folks, one of those guys is going to be the nominee, and we have to support whoever the nominee is. So please do not fall for the ridiculous. The media wants DeSantis people fighting with Trump people. They want Trump people fighting with DeSantis people. They do that for a reason, so you won't pay attention, because if you never Trump yourself to the primary, or you never DeSantis yourself to the primary, you're going to give a path to victory for Joe Biden. We can't afford that. If we're going to help people in this country, if you care about people in this country, then you support who you want, but you stand tall with whoever the nominee is, because it's going to be Ron DeSantis or it's going to be Donald J. Trump. And I am telling you, folks, you've got to be able to swear. There's nothing wrong with supporting. Listen, I love Trump. I'll support him, and I like Ron DeSantis. But we are in America. We are Americans first. We should be Americans first. So when I tell you, you can support Donald Trump, you can support Ron DeSantis, because being an American is what's important. Being an American voter who goes out to defeat the Democrats and the progressivism and Biden, that's what we've got to do. Remember how we were founded, folks. Remember what the founding fathers went through. Remember what the patriots went through. They wouldn't want us fighting with ourselves. Trust me, folks. America is number one.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
You look out the window. It's dark. You lock the doors. Maybe you set an alarm. You take every precaution. Do whatever it takes to keep your home safe. But it's not. In fact, termites may be destroying your home right now. You may not see them. You may not hear them. But by the time you see the damage termites cause, it may be too late. So don't wait, because now there is something new. Introducing Termidor, the unique treatment that wipes out 100% of the termites in your home in 3 months or less. They'll never see it coming. But you can't get it from any store. So ask for Termidor by name from your pest control company. Because if you're not asking for Termidor, you're asking for trouble.
Termidor is available at Aberdeen Exterminating. Call 944-2474. For service, that's 944-2474.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. The Trump political team is facing the possibility of running a presidential campaign and dealing with a criminal trial at the same time. White House correspondent Greg Clugston has this report from New York.
If the grand jury and DA here in Manhattan decide to indict the former president, Trump aides will have their hands full. The president writes in an email to supporters that no matter what happens, the 2024 campaign will go on. He's already trying to turn a possible indictment into a political advantage, but the campaign could face some logistical challenges as it navigates the political calendar and a legal process at the same time. Greg Clugston, New York.
Also at townhall.com, on Capitol Hill, the CEO of TikTok, Shouzi Chu, has made a high-profile appearance before a U.S. congressional committee to make the case for why the hugely popular video-sharing app should not be banned. In consumer news, more than 500,000 vehicles are being recalled. It's because of a fire risk. Rita Foley has more.
Hyundai and Kia are recalling thousands of late-model SUVs and minivans because the tow hitch harnesses can catch fire while the vehicles are being driven or even while they're parked. Hyundai and Kia are warning owners to park the vehicles outside. The Hyundai recall includes the Santa Fe from 2019 through 2023, the Santa Fe Hybrid from 2021 to 2023, and the Santa Cruz, model years 2022 and 2023. The only Kia affected is the Carnival minivan from 2022 and 2023. Neither automaker has reports of injuries. I'm Rita Foley.
And it's been a shaky day, but stocks are now higher. The Dow up 43 points. The Nasdaq ahead 131. More at townhall.com.
NCN News. I'm Bruce Farrell. TikTok CEO facing tough questions from a House committee looking into Chinese government influence on the video sharing app. The latest from CBS's Linda Kenyon.
Here's the problem, says Representative Frank Pallone.
The Chinese communist government could require TikTok to compromise device security, maliciously access American user data.
TikTok CEO Shou Zichu says that isn't happening because the Chinese government does not control TikTok and because
there are more than 150 million Americans who love our platform, and we know we have a responsibility to protect them.
But members of Congress suggest that pledge rings hollow. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
Manhattan District Attorney investigating Donald Trump has rebuffed House Republicans' request to turn over documents. The office called the effort an unprecedented inquiry into an ongoing investigation. In a letter obtained by the Associated Press, the general counsel for Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg admonished the congressional requests as an unlawful incursion into New York sovereignty. An agreement to expand Medicaid in North Carolina reaching final legislative approval today. The House agreed to a bipartisan plan to ease or eliminate regulations that block the opening of new hospital beds or operating expensive equipment. It will not take effect until the budget's passed, however. New Hanover Social Services Director Tanya Jackson telling WECT.
Medicaid expansion is based solely on income, and there are not the other eligibility factors that go with some of the other Medicaid programs. With Medicaid expansion, it will be solely based on income eligibility.
North Carolina is one of 11 states that has not yet adopted expansion, currently has 2.9 million enrollees in traditional Medicaid coverage. North Carolina's top Republican will be in the Piedmont Triad for a rally next month, and some are speculating it could herald his possible run for governor. Axios reporting that insiders believe Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson will kick off his campaign during a rally at Ace Speedway. That was a flashpoint during the COVID-19 lockdowns. You're listening to NCN News.
Why? Just think about it. Why is the #1 selling brand of chainsaws not sold at Lowe's or the Home Depot? We can give you over 10,000 reasons. That's how many authorized local steel dealers you can find across the country. Visit one and you'll find a range of dependable gas and battery-powered tools, from trimmers to blowers. And you'll find service from experienced professionals. Real steel. Find yours at steelusa.com. Lowe's and Home Depot are trademarks of their respective companies.
Agriculture drives our local economy. I'm Lee Ivey, Director of the Agricultural Institute at NC State University, and we are looking for our next generation of innovative leaders. We offer 6 different agricultural degrees with a small school feel at a large university. Our students experience the on-campus lifestyle at NC State with small class sizes, state-of-the-art facilities, and big-time Wolfpack sports. There's something for everyone. Enroll by June 1st. 2 years, 1 degree, endless possibilities. Learn more at cals.ncsu.edu/AG.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 Seasons Heating and Air. Get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
We have a warm forecast on the way over the next couple of days with highs near 80 today. Will be mostly sunny this afternoon after some morning clouds. Otherwise warm and breezy the next couple of days. We'll see temperatures waking up on Friday morning near 60. Then during the day on Friday near record territory with high temperatures in the mid to upper 80s with mostly sunny skies and still breezy conditions to end the week. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
This hour of the Sean Hannity Show is brought to you by Premier Power Generation. Call 910-295-3188 for all your generator needs.
To your city, gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song. We'll all be flying high
Should I be freaking out about how right-wing Republicans are co-opting woke and wokeism? My gut here is no.
The situation is stabilizing, and the U.S. banking system remains sound.
Because I read all these lies in the media that are being promoted by one side. If you see the full picture, you know, listen, if they want to go after Donald Trump and they have solid evidence, so be it. But Michael Cohen is far from solid evidence.
Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution.
Yeah, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song.
Sean Hannity. The new Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold, inspired solutions for America.
All right, thank you, Scott Shannon, and thanks to all of you for being with us. Toll-free, our number is 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. Wow, we are loaded up today. This is now day 2 that the Manhattan grand jury has been canceled. Again, they've been canceled. They supposedly were going to bring in yesterday a new witness and have new developments. And this is getting very, very interesting. Now, all the reports that I have seen are talking about major chaos, controversy, disruption in the Manhattan DA's office. And by the way, for good reason. There's been information that has come out this week that has been game-changing as it relates to their desire to indict Donald J. Trump, even though that was the big campaign promise of Alvin Bragg. We'll play it later in the show. We've played it before. What we're now discovering, and this is the funniest news aspect of the day regarding this, is that, the media is now kind of trying to hint that Donald Trump's arrest announcement was a hoax. Now we find out that Alvin Bragg is openly blaming Donald Trump for creating the false expectation that he would be indicted. Bragg's direct accusation is a lot stronger than any media hinting about a Trump indictment. Remember, this is the guy. We are not going to be intimidated. That was the beginning of the week. Today's Thursday, the end of the week. So anyway, I have a lot of details as it relates to this. Joe Tacopina, the president's lawyer, will join us today. Senator Rick Scott's going to check in with us today. And we just got a lot going on. So here's what happened. And this is interesting. And this is a Reuters story, New York Times story, reporting on Trump's looming indictment. This was March 9th and 13th. Donald Trump didn't pull this out of thin air. Now, if you remember, when I came back, I was off on Monday. I came back on Tuesday. I've been following it, every single aspect of it. And I came in, I said, I think all weekend long, the odds that I thought Donald Trump was going to be arrested at was either 98, 99%. And by, I think it was Tuesday, if my memory serves me well, not that old yet like Joe, I'm getting there. I said, then it went down to about 72% and dropping precipitously. Last night on Hannity, and by the way, if you want free tickets to our audience show, it's at Hannity.com. Mike Pence is in studio tonight. Joe Tacopina is in studio tonight, so it's going to be a good show. We'd like to think every show is a good show. Thank you for watching. But anyway, so it's last night I said it's 50-50. Pick 'em. Today it's way below 50%. It's been dropping precipitously. Now, a lot of it is due to new information we got this week, some of which was broken on my television show with my interview with Bob Costello. I think it's devastating, a direct contradiction to a convict by the name of Michael Cohen, admitted liar, serial liar, you can even say, and you have this guy, Bob Costello, contradicting everything that Cohen is saying. Cohen is supposed to be the star witness in this case. All right, you have a convicted felon, admitted liar as your star witness. Good luck with that. Juries don't like liars, I can tell you that. Just like if you go to jail and you're a rat, prisoners don't like rats, and they don't like people that attack children. And those are the two most hated people among prisoners in jail. Anyway, they have their own code. Anyway, so it was the New York Times. It was not Donald Trump that first started spreading the indictment claims. led by the Pulitzer Prize-winning author of A Phony Story, Maggie Haberman. Now that Alvin Bragg's, Get Trump grand jury, remember, he ran on a platform that he was going to go after one man, one family, one organization. That's the Trump organization, when he was running for Manhattan DA, just like the Attorney General of New York. And she ran on getting Trump, one man, one organization, the Trump organization, and one family. And they have both followed through on that campaign promise, so it shouldn't surprise anybody. But that's not equal justice under the law. That's show me the man, I'll show you the crime. That's looking at the person and targeting them. You can indict a ham sandwich, but apparently Alvin Bragg can't convince the grand jury that he has a strong enough case. And now that is a mere impossibility, although his track record, when he does try felony cases, he only wins 49% of them. Well, I'm sorry, he loses 49% of them. He wins 51%. That is the lowest rate in the country. That is a disastrous track record. Imagine if you played an individual sport like tennis and you lost half the time. You're not that great a player. You're not a dominant player. You're not that great a lawyer. The guy before him, I think Vance had, close to 70%, 66%, I believe was the number. Anyway, so now that Alvin Bragg's Get Trump grand jury appears to be unraveling before our eyes, Bragg himself, this is the giveaway. Reuters is now quoting Alvin Bragg as saying in a letter to the House Judiciary Committee's request that Bragg testify, and this was due today. We had Jim Jordan on the program last night about the handling of the Trump case. Bragg complained, quote, Donald Trump created a false expectation that he would be arrested, and his lawyers reportedly urged you to intervene. Really? How is it that Donald Trump created the false expectation about him being indicted? The big announcement that he would be arrested was first posted on Truth Social Saturday morning. That's March 18th. A full 9 days before Trump's arrest announcement, the New York Times reported on March 9th, 9 days earlier, quote, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office recently signaled to Donald Trump's attorneys that he would face and could face criminal charges for his role in the payment of hush money. By the way, if you're a Democrat, it's called an NDA. If you're a Republican, it's called hush money. These type of settlements happen every single day. They're called nuisance lawsuits. And, okay, you're going to have to spend $300,000 on lawyers or give this person $100,000 and make something maybe embarrassing, whatever, go away. Happens every single day. I wouldn't be surprised if Bragg's office, even before he became Manhattan DA, that they'd probably have numerous ones themselves. Anyway, putting that aside, that he could face, this is what the New York Times is reporting. I'm certain that Alvin Bragg likes and trusts the New York Times, but the DA's office is cited as having signaled to Donald Trump's attorneys that he could face criminal charges for his role in the payment of hush money to Stormy Daniels, the strongest indication yet that prosecutors are nearing an indictment of the former president, according to 4 people with knowledge of the matter. The prosecutors offered Mr. Trump the chance to testify. Remember that. The next week, before the grand jury that had been hearing evidence in the potential case, the people said. Such offers almost always indicate that an indictment is close. It would be unusual for the DA to notify a potential defendant without ultimately seeking charges against him. But the New York Times story that was instantly picked up by every media outlet all over the world, just to hammer the point home, 4 days later, the Times reported for a second time that Trump was about to be indicted under the headline, Michael Cohen testifies in grand jury as Trump indictment nears. Now, that's March 13th. Trump didn't talk about it till the 18th. Anyway, so if you go to the New York Times March 13th, Michael Cohen, crucial witness, Manhattan DA's criminal investigation into Donald J. Trump, testified in front of a grand jury on Monday as prosecutors near a likely indictment of the former president. His appearance is one of several recent signals that the DA, Alvin Bragg, is poised to seek an indictment of the former president for his role in paying hush money to a porn star in the days before the 2016 presidential election. That second New York Times story confirming that a Trump indictment was imminent came 5 full days before Trump himself reacted on Truth Social. And then Trump wrote, the far and away leading Republican candidate and former president of the U.S. will be arrested on Tuesday of next week. Protests take our country back. By the way, we went through all the examples. You know, Kamala Harris, they're not going to stop. They won't stop. They shouldn't stop. We're not going to stop. You know, and then tweeting out the bail fund for the guys, you know, being arrested in Minneapolis. And by the way, then the comments of AOC and every other liberal Democrat, oh, no, protesting is fine. Fake news. Who says you have to be peaceful? At CNN. But they forget all that part. All right, Tuesday's gone. Wednesday's gone. Today's Thursday. Somebody might want to tell Joe Biden today's Thursday. It's not Wednesday. It's not Friday. He doesn't get to go to his house at 2 in the afternoon Friday. Anyway, that Donald Trump will be indicted. Now, two big things happened this week. One of them, I believe, that impacted all of this is the testimony Monday before the grand jury of Bob Costello. Bob Costello came on my TV show this week, and I did something I hardly ever do. We changed the show because what he was saying was so powerful, I did not want to cut it short. So I had to cancel guests that were scheduled that night to be on the program. They were very gracious about it, and we let him tell his full story. He told the story that Cohn told him he paid Stormy Daniels on his own. He said that after contemplating suicide, that Michael Cohn was suicidal and talked about him thinking of jumping off a roof, that Cohn told him he doesn't have anything on Trump. That's what he said. Let's play it.
And I said, Michael, think about this. Don't answer it quickly. You said that you were up on the roof, ready to jump, and I'm telling you that there is a way out of this if you have information. It has to be true. What do you have on Donald Trump? And that's when he started with the same litany that he used for the rest of the 2 hours. I swear to God, Bob, I don't have anything on Donald Trump. I said, do you have, I said, any information on the Trump organization? The only thing I know, said he, is that some money was missing from the Trump inaugural ball or something like that. And I said, is Donald Trump involved in that? No. Does Donald Trump know about that? He said, no, he didn't know about it then. I don't even think he knows about it now. But the point is, when somebody is really thinking of committing suicide and you're offering them a legal way out of this, if he had any information about Donald Trump, that would have been the one time, even for a serial liar like Michael Cohn, to fess up and say, well, I know this or that, because I want to save my own hide. But he didn't do that. And the statement he gave us was very similar to that statement that you just read.
Now, that guy spoke to the grand jury, and he said a lot more on my TV show. And he said that he volunteered information and that it was clear that the DA didn't want to hear or cover or let the grand jury hear. And then he said this. He said during a 2-hour meeting, Cohn would rant. Listen to this part, because he just said, Cohn said to him, he had nothing on Trump. And he said this.
And I especially made one point. I pointed out to them that during that first 2-hour meeting, Michael Cohn, who, as I said before, was pacing back and forth, would suddenly stop in the middle of whatever he was talking about and turn and point his finger at us and say, I want you guys to understand, I will do whatever the F I have to do. I will never spend a day in jail. He said that at least 10 to 20 times during that 2-hour period. It was a bizarre mantra, but it made it clear to us that Michael Cohn was saying, I will lie, cheat, steal, shoot someone. I will never spend a day in jail. Well, what happened? He did spend more than a day in jail. And who does he blame? Not himself, even though counts 1 through 7 related to times that before he even met Donald Trump. So he blames Donald Trump.
So the two big things, that interview and him appearing before the grand jury and telling them that, coupled with the letter that we revealed on this program yesterday from Michael Cohn's attorney from February of 2018, that has now taken this case and turned it way upside down. They can't charge. They can't. Look, he's not a convicted felon. He's not a serial liar, an admitted serial liar like Michael Cohn. He will give direct evidence contradicting everything Michael Cohn says. They're done. This letter adds, it's like the cherry on top. I'll explain that when we get back. Listen, I tell everybody, pay your taxes. You better pay because they'll come after you. Anyway, the IRS has one job, and that's to collect your money, the taxpayer. and they have practically unlimited power to do it. You can't hide from these guys. The tax deadline is right around the corner. If you owe back taxes or if you didn't file returns in years gone by, it's not a matter of if the IRS is going to take action. It's a matter of when they will take action. You need to call our friends at Rush Tax Resolution. Look, I've been talking about Rush Tax Resolution and all the money and headaches that they have saved you, my listeners, for years. Now, the pros at Rush Tax, they know how to deal with the IRS and win. If you're an individual or business owner, and maybe you're behind on personal income tax payments or payroll tax payments, our friends, the experts at Rush Tax, can protect you and your business today. That's why they have an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, a 0 complaint history, the only one I trust and recommend. Give them a call. Remember this number. It's 800-299-8077. 800-299-8077. Their website is rushtaxresolution.com. And here's the best part. They will give you a free consultation, and if they can help you, they'll only take their case if they know they can help you. That's 800-299-8077 or rushtaxresolution.com.
Come on, man. It's taken me 47 years to perfect doing nothing. I had to become president to show you I could do that better than anybody.
Joe Biden, the most dangerous man in America.
This is the Sean Hannity Show.
Now, I've told you about how Relief Factor helped me with my aches and pains. Let me tell you about Haven in Texas. Haven writes, I'm taking Relief Factor from my shoulder and lower back, and it works. No more pain. My husband started taking Relief Factor for his upper back and hip and didn't think it was working until he ran out and realized the pain was coming back. Relief Factor just works. We are so happy it's working for you and your husband like it does for thousands of others across America. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free solution developed by doctors to help your body attack the underlying inflammation causing pain. What activity would you like to be doing again? Your first step to becoming pain-free could just be to order the 3-week Quick Start for only $19.95. After trying Relief Factor, over 500,000 people have gone on to order more. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to find out more about this offer. That's 800-4RELIEF. Live your best life and feel the difference with Relief Factor.
Maxwell, he was scratching and losing some hair. My vet, she says, oh, he must be allergic to chicken. Another vet said, eat the drain. Third vet said, it's the weather. Then somebody said, DINOVITE.com. It took 2 weeks, and the dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out. The Dinovite is a big part of Maxwell's diet.
You get some Dinovite, how happy your dog will be.
DINOVITE.com. My name is Catherine Reed, and I used Figure for AP Lock. I redid the cabinets on the kitchen as well as painted those, changed out some light fixtures. If you are tired of all of the red tape with a traditional lender, then go with Figure.
Get up to $400,000 with Figure's home equity line of credit at Figure.com. Figure Lending, LLC. Equal Opportunity Lender. NMLS 1717824. Terms and conditions apply. Visit Figure.com for more information.
At First Bank, North Carolina's largest independent community bank, we know your dream may be to make it possible for your child to achieve theirs. Whether you want to start saving for their education, to pay for a first tuition bill, or to help your student be a smart spender, First Bank offers a wide range of products and services to help you achieve your dreams. From student checking accounts to prepaid debit cards, savings accounts to home equity lines of credit, you'll find a great fit at First Bank.
When you're ready for your next painting project, there's only one place to go for high-quality products. JB Short Carpet 1 in Southern Pines carries premium Benjamin Moore paints for any type of project. Benjamin Moore offers unmatched color and durability, so color will last for years to come. And when you shop JB Short Carpet 1 in Southern Pines, you're not just improving your home, you're supporting a local business too. Benjamin Moore, for everything that matters. JB Short Carpet 1, Highway 1 North between Southern Pines and Bass, or on the web at shortcarpet1.com.
You know they're out there.
You know.
You can't see them.
Can't see.
You can't hear them.
Can't
but you know they're there.
They're there.
Termites. You know they're hungry. And you know your house is their main course. So you know you have to do something.
What can you do?
It's really quite simple. You ask for Termidor, the unique treatment that wipes out 100% of the termites in your home in 3 months or less. Every last termite dead.
Bye-bye.
For a long, long time. Now you know. Only Termidor is 100% effective against termites in 3 months or less. So ask for Termidor by name from your pest control company. Because if you're not asking for Termidor, you're asking for trouble.
Termidor is available at Aberdeen Exterminating. Call 944-2474. That's 944-2474.
The best way to keep your lawn looking great is with a new Kubota or Grably mower with special financing available from Kubota of Sanford. For over 30 years, Kubota of Sanford has offered sales, service, and parts for all your needs. To see the complete line of mowers and trailers from brands like Big Tex, Master Tow, and Diamond Cargo, visit Kubota of Sanford at 4127 Jefferson Davis Highway in Sanford, or give them a call at 919-292-6464.
Don't wait for your heat or AC to go out when you need it the most. Call a professional. Contact King Heating and Air today at 919-895-3600, where quality has been a family tradition for 6 generations. Whether you need AC repair, installation, or heating repair, King Heating and Air is there for you 24/7. Receive 10% off on repairs for all military, first responders, teachers, and seniors. For more information or to schedule your service, visit kinghvacnc.com today.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Hello. Go before the grand jury and then my interview with him. And then you have a letter to the FEC, February 8, 2018, from Michael Cohen's attorney. He says, in a private transaction in 2016 before the U.S. presidential election, Mr. Cohen used his own personal funds to facilitate a payment of $130,000 to Miss Stephanie Clifford. Neither the Trump Organization nor the Trump campaign was a party to the transaction with Miss Clifford, and neither reimbursed Mr. Cohen for the payment directly or indirectly. Contrary to allegations in the complaint, which are entirely speculative, neither Mr. Cohen nor Essential Consultants, LLC, made any in-kind contributions to Donald J. Trump for President, Inc., or any other presidential campaign. Mr. Cohen has not been a government employee during any of the relevant time period. The payment in question does not constitute a campaign contribution or expenditure, and therefore the FEC lacks jurisdiction over the matter. The complainants have not and cannot present any evidence to the contrary. Accordingly, the complaint should be dismissed. Now, that came out this week. Costello came out this week. No wonder Bragg's office is in a total state of chaos, and it should not surprise anybody that the grand jury was canceled for the second day in a row. This case is dead. It's only a matter if they'll acknowledge the simple, obvious truth.
Spend your afternoons with the Sean Hannity Show. Weekdays 3 to 6 here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound, or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years. And they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back and picked it up and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
This is the perfect time of the year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment.
Thanks to all the storms, my new Echo chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So men, get out there and enjoy your Echo Power equipment from Beaver Equipment, Highway 211 in Aberdeen, 910-944-0402.
Do you feel safe? Can you protect yourself or your family if crime threatens you? It is time to get prepared with a carry conceal permit. Don't procrastinate. Get your carry conceal permit from Bear Arms and protect yourself, your family, and your property before crime finds you. Sign up for classes now at BEAREARMS.com or call them at 910-691-8728.
If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m. here on WEEB.
For more than 30 years, Kubota of Sanford has offered sales, service, and parts for all your needs. Come join them at their spring open house, April 14th and 15th. See their wide selection of Kubota and Gravely tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, construction equipment, and trailers from brands like Big Tex, Master Tow, and Diamond Cargo. That's April 14th and 15th at Kubota of Sanford, located at 4217 Jefferson Davis Highway in Sanford, or call them at 919-292-6464.
Want to create the bathroom or wine wall of your dreams? This is Amy from Main Street Glass, and every step of our process is tailored to your wants and needs. We specialize in residential and commercial glass, so whether you need a custom shower enclosure, wine room, storefront entry door, or custom mirror, we can do it all. So stop by Main Street Glass at 195 Pinehurst Avenue or call us at 910-639-6336 to schedule your free estimate today.
The all-new Appliances and More is located at the old Sears location in Aberdeen. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps. Joe and I made the decision to invest in our community as an independent appliance store where we pride ourselves in creating relationships and help our customers make an informed buying decision. We have a lot of new changes coming and invite you all to visit our new Appliances and More in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services is currently hiring for several positions. If you're an experienced asphalt supervisor, paver operator, roller operator, or mechanic, to apply, contact Seven Lakes Contracting at slcontractingllc.com to fill out a job application under the About Us section. All applicants must have 2 years experience or more in the asphalt industry and supply prior work references. Again, to apply, that's slcontractingllc.com.
Your local weather forecast is brought to you by Sunbelt Service Pros. For professional service, call 910-944-2044. Anytime, day or night.
We've got a lot of warm weather on the way over the next couple of days with high temperatures near 80 this afternoon with mostly sunny skies after some morning clouds. It'll be warm and breezy for us. Winds could gust about 20 to 25 miles an hour today and through tonight and tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll wake up tomorrow morning near 60, then near record temperatures for us tomorrow afternoon with high temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
Listen to this show one time and you're Hannitized. Sean Hannity is back on the radio.
All right, 25 to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us. The president's attorney in the Manhattan case, Joe Tacopina, will join us. Those are the two big issues. Bob Costello, not only going before the grand jury, but explaining all of his testimony on Hannity on Tuesday night, which was amazing. And, of course, this 2018 letter from Michael Cohen's attorney is about as exculpatory as you'd ever get. By the way, Howard Stern is right. He said MSDNC is going effing berserk over rumors of Trump's arrests. Sit tight and wait, he said. I just thought that was pretty funny. When you have Van Jones, calling on Alvin Bragg to stand down, Van Jones, And it gets, I mean, it's not just him. You even have very liberal publications like Rolling Stone. Headline, many top New York City attorneys loathe Trump, but they don't like Bragg's chances. Then you got the letter and you got Costello. This case is over. End of sentence, period. We'll talk to Tacopina, the president's attorney, at the top of the hour. He's also on Hannity tonight. We also have Mike Pence in studio tonight. That'll be interesting. Next Monday night on Hannity, Donald J. Trump, his first interview since all of this started. He will join us for the full hour. Listen, I want to remind you, if you believe in the sanctity of life, if you're part of the pro-life community, 1 in 5 pregnancies are going to end in abortion. And with the abortion pill now accounting for over 50% of all abortions, look, Preborn Network Clinics, they have rescued over 200,000 babies' lives. They're putting their money where their mouth is. They believe in the sanctity of life. They're pro-life. And literally, they're using the science of ultrasound because it's been a game changer. And expecting moms, they see fingers and toes and images of a baby growing inside them in their face, and they hear the heartbeat, and they see it as the miracle that it really is, the miracle of birth. And anyway, we have now partnered with Preborn. They don't get a penny from the federal government. The only way they can continue this good work and offer free ultrasounds, and by the way, they offer way more than that too. They help expectant mothers if they need counseling. They offer expectant mothers medical care if they need assistance. They offer, after the baby's born, up to 2 years, they're offering diapers and baby formula or anything that a mom may need. So they're putting their money where their mouth is, standing by their beliefs. They're not asking the federal government for money. Any donation you can give is tax deductible, big or small. It helps to save the unborn. And you know what? For each ultrasound costs $28. $28, and you can save a baby's life. Anyway, simple to donate. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword baby, pound 250, keyword baby. They have a secure website. It's preborn.com/Sean. You spell Sean, S-E-A-N. It's amazing some people don't know that. Anyway, preborn.com/Sean, S-E-A-N. And you might be saving a life today if you believe in the sanctity of life. As I said, all right, Joe Tacopina, he's on TV tonight. Mike Pence is on TV tonight. I mean, we've got a great show, 9 Eastern. Hope you will set your DVR. Christy Noma is on tonight. Tudor Dixon is on tonight.
Don't forget to tell people, Sean, on handy.com. They can go. They can sign up. It's free to come to your show. You got to go through a little vetting. But it's on handy.com. It's nice and easy. If you're in the New York City area, come on down.
So we had a couple of protesters at one of the shows, and the whole audience...
Somebody ratted me out, huh? It's so weird when they do that.
Yeah, but, well, whatever. It doesn't bother me at all. The whole audience started shouting, na 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 na.
That's
hey,
great.
Hey, goodbye, as they're being escorted out of the building.
How bad do you have to dislike someone?
By the way,
to go
I
there and
actually
do
picked them out ahead of time.
Why?
Because I, as part of my warm-up before the show starts, I talk to people and try and crack some jokes and be fun and answer questions, do whatever people want. And anyway, and we throw footballs around. It's like a raucous atmosphere there.
Have you hit anybody else lately?
Not lately. Actually, yeah, last night I hit one of the...
Did you really?
Hit one of the security guards in the head. I felt terrible. I apologized like 5 times. I said, I'm so sorry. He goes, stop apologizing. Enough. He goes, it's fine. I felt terrible. But we have a raucous time. It's a lot of fun. Mike Pence in studio, Joe Tacopina in studio tonight. We just have a really good lineup. We got Tudor Dixon. We got Christy Nome tonight. Jimmy Fela for fun on a
I love
on a
Tudor
Thursday.
Dixon. She's awesome.
Yeah, she's awesome. She's great. But when Van Jones, Rolling Stone magazine is saying, many top New York City attorneys loathe Trump, but they don't like Bragg's chances. So I think that pretty much says things. All right, so at the top of the hour, Joe Tacopina, the president's attorney, will join us. So let me move on. There are other issues that I feel like I have been negligent in calling out and discussing and talking about. This really bothers me. Now, I have been saying that I am furious at Western Europe, NATO countries, not stepping up. The war with Putin in Ukraine is on their continent, not this continent. and they are not paying their fair share. And I'll tell you why. They see Joe Biden's just, pouring billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars. Why should they pay their fair share? We're not insisting on it. Not a penny should go to Ukraine. Not 1 cent should go to Ukraine until every single solitary Western European country offers the right amount of support, matching their GDP percentage the same as ours, or no more money. That's contingency number one. My second, I would insist on one other thing, and that is take the handcuffs off of Ukraine and Zelensky. In other words, Poland, for example, offered 30 MiGs. Joe Biden said no. Now, he finally agreed to 4. No, not 4, 30. If they're not going to fight to win the war, don't waste our money. Don't waste our time. If Europe does their fair share, if you take the handcuffs off, then we could talk about American financial support. No boots on the ground ever. But unless and until that happens, why are we bothering? Now, it even gets worse because the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Mark Milley, General Milley, is now throwing cold water on the idea that military aid to Ukraine is going to enable the Ukrainians to drive Russia back to their pre-war borders. Sounds like he's capitulating. Now, what, the Donbass region? I don't know. Is it maybe the country north of Belarus? Are they going to concede that next? How much land do you want Ukraine to give? Now, if somebody invades the U.S., are we going to give them California, Oregon, Idaho, Washington State, New York City, New York State?
Wait, we have an option to give away California? If that's on the table, I think we should talk about it. I'm just thinking out loud.
Who do you want to give it to?
I mean, anybody, really?
Anybody want it? Free.
Anybody.
You're going to have it.
I'm just thinking out loud.
Anyway, Business Insider reporting that the highest-ranking U.S. military officer recently telling the Eurasia Group Foundation in a podcast that he believes diplomats from various countries will be the ones that eventually put an end to the fighting. What he's basically saying is surrender and give them land. And well, they already annexed Crimea in 2014. How much more land do you want to give them? Give them the Donbass region. Okay, well, you have a lot of Russian nationals there. And, Belarus, is that next? Doesn't seem like Vladimir loves Poland particularly that much. I will tell you this. I've been warning everybody. Our number one geopolitical foe is China. Our number two geopolitical foe is Russia. And with Putin meeting his dear friend, President Xi, and, toasting their no limits friendship in the Kremlin Palace, after enjoying a 4-hour, 7-course private dinner together the previous night, and leaving, Vladimir Putin with a puzzling parting message about the power of their relationships. Quote, now there are changes that haven't happened in 100 years. When we are together, we drive these changes. Putin, I agree. And Xi says, take care of yourself, dear friend, please. What do you think that means? They see America's weak. They see Joe Biden didn't lift a finger with the Chinese spy balloon. They see that he didn't do anything when it came to knocking down our drone. Now we've got our chairman of the Joint Chiefs predicting that Ukraine can't win the war. Europe's not doing their part. Wall Street Journal editorial board, Republicans get a Taiwan war game education. By the way, what is Joe going to do? Nothing. So they now have this pledge, President Xi and President Putin, to shape a new world order. Let me call it something else. What more accurately, it is an axis of evil. Now, once Europe steps up and once they fight to win the war, they could win that war. They've been crushing. I mean, the valor, the courage of the Ukrainian people. I don't like watching indiscriminate bombing of men, women, and children. They are innocent in this. And Putin's been targeting apartment buildings, targeting entire neighborhoods, targeting infrastructure. It's unbelievable. So he can take over what? The whole country? There's not going to be a country left. Russia launching deadly strikes all across Ukraine as President Xi's departing. Xi invites the Spanish prime minister to a state visit next week. You see what's going on here? President Xi also brokers a deal between the Saudis and the Iranians. They've always hated each other. Under Trump, Trump put together a coalition that included the United States, Israel, Jordan, Egypt, the Saudis, and the Emirates, all against Iranian hegemony, all against a nuclear-armed Iran, which now seems inevitable, unless, of course, Israel sees it as an existential threat and takes it out ahead of time. Armed Russian jets are caught flying over U.S. military base in Syria nearly every day for 3 weeks, according to the Daily Mail. Video claiming Putin is using body doubles going viral. That was also in the Daily Mail. After the Xi-Putin meeting, Team Biden doesn't get what just happened to the U.S. They don't get it. They see a weak U.S. And by the way, the U.S. denies China's claim that it drove away an American destroyer. I'm not sure I believe them. I'm not sure I believe Joe Biden's administration. I don't trust them at all. That's sad. Now, we'll get into this also later in the program with Senator Rick Scott. Look, I'm telling you, the economy is going to get worse. The Fed raising interest rates now, despite this banking crisis, has created jitters all around the world. And thanks to Biden's inflation, interest payments on the national debt have gone through the roof. Zero Hedge reporting interest payments on the debt during the current fiscal year, October to February, are now up 29% year over year. That is one of the fastest growing expenditure components in the federal budget. We can't afford it. By the way, a source, DA is struggling with the Trump case weakness. Yeah, and by the way, Robert Costello is back. Can you tell Tiff? Thank you. By the way, Ford, they built out an electric vehicle unit that is losing billions. $3 billion lost so far. Gee, that new Green Deal alarmist cult is doing really well. Financial conditions are tightening after the Silicon Valley Bank collapse. Powell says, the head of the Fed, that it could slow the economy even further. That's not good. And by the way, why are we bailing out millionaires and billionaires? Not good either. Bank failures highlight the risk of using ESG in American pension funds, you'd think. It's really sad to read some of the stuff I'm reading today. And I've told you, I have this in my own town. A friend of mine works at the local food bank where I live. And I've told him, you know who I'm talking about, Linda. If you ever need help, if you guys are struggling, let me know and I'll be glad to contribute. And I've done so whenever they ask. I'm glad to help. American hunger. This is the headline. Daily Mail. 2 years of grinding inflation have left a quarter of U.S. adults struggling to get a square meal as millions now turn to food banks and credit cards to make ends meet. Who's been telling you this? I have been telling you this. If you look at USA Today, recover from the retirement turmoil. And it goes into great specificity and great detail how many retirees and their dreams of retirement have been quickly replaced with the harsh reality of penny pinching and sleepless nights worrying about their declining retirement balances. Last year, the highest inflation in a generation, and then the aggressive Fed interest rate hikes to curb it have caused stock and bond markets to plunge. It's killing retired people. I've mentioned this before. At the food bank that opens in my town once a week. They open once a week. The line is huge. Huge. And then you say, well, why are these people driving nice cars? Because they didn't expect or anticipate a $10,000 new Biden inflation tax. They didn't expect food prices to spike. They didn't expect gas prices to spike, heating their home prices to spike, cooling their home prices to spike. So now they're stuck. Either they own the car, but they can't afford groceries. They're not bilking the system. They're stuck. They're in trouble. J.P. Morgan Chase warning the U.S. is well past the point of no return and that recession chances have now surged as a result of the Biden economy, Biden's energy policies, and the banking crisis since the SVB collapse. The Fed is facing a difficult task, you think? They don't even know what they're doing. They raised interest rates yesterday, 1/4 percentage point. By the way, the 9th hike since March of 2022. Not good. All right, Joe Tacopina is next. Donald Trump's attorney in the Manhattan case. Sources say dissension is all over that office. The second day in a row, the grand jury was scheduled to convene and did not convene. Anyway, a cyber thief can steal the equity in your home without even knowing it. Linda, tell this story.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, actually. So I had this experience where I went through the home title lock, demo, and they showed me how they found my title, my name, my signature, everything about my personal information from my house, stole it, took my signature, lifted it, put it on another deed. I sold it to some guy.
exploits are legendary. Their call signs, Morning Glory, Hall & Oates. Their mission, lives after Oscar show.
What kind of mission is this?
Tom thought the only way Kelly and Ryan would be truly prepared for this after Oscar show would be to go to Top Gun school.
Huh?
Wait, what gun school?
Is that why we're wearing these costumes?
That's impossible. Some might say mission impossible. When Tom hears that something's impossible or it can't be done, that's when he gets to work.
I had to build a training program for them. Because you have responsibilities in that F-15. You're not just going for a ride.
Tom realizes we're just interviewing celebrities, right?
I don't know how to do it any other way.
Did Tom make Jimmy Kimmel do this?
Did Tom make Jimmy Kimmel do this?
The Navy says if you eject, you have to be able to survive in the water. So we had to go through that challenging underwater program.
The purpose of the training is in the event that there were an over-the-water emergency.
What emergency? A fashion emergency?
It has all these different contraptions that pull you through the water, drop you into a tank, and spin you upside down.
It's very intense. You get blindfolded, strapped to a chair.
Just your average night at the Galbet house. Am I right?
The underwater training was heinous. Honestly, I felt like I was drowning.
During flight training, they would be embarrassed about puking. I had to really teach them cinematography and the lighting so that they understood what's going to look good on camera.
It's amazing what we see in the cockpit, what an audience is going to experience.
Kelly and Ryan got accustomed to the G-forces.
I feel the need for speed.
It is aggressive. You can't act that. The distortion in the face. They're pulling 7.5 H's. That's 1,600 pounds of force. I'm so proud of them and what they've done. And it is heavy duty.
Uh-oh, we got a dogfight.
Woof, woof.
I thought one would tap out.
Oh, my wingman was definitely going to tap out.
I thought for sure at least one would tap out.
That's it. I'm tapping out.
No one's tapping out.
I'm very proud of what we all accomplished. Each one of them are extraordinary.
That's what I'm talking about.